Content warning. Listener discretion advised. This audiobook contains material that may be disturbing or triggering to some listeners. Themes include graphic violence, sexual content, references to rape and sexual assault, depictions of war and combat trauma, murder, torture, and ritual sacrifice, emotional and psychological abuse, death, grief, and severe loss, religious and political conflict, supernatural horror, demonic possession, and dark magic. This is a work of adult epic fantasy, exploring intense themes through complex characters and morally gray decisions. Listener discretion is strongly advised. If you are sensitive to any of the above topics, please proceed with care. Emperors and Exiles by Angela McDonald, copyright 1992, all rights reserved. Chapter 22, Southward. Where once the trains had rushed along in silence, with running water and temperature control, they now groaned and creaked, clanked and rattled down the tracks. The small train they were on was worse than many, but at least it wasn't too crowded. Once the trains of Pert had run to nearly every city and allowed people and goods to get from coast to coast in a matter of a few days. Now it took several months, as only a few trains still moved at all, and they were sadly run down. The very magic needed to keep them running at the speeds they were designed for were long made illegal outside the priesthood, and the skill to work those magics was all but lost. To make matters worse, the weather had spun into a blast of winter, with bitter wind rushing across the Forley plains. They were left alone to huddle together in their booth. The slow-growing hatred that had been building up towards those of Perton descent meant no one cared to deal with them, so at least they had their own private booth. All problems in Pert were blamed on the Pertons, and so to be one was a good way to be treated very poorly. Nowhere was that more obvious than on the train. They were not even given a coal heater, or so much as a blanket. There was just too much obvious Perton blood among them. Their breath steamed in the air as the train rushed along. Jamie curled up as best he could and fell asleep against the wall. Oirion stared out the window with his mind swirling over everything he had forgotten and had lost, but wasn't sure he recalled clearly. Dreams became real, and the lines blurred. That he hated Shannon seemed to be all he knew for certain. Gallus had closed his eyes and slipped into prayer with his prayer beads in his fingers. Shannon had slipped out to go do whatever it was he went and did. Oirion refused to bring up the earlier conversation, but tried to follow Jamie's lead and nap. He fell asleep several times, only to jerk awake with a memory of Shannon, as if his mind was trying to put everything back into order. When Oirion finally dozed off, he dreamed of a train ride. The car rushed in near silence. The warm hum of the train's well-balanced magics in tune with the earth and the stars was like a lullaby in his head. He was comfortable with the sunshine coming in through the window on him. The world was good. He opened his eyes as a presence joined him in the compartment. In the doorway stood his apprentice, Anwa. She smiled as she leaned against the doorframe.
You looked peaceful. I didn't mean to wake you.
Just soaking in the sun,
he said. He looked out the window as the ripe fields rushed past. They were almost there, and the city would soon rush into view. He sat up and smoothed his long robes as his apprentice joined him and took a seat across from him. She was trying to hide how excited she was, but was having a hard time doing so. She had never been invited to an imperial court before, and to be there for the wedding of an emperor was something impressive and rare indeed.
You're very calm about being back in the city. It's been a while since you were in Ulaanbaatar,
she said.
Several hundred years, I should think. The Empire of Pert is very stable, my dear. The magic's as old as many races. I do not think much will have changed.
She laughed a little, but her smile fell away at once when her fellow apprentice rushed into the cabin, white as a ghost and tear-streaked. She fell to Orion's knees, trying to catch her breath. He could feel the magics on her, of the seers. Whatever she wept of, it had been a vision, and he didn't even need to ask. He could feel it in her, like the cool power of the darkest stretches of space. He gave her time to recover, smoothing her hair until she could talk. She lifted her eyes to him, shaking her head.
It is doomed,
She said, and started to cry again.
Pride and jealousy will kill one son and make the other damned to hell. I cannot go, I will not go. I will not bless this marriage when the Emperor's heart is of possessive lust, not of love and partnership.
She held her face in her hands and began to sob. Oirion lifted her chin and offered her his own calm, smooth energy. Her fear was real, words failed her, and he knew it. The reality of her magics and the politics of the world did not always work well together.
I want you to breathe deeply,
He told her warmly.
Put your thoughts in order. Scattered fears accomplish nothing. Break it down into something I can hold. Then try again. However, it is not the place of a young girl to challenge the Emperor in his actions. I will take your vision. I will hold it and I will bear the weight of it. I can go before him and make demands and say things you could never get away with. I am your master, and you must trust me. Recall, my dear child, that all vision is simply an option for the future, not all of it, and not even absolute. Think what is coming and how you can change it, for you have already set much in motion just saying what you have to me. Your influence on the moment and on the future is as great or small as you wish. You just must learn how to apply what you have. Use the right tools. Don't try to push the boulder over with your hands. Find leverage.
She calmed and nodded. Closing her eyes, she stayed on her knees, not about to just get up and let it go. She applied his advice at once. Slowly she began to speak.
Should it come to pass, as it has been shown to me, the last son of Amun sits on the throne. Poisoned by pride and anger, he shall be the force behind the fall of the empire. Loyal servants shall become assassins. Sons shall be let die, cast to hell. Blessed child will be torn down, forced upon his knees for his father's crimes. Pert will fall at the hands of demons put in the hearts of the holy by the Emperor's word. The Holy Pontiff will watch his own blood run and be helpless to stop the darkness. Pert will fall. Angels shall die and the albatross will fall from the sky.
She looked up into his eyes, calm but certain.
The jealous desire of a man to own a woman but not to love her soul will set the world to war. The demons circle now and will slip into his heart and turn him against what he loves most.
Oirion felt a little ill and worried, but one thing at a time.
Now, child, think how you can change that, shift it, aid the world against it. Open your heart to the universe and allow that power to come to you.
She nodded and rose to her feet.
Now go wash your face, change your clothes. The city is near and we shall be there very soon.
She left him alone with Anwa again. Anwa looked to him with her cheer gone.
You think she is right?
Anwa asked.
True love will drive a man to risk his all for that which he loves. But when the love demands love back, it is not true. If I do not find Tyrell to be in possession of true love, I shall object to his marriage. You two will be there as my apprentices, and your futures will be affected by this greatly. You can take what I have taught you and stay there, even should I go. You will be free to become great and powerful, but if you stand up to him, it will not be met well. Tyrell is a rash young man with a terrible temper.
I wish to have you always as my master,
She said. She was no child, and knew fully well he knew he would not be there long. He would leave them to live a life without the stain of defying the Emperor.
You have enough to be your own master now. You do not need me.
Oirion knew it would not go well. He knew it so much that he was instantly there, standing before the Emperor. Tyrell's smile had gone from his face. He stood before Oirion, stiff and with his eyes flashing with power. Oirion felt his own heart harden against the man. The rash temper and the childish show of power was enough to confirm the fears of the young seeress.
Have you lost your mind?
Tyrell demanded.
You are a guest here, and you stand here to tell me that you do not approve of my choice.
I approve of your choice fine. I do not approve of you,
Oirion said with a harsh tone. Tyrell's face flushed and his nostrils flared in his rage. Oirion continued.
Your show of childish rage even now proves my point. You are not ready for marriage. You deny your advisors. You sweep around like you fancy yourself a god, and you think no laws of right or wrong apply to you. I am unimpressed.
I am your emperor.
Tyrell yelled, losing all self-control.
How dare you talk so to me?
Power flushed and flashed out from him, whispering about the folds of his robes like lightning in the clouds.
I have ruled this empire for 2,000 years, and you think I do not have the wisdom to choose a wife?
This temper.
Oirion pointed to the floor before the Emperor, feeling his own anger rising.
This attitude you hold will be the death of your sons. You will tear this empire down in your fits of rage. You will shatter your wife and hand us to demons.
You go too far, Oirion,
the Emperor roared, as lightning crackled and snaked across the ceiling.
You are under arrest for treason.
You cannot arrest me,
Oirion snapped back.
I have immunity so granted by your father.
He jerked his arm free of the hands of the invisible guards that were always present.
Don't touch me.
Get out,
Tyrell roared at him.
Get out of my house, get out of my city, and get out of this kingdom. Go back to your tower, and do not leave it.
Oirion saw it, knew it, and his heart broke. As dream and reality blurred and gave him insight, he knew what was coming. The utter pain, the destruction of the Empire, the fate waiting the then unborn Tyrell.
You are a fool, Tyrell. You do not know what you have done.
He lifted his hand and opened a portal. He would leave and leave now. Back to his tower, he would go and seek a magic to try and save the Empire. Letting the power go, he opened his eyes to the rattle of the train and the ache of cold toes. Trying to move, pain exploded in his back and made him gasp. Shannon opened his eyes from across the small space and looked at the man on the facing bench. Outside it was dark, but a small candle lantern hung over their heads, swinging a little in the motion of the train. Oirion felt caught between reality and dream. He felt almost as if the train ride here was the dream, not the life he had felt so true, but which was fading away. All of his life, Oirion had dealt with nightmares and dreams so vivid he woke confused and feeling displaced. It was far worse when he was young. It had gotten so bad Jamie had been forced to do a great deal of work on him to help his energies root to the earth after many of the dreams. Most were of being the ancient master adept that he was named for. He would dream of places and times, of people and events that felt as real as day-to-day life, but would fade as soon as he woke.
How did you do it?
Oirion asked. Shannon didn't react at all for a moment.
Do what exactly?
He asked.
Make us forget. Get me to the healer. I remember getting off the ship in Bonne Everen. Then I was in Krent. How did you do it?
I gave the order to protect you at all costs. I had no part in the details.
You have men that powerful under you?
Many.
Shannon closed his eyes again, as if he was going to go back into a trance.
Then why have you left Norwood, and why force me to go with you?
There are some things only I can do. I do not leave Norwood without good cause. Bad things tend to happen when I do,
he added.
You've had warnings something is very wrong, haven't you?
It was more a statement than a question. Orion's comment was enough for Shannon to open his eyes and look at him again.
Whispers, and a few vanished operatives,
he said.
You need to learn to listen to yourself, Oirion. Sometimes those dreams you have are the energies talking to you.
That's really something coming from a man who does not sleep for fear of his own dreams.
Shannon almost smiled. The corner of his mouth twitched, but it went no further.
Careful, Oirion. I might forget to shield you against my dreams. Then I won't be the only one who does not sleep for fear of my nightmares.
Oirion shook his head and leaned back into the cushion of the bench seat in an attempt to ease his pain.
Don't flatter yourself quite so much, Shannon. My dreams are not of you,
he said, turning it into a bitter joke.
What do you dream of, then, Oirion?
Oirion fought down the shifting emotions that were always linked with dealing with Shannon. Once his life had been so simple, and he had felt he was doing a good thing, solid in his religion and his sense of self. Then he had met Shannon, and everything had begun to crumble.
What do you know of Master Oirion, the man I was named after?
Oirion asked. Shannon rubbed his hands together, pulling the tight black leather smoother.
Master Oirion was a friend of the House of Krent, advisor to the king and godfather to Princess Elishara.
He sighed a little, as if it was a difficult topic.
He was a young man when Tyrone was emperor. Years later, when Tyrell was emperor, Master Oirion managed to so anger Tyrell that he was sent out of the palace the day of the wedding to the empress. Master Oirion was a very old man when the empire fell, and many think he was an early target, as he seemed to vanish from one moment to another.
What of his apprentice, Anwar?
Oirion asked.
I do not know the details.
Shannon said.
She had an affair with the prince, Tyharan, Tyrell's cousin. Tyrell banished her from Pert and denounced the unborn child. Rumour is that Captain Elliot Sailor is her grandson.
Jamie said sleepily.
Elliot is a famous pirate who is said to be quite a powerful wizard and in serious opposition to Jerome. He is on the list of enemies of Pert, he and his son David.
Jamie made himself sit up a little, clearly still sleepy, but unable to sleep. He held his chest as he coughed a little.
Really?
Oirion said, a little surprised and irritated. He looked at Shannon with a hint of cold anger, overriding everything else.
You didn't know Dave's great-grandmother was Anwar, huh?
Shannon lifted an eyebrow at Jamie, either very impressed or quite annoyed.
Was I not supposed to know that?
Jamie asked, a little confused at the reaction both men had.
I thought I was here because I can answer random questions.
Don't you think you have sinned against me enough?
Oirion asked Shannon coldly.
You're going to add lies to it.
I have never lied to you, Oirion.
Shannon said.
You didn't know Anwar was related to Dave?
No,
he said.
I was told she was a servant woman of no matter and never given a name. Emery did not even know his mother's real name. I might have suspected, but had no details.
You know the son of... That means...
Jamie sat up suddenly breathless and excited. If he was following their conversation right, he had just realized that it meant that the line of Armand was not dead.
Do not finish that,
Shannon warned Jamie.
Oirion, you need to not talk, ever.
Oirion grunted and shifted again.
You know I really hate you,
Oirion said sweetly.
You keep saying it,
Shannon said, as calm as ever, and closed his eyes, slipping back into a trance.
You do know who he is, right?
Jamie asked after a while. Oirion turned from glaring out the window and looked over at his partner. Jamie looked much better, but it was hard to tell in the near darkness of the cabin.
Yes, Jamie, I know who he is,
Oirion said firmly, tired of being asked that question.
Really? You know the truth of what happened to St. Tyrell?
I know,
Oirion said softly, almost seeking forgiveness of his partner for knowing as well as he did.
I don't understand, Oirion,
Jamie said softly, trying not to wake Gallus or rouse Shannon either.
I know because it was explained to me in Norwood, but how do you? How can you sit there and talk to him like he is an annoying governor you're forced to play politics with?
Oirion shifted to turn from the window toward his partner. He drew in a slow, deep breath and tried to think how to explain it in a rapid manner that would not make his own tangled emotions boil up or leave words out in the open that demons might be listening for and could track.
He was on the same ship that I was, and we got blown off course and into a very unpleasant reality. We were forced to work together for the sake of others, and...
He had flashes of it, the boat, the demon, the magics, and the pain. He swallowed it down and forced his heart and breath to steady.
Everything that has been wrong with me since has been because of my instinct to protect my company. I acted without thinking and put myself in a very bad place. I don't think I can talk about it more than that right now. Most of it was blocked, and I only remembered it all in the last few days. So can you just trust me that I know who he is better than anyone I can imagine? It wasn't explained. I saw it. I lived it.
He shook his head and looked away.
There is no reason he has to put up with you,
Jamie whispered.
He is loved and feared in Norwood, feared Oirion. He isolates himself for a reason and it keeps men alive. You push him and he can kill you.
Oirion did not want to point out he had made a deal that denied Shannon that very option.
Keep in mind, Jamie, he is a vampire, and if you travel with him, you will be forced to turn a blind eye when he holds the soul of a man in his hands and draws his very life out. Now you think how I was a decade ago, and imagine for a moment how hard that would have been for me.
He always gets permission. It's in his own laws.
Permission under a lure is little more than raping a drunk girl,
Oirion whispered as Gallus shifted.
Make no mistake, Shannon is very good at what he does and will kill without remorse, but he does nothing without good reason. He didn't kill me then. He won't kill me now. He let you into Norwood then, and he saved you now. He did not do that just to lose you. You're an asset to him, and he will do what must be done to keep that asset on his side."
Jamie studied Orion's eyes a moment, then nodded. He could hear the tremor that came and went in Orion's tone. He could see the strain, felt the emotional nightmare Oirion was dealing with, and knew he had gotten all he was going to without turning it into a fight. He had to be glad he'd gotten any answer at all.
You and I are a powerful partnership when we are in good form, but right now we hardly know each other anymore. We are broken and battered old men. I can't imagine we are worth that sort of attention.
Oirion reached over and put his hand on Jamie's knee in an earnest show of sincerity.
"We are not useful as warriors, Jamie. He has 1,000,000 great warriors, but you are a law master who rivals Shannon himself, and between the two of you, few riddles will go unsolved, and well, I have a bad temper and a lot of power when I get really upset. Shannon knows just how to put me into places where I seem to prove Jerome's fear of wizard priests to be well-founded."
You rarely use any true wizardry,
Jamie said, a little confused.
"It does not mean I can't or that I haven't. I was taught early that to draw too much attention is a bad thing. It has kept me alive far beyond wise for Jerome. I have no doubt if Shannon has roped me into being his sidekick, he is about to deliver a blow to the would-be Emperor of Pert, and I'm going to get all the credit. He is forcing my hand. Just keep that in mind."
Jamie nodded and bowed his head a moment.
You should get some sleep, Oirion.
"You're right."
Oirion nodded and pulled his coat tighter about him, settling into the bench to try to sleep. He knew he wouldn't, but he didn't want to talk about Shannon anymore either. End of Chapter 22. Continue with Chapter 23. Dreams. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 23. Dreams. Oirion jerked awake as the train brakes screamed and screeched on the rails, rushing past buildings of the city of ShaHaNon. He choked on the taste of his dream. Dream or flashback, he wasn't certain, but it was all about Shannon, as if his mocking Shannon's fears had come back and slapped him in the face. No, he thought, not a slap in the face, a blow to the heart, the gut, the soul. He pushed himself up, trying to hide how upset and flushed he was. Shannon opened his eyes, lifting out of the trance.
We're here,
Jamie said.
Are we staying here at all or getting the next train?
Gallus asked.
We will stay the night,
Shannon said. He rose to his feet with utter grace, unaffected by the rocking and jolting of the slowing train. He stepped out of the booth and went up the aisle on whatever task he had set for himself.
I don't think he likes me,
Gallus said. Oirion grunted.
"You're a priest, Gallus, and he is a vampire. Your presence is a constant temptation and strain on his energies. The cost of his traveling with us will be paid for soon. Maybe not by us, but someone will give up the energy he is burning up in resistance to us."
Oirion got to his feet, catching the wall.
"Just so you understand that."
Gallus went a little white at the reality, but said nothing. The train lurched to a stop. Jamie struggled to get up. Gallus was quick to step to help Jamie, taking on the role of a servant. They walked up the aisle toward the door. The other passengers stumbled awake as well, and they all emerged in a flood on the train station deck. There didn't seem to be much traffic down from the north, but the place was crowded with people of several races, all social standings, and many with great piles of luggage. Oirion caught sight of Shannon near the outer edge of the train station, holding the door of a carriage that was waiting for them. Oirion nudged Jamie in the right direction when he didn't seem to see Shannon. They slipped through the crowd easily. Gallus helped Jamie get in, as if he truly was trained to be an aide. Oirion followed them with Shannon getting in last. He closed the little door as the driver set them into motion. It was a very nice carriage, and not there by chance. The seats were velvet with silk-lined walls and beautifully carved woods. Soft illumination made by actual wizard lights were set in the ceiling, and the windows had shades drawn down. After the battered old train, The ride seemed both very smooth and quiet.
Where are we going?
Gallus asked. Shannon didn't answer but closed his eyes and was still. Oirion tested his shields and tightened them down again.
Is it far?
Gallus asked Oirion.
I hate to seem a trouble, but I have not eaten, bathed, nor used a privy in quite some time. I would like very much to do them all.
It's not far,
Shannon said.
Jamie, aid him.
Jamie reached out and touched Gallus's knee. Gallus let out a breath of relief.
Well, that's a fancy trick,
Gallus said.
Much more comfortable, thank you, brother.
Jamie leaned back into the seat.
I learned that trick in school, but I worked it the other way,
Jamie admitted. Oirion shot him a stern look.
The other way?
Gallus asked.
You made people need to go.
Jamie shrugged a little.
I made them just wet,
Jamie admitted.
I was a very angry teen.
You made them just go.
Gallus asked, a bit shocked, then chuckled.
Ha ha ha, that's cruel, James.
Oirion was a regular target.
Jamie sighed.
Sorry about that, Oirion, but it did make me very accustomed to your energies.
Oirion folded his arms over his chest and shook his head.
If nothing else, having to deal with Shannon has made me far less upset about all of that. His form of torture is far worse than yours was.
Oirion grumbled. Jamie looked at him a little surprised. Shannon even opened his eyes at that.
That is a bit extreme,
Shannon said. Oirion glared at the King of Norwood.
You surely never tortured Oirion?
Gallus asked, a bit shocked by the man he sat next to.
Not intentionally,
Shannon said.
Not that I haven't thought about it.
He added as he closed his eyes again.
Oirion is very skilled at annoying me. He can test even my endurance.
Oirion grunted and wished the windows were open, but if they weren't, it was likely for a reason. At least it wasn't freezing cold in the carriage. It wasn't too much further before they clattered into a building and came to a stop. The door was opened for them immediately. Shannon stepped out to have 3 men sink to their knees at once. They were in clothes that marked them as high nobility, if nothing else. This place clearly was part of Shannon's property list.
Where is he?
Shannon asked.
In the library, Your Majesty,
One of the men said. Shannon was not impressed, but clearly knew the way and did not pause. Gallus, Oirion, and Jamie followed him through the great carriage house, which was nicer than most homes. Oirion fought the desire to test if the 3 men on their knees were vampires, but that would just be another battle for him to deal with. He stayed close to Jamie. They entered the palace, for it could be called nothing less. It was a beautiful place built in Pertan style, with high white walls, tall windows that let light pour in, and clean, smooth lines. They passed statues and image captures of great people and events that were worth a fortune and might well be the largest pre-Roman collection in the world. They went up a flight of wide stairs that curled gracefully up a rotunda wall to a floor above, and then down a hallway that was itself nearly 20 feet wide. Beautiful double doors were open to a library that had to rival any that the 3 men had ever been in. Jamie just stood in awe at the collection of knowledge there. A man stood at a table with a massive book open before him. He looked up and went a little white.
My lord, I did not expect you quite so soon.
The man apologized as he stood and came around the table.
I was trying to find what you...
He stopped talking and dropped to a knee when Shannon held up his hand. Shannon lifted the man's face, almost kindly, but they could all see the man on his knees was terrified of Shannon.
Keep in mind you can be replaced,
Shannon said in his ever-present whisper.
I merely sought to have an answer for you.
The man almost pleaded. Shannon let him go and went to the table. The man let out a shuddering breath as he put his hands to his chest. He stayed on his knees, not turning or speaking, just trying to master control of himself. He was shaking, sweat beaded on his brow, and he licked his lips in tension. Oirion had seen it before in the reaction of the men whom Shannon had broken and taken possession of their soul. Shannon lent the soul back on borrowed time, but could jerk it free at any moment, master his slave, or draw on him at will. Oirion expected this man was a vampire and was fighting both fear of his master and soul-tearing desire to be touched by his lord. To this man, Shannon was a god. Shannon looked at the book and ran his fingers over the page before he turned it slowly and carefully.
James,
Shannon said. Jamie went to the desk and looked at the page. Jamie shook his head.
No. Close, but not right. Here and here, these are wrong. This one is different, but the basic layout is the same.
Shannon turned the page, and again Jamie shook his head. He turned another, and after a while Jamie nodded with a very sick look to his face.
Yes,
he said with a hint of fear in his voice. Shannon leaned on the table as if suddenly very tired. He lifted his gaze to Oirion, studied him a moment, then nodded to himself over something.
Can you read it?
Shannon asked Jamie. Jamie nodded and swallowed hard.
Take Oirion and Gallus to bathe and rest,
Shannon said to a man who stood in the door behind Oirion and Gallus.
Get Oirion his prayer beads, and find Gallus something suitable for a man of his rank. He looks like a common monk.
Shannon hung his head as the two men left. He let his eyes run over the seal on the page of the book and wished it was not what it was.
You have no idea how bad this is,
Shannon said softly to Jamie, looking over at him, switching to Kanan.
I begin to see it.
Jamie swallowed hard.
I thought Torren was dead,
Jamie explained in distress, running his hands into his hair.
I don't understand this part.
He pointed out a line.
I didn't study it. It seemed irrelevant. I'm sorry.
It says that as long as you are you, and Oirion is Oirion, that he will pay the price in his soul when he dies.
Shannon looked over at Jamie.
If you had been consumed, the price would be paid, but I suspect the demon you involved knew Oirion wasn't dead, and knew he'd get one or both of you out of this.
How do we make Oirion not Oirion and me not me, then?
Jamie asked, feeling very ill at what he had done. Shannon almost laughed.
I can think of a way, but I'm not sure that it's a better end result.
Jamie felt sick. He stared at the thing he had been a part of. He had only begun to pay for it. Now he was facing the price, and it was far worse than he could have feared. Shannon left the table for a wine cabinet and pulled out glasses and a bottle.
Leave us,
Shannon ordered the man who was still on his knees. The man went at once and was gone, closing the door behind him as Shannon pulled the cork and filled the glasses. He held one out for Jamie. Jamie looked at him a bit cautiously.
I'm not sure what you're offering,
Jamie said honestly.
What part of you is offering what?
Shannon set the glass on the desk beside the book.
I don't know exactly yet, but it's just wine, and no magics at the moment,
Shannon said. Lifting the glass off the desk by the rim, Jamie watched Shannon take a sip of his own. He stood staring at the book as he took a careful taste of the very fine wine. Shannon shook his head and took a seat in the great chair that stood between the desk and the hearth. Jamie looked back to the book, praying to anything merciful to help him save Oirion. Jamie stood with the wine, staring at the lines that in the right hands could raise the ghost of the dead. He had been devastated, gotten drunk and stupid, and now he was about to watch Oirion pay for it. What he couldn't get over was why Shannon cared so much. Why would he care what Oirion did or didn't do? Why could Oirion get away with what he did? Why? It echoed in his head. He turned around to look at the man who slowly swirled his wine. Shannon wasn't thinking about anything in the room, but deeper, darker things, and he was troubled. Why wasn't it as simple as pulling a demon from a man's chest?
You made him deal for my life, didn't you?
Jamie asked, having a sudden run of thoughts. Shannon lifted his gaze.
Yes.
Why? So if it goes bad, you can claim him?
Yes.
Why do you hesitate then? Why are you so worried? If it comes to a fight, you will win that fight, I'm sure.
He needs you,
Shannon said after a moment.
We have barely even spoken in years and have built shields against each other for longer. He could survive my death.
Shannon almost smiled, but there was a heavy sadness to it.
What do you think would happen if a priest was bonded to a ghoul?
Shannon asked, as if changing the topic altogether.
I have no idea, that's not...
You're a very intelligent man with a great grasp of magics in a way that Oirion cannot begin to see. He can move the stars, but he can't think of cause and effect because he does not understand what he's doing when he moves the star. You, on the other hand, can calculate the shift in winds on a planet a galaxy away.
Jamie drew a deep breath and moved to another chair in the group near to where Shannon sat. There was no way he couldn't be flattered by the comment. but it scared him. He took a sip of wine and considered it.
How powerful a ghoul and who is the master?
Very powerful. And he owns himself.
They can't.
All right. Say a demon owns him for conversation's sake. What effect from a healer's point of view would it have on the priest?
You're a healer. What do you think?
I was once, a very long time ago. I am not now, and I'm asking you.
Jamie leaned back and considered it.
There are so many factors, like what's the ghoul's age, the condition of the body. All of it matters, I suspect.
The ghoul has been in his flesh for, 1,000 years or more. It was resurrected by a demon from a burned corpse on the moment of death, and built up with volcanic ash and demonic power. It looks all right, but most of it is nothing but pain and mud.
Jamie truly considered it. He took another drink of wine as he let his mind try and run through it.
It would break down the ghoul's flesh and make the priest very ill. In time it would kill the priest slowly and painfully with a whole mix of illnesses.
Shannon nodded slowly.
If there was no way to undo the bond, do you think you could make an energy matrix that would allow the bond to be not quite so bad?
Bad? A priest bonded to a ghoul? That is bad. Body to body it can be reworked, but a bond is in the soul. I can't think it could ever be anything but bad.
I'm not asking you about the soul condition. I'm asking about the flesh of the man and the body of the ghoul.
I've never touched a ghoul. I have no idea. I'm trained to be a priest, not a necromancer. Why are you asking me this?
Have you ever seen a person, after a really horrific burn, where the fire is so hot and so fast it chars the body, and skin is like sheets of black, where clothes melt into the flesh and blood can't even escape from the burn?
I've seen bad burns, but I have not been in a mage war or in a rescue from such a fire. I have studied books on burns, though.
Shannon took a little sip of his wine.
In hell, your flesh becomes nothing but energy. It feels solid. You feel the pain, but it's not really solid as you know it. When you come back to this realm, your body becomes manifested. As a healer, I want you to pause and think about what that would be like. A man has been bathed in fire so hot it melts gold, and yet he crawls out of the flame. How long do you think he would live?
He wouldn't.
Shannon lifted his glass in just the smallest motion of a toast.
What if he was prepared and put in place steps to use the information of his own flesh to create sort of a new body, even as he emerged from the fire?
Like solidifying the energy even as it escaped the hell fire, so the actual flesh itself was never touched by flame.
In a manner of speaking, but if he was first burned within this realm, he would be burned even when he returned to it. Let us say that as much that could be used was and replicated. But where there were gaps, the information of the body that was available was used. Part flesh, part demonic creation, done exactly in the same way as the leech formed a body of flesh by the slowing and mastering of energy that he stole from you.
Okay, but he stole that energy. Where did the energy come from for this ghoul's body?
The demon who created it, and from the man who was rebuilt out of it. Also the pain that is always there works to maintain it through the deal of the demon.
This is all very in-depth and complex theory here, Shannon. Why are you asking me?
Think about it, Jamie. It might matter far more than you have any idea.
Shannon got up and headed for the door. He stopped and looked back at Jamie a moment.
And you need to think about how you can make yourself someone else.
He pointed to the book.
Figure it out.
Dinner was delivered to their rooms by shy servants, but Jamie sought out Oirion, even as Gallus did, neither of them bothering to eat. They both found Orion's room at the same time and waited for him to answer the door. He let them in, looking like he had just crawled out of bed. He still wore a bathrobe, and his food was uneaten as well.
Did we wake you?
Gallus asked, concerned.
No.
Oirion grunted.
Not really.
He let them in and wandered to the table where the meal had been placed. He picked up a bit of fine bread from the plate and sniffed it. He tossed it back to the table.
I need to talk to you,
Jamie said.
I guess, Gallus, you may as well stay and hear me out. Maybe you will have an insight into how to fix this.
Jamie took a seat in a chair and waited for the other two men to do the same. He drew a deep breath before he began.
You know, when I came back from Norwood, I thought you were dead,
he told Oirion.
I gathered that.
I searched for you. I did everything I could think of until I ended up in Babbitt half insane and quite desperate.
He shifted in his chair and folded his hands in his lap.
I was there for a while. I dealt with things poorly and in desperation to learn what had happened. I went to a dark market. I made a deal to talk to you and find out how you died, to explain to you why I had not been there. I could not stand the idea of you out there in the woods rotting someplace.
He took another deep breath.
Details aside, part of the deal was dependent on you being dead. I didn't read it real close, and that is where we get into trouble. As it stands, so long as we are who we are, then when you die, they get you.
He glanced up at Oirion. Oirion actually started to laugh.
Ha ha, they will have to stand in line, Jamie. Shannon has first dibs, I'm sure.
Not unless you break your deal with Shannon. Otherwise you just have to follow the deal's wordings,
Jamie said with distaste.
But if we can change who we are, then maybe we can slip the deal.
Didn't Shannon say Oirion was enough different from who he was before he helped free you from the leech that he is likely to go unnoticed by whatever is tracking him? If that's so, then any traumatic energetic alteration that changes you to the core would solve the issue,
Gallus said.
How big and what might do that is one question. Another is, what did I miss that you changed so much just by helping him?
Jamie asked. Oirion shrugged.
All that happened was I got my memory back.
He leaned back in the chair and ruffled his hair. It was getting long. Thick gray loops of tangled curls fell about his shoulders and face. He tried to force it out of his eyes as he thought, but it tumbled back into place. He could not even begin to explain the truth to Jamie, let alone to Gallus as well.
Okay, well, something else to think about. Shannon asked me a lot of questions about what would happen if a ghoul was bonded to a priest, and about the magics that involved a ghoul made of demonic power with the core remains of a burn victim. Any ideas?
Are you certain Shannon is alive?
Gallus asked after they had sat thinking for some time.
Could he be a ghoul? Was he asking about himself?
I've seen him bleed,
Oirion said, rubbing his eyes.
Are you certain?
Gallus asked slowly. Oirion looked at him a long moment.
Yes, trust me, I questioned him on everything and I saw him bleed. I have seen him get sick. I have seen him cry. He might not be a mortal man, but I can't imagine he is a ghoul.
Do you think that a body that was burned beyond life could be reanimated within the construction of demonic power?
Jamie asked.
I think that if you were asked those questions in order for you to do something about it, and if they relate to Shannon, all you have to do is ask him outright. He does not respond well to vague questions and he says nothing without reason,
Oirion said.
You argue with him, challenge him beyond reason, and yet defend him in private?
Gallus asked.
Are you certain he doesn't have influence over you?
Of course he does,
Oirion said with a wave of his hand.
I spent a year in the company of emperors and exiles. It tends to have an effect, but I'm not the one bowing and dropping to my knee before him, you are.
He is the king of Norwood. He is the line of Armand.
He's a self-possessed reaper.
Oirion leaned forward on his knee, too frustrated to hide the near truth at least.
He is a vampire king who hates your church and hates your emperor, and will tear them both down before the end. The day to love him for that rank of Prince of Pert passed 5,000 years ago. If you don't love him for the reasons that are real, then you are being very naive.
And you love him for the truth?
Gallus asked intentionally.
Ah, hell, Gallus.
Oirion threw up a hand and dropped back into his chair.
You're the one who is all about loyalty to him.
I do not understand, Oran. You defend him here, but you attack him out there. You claim to be close to him, and yet you get angry if I ask. I do not understand what is going on, and I am desperately trying, because, like it or not, Armand is on your side in this, and he wants me to be on your side. Help me understand.
I can't,
Oirion yelled.
I can't,
he repeated more gently.
I don't understand it myself.
He shook his head.
You have to keep in mind they stole all the memory from me until just a few days ago, and I am trying to assimilate it all.
Can we get back to the question of how do we change a soul so deeply it fools the same magic that can follow a soul through lifetimes?
Jamie asked.
Isn't Jamie changed enough as it is?
Gallus asked.
He is no longer a priest. Doesn't that count?
No, that's not a core level shift. If a person has 3 levels, being a priest is in the 2nd layer, being angry or happy is the 3rd, but the 1st is deeper. It is something that defines you first above all other things. A dog is a dog no matter the breed, but he will never be a horse, do you see?
Oirion explained.
Shannon is not Tyrrell, but Tyrrell is Shannon. They are the same soul, but they are very different men. Jamie is a healer, but all healers are not Jamie.
What influence does a partner have on another?
Gallus asked.
This deal was able to happen because you two are partners, bonded, and so part of a whole, yes?
Yes,
Jamie said.
So what if you broke the bond? Would that not change both of you on a very deep level?
in time.
Jamie said.
If we manage to stay alive that long, it might work, but not all at once. You have to understand we are not newly bonded. We have been this way almost 70 years.
At this point, it is normal if one dies, the other follows in a day or two. You simply don't know how to support your own systems, as the stronger of the two supports whatever system it is.
Oirion added.
So Jamie makes your heart beat?
Gallus asked Oirion.
And you make him thicker muscled?
It gets to that point, yes. I am a wizard through Oirion and he is a healer through me, but the year apart caused damage that we have not been able to get past since.
Jamie said.
Was it the being apart, or what you both did during that time?
Gallus asked pointedly. They glanced at each other.
One is directly caused by the other,
Oirion said.
Yet you two seem at odds, and Oirion seems closer to Shannon than to you.
Gallus gestured to Jamie.
Just how close did you get to him?
He asked, looking at Oirion. Oirion didn't say anything. He felt oddly betrayed by Gallus bringing it up again and in front of Jamie. Jamie was about to say something but stopped when he saw Orion's golden prayer beads on the small table beside Orion's chair. He looked from the beads to Oirion.
I thought you lost those,
he said.
I did.
Where were they?
Shannon found them, I guess. He must have picked them up. I don't know.
Oirion said, annoyed and troubled by it himself, and not really wanting to talk about it. He grabbed the beads and shoved them into his pocket as if to make all the trouble go away. He had found them with his clean clothes and had far more questions about that than Jamie did.
Well, this isn't helping,
Jamie said, getting to his feet upset.
I'm going to go to bed. Good night.
He headed to the door. Gallus got up as well, and with a shake of his head left the room. Oirion stayed in his seat, annoyed and insulted. He let his head fall back to rest on the top of the chair back, and tried not to be upset at Gallus or Jamie. Sitting in his chair, Oirion slipped away into dream. End of Chapter 23. Continue with Chapter 24. Tyrone. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 24. Tyrone. Oirion lifted his head. He was tired, and the last thing he needed to deal with was another petty issue here at home. She was pretty, of course she was, but she was nothing but an annoyance most days, and was there more as a favor to her family than to himself.
Well?
She demanded.
You have nothing to say.
Oirion almost laughed, almost, but not quite. He shook his head at her.
I demand you pay attention to me, Oirion.
She actually stomped her foot. Oirion got up from his chair, his bones aching from the effort of the day's work, and all of it so secret he could not even begin to explain to her what it was. Certainly not her. She would blabber and the world would know.
What do you need?
He asked her, and caught a glimpse of himself in the great mirror on the wall. He was a little startled by it, but at the moment he didn't know why. Maybe it was because he didn't look nearly as tired and old as he felt. He was a tall, powerfully built red Perton. His long hair fell past his waist in a perfectly smooth rust-red length. His robes were a very dark green with black trim, stitched with a million spells to aid him in the task he had worked at all day. He looked back to the woman before him.
You sit up here all day and do nothing but study. I'm bored. I hate it here. You have to pay attention to me.
He stood before her, debating just how to react. He was too busy for this, and she served no real purpose. If he desired it, he could have any woman he cared to have. This one was not worth his effort.
I do not have to do anything. I am a wizard. Study is what I do to earn my place in court, while all you have to do is lay down and offer yourself to the right man. If you hate it here, go home.
She stared at him in shock, her mouth falling open.
I was going to have your baby.
She gasped at him as the ultimate threat.
I never said I wanted one. Go entertain yourself or go pack. I do not care. I am too busy for you right now and too tired for anything you think you have to offer me.
She sucked in air, turned on her heel, and left the room in anger. Oirion moved to the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass. He swirled the red wine and took a swallow.
How are you feeling?
Oirion looked over to an almost transparent image of the Emperor Tyrone standing between him and the dark window.
I'm quite tired.
Are you certain you do not wish for a coven to aid you?
The fewer who are involved, the better. I am quite capable of it. I just cannot handle being nagged at by a woman who offers me nothing I truly desire.
The Empire is in your debt, Oirion. Again, I wish I was able to let it be known just what you do for us.
A stable empire is all I desire, but you did not come here to just make certain I was all right.
He sank into a chair.
Is everything all right at your end?
The ambassadors are being very nice at the moment. I think they are quite confused, actually. I did not come for that either. I came to let you be the first to know that I am going to be a father. The Empress is with child.
Congratulations, Tyrone,
he said to his best friend. The Emperor bowed a little and smiled.
I was getting concerned I wasn't going to be able to. She is quite excited about it.
As she should be, and the Empire will celebrate with you.
I wish and pray to hand this child a stable empire. I worry, Oirion, if we cannot get this peace made solid, the barrier may become a far greater issue. I can hear it whispering at me in my dreams, and it is time it comes down before it warps into something else.
I know, I feel it as well, but we can only do one thing at a time. We have a little more time, Tyrone.
Thank you, Oirion, for everything.
The Emperor bowed to him and vanished like mist in the sunshine. Oirion sat back down with his wine and took a swallow and let the ache in his body sink down. He was no diplomat, but somehow he was holding the Empire together against sabotage and elven magics that were out to try to steal the wells of Pert. He had been sealing and rebuilding the wells and making it harder for someone to be made a king, and even after they were crowned, less power would be available for them to use. If the wrong lord got his hands on the wells, it would be very bad. The wells had to be safeguarded. With that sort of power, you could make a god. He closed his eyes and let his head sink forward with the weight of the day.
Oirion.
He lifted his head and looked at Shannon, his worlds blurring. For a moment he was utterly lost and did not even know the man who stood in the strange room. The dream faded slower than normal, and as it did, he felt the weight and pain of his broken body, the scars, and the weather pressing down on him.
It's time to go. You need to get up.
Oirion moved to put down the glass of wine he held, but there was nothing there. He sighed and pushed himself up out of the chair with a heavy weight that felt so wrong.
You all right?
Shannon asked.
I have never been all right, Shannon,
he said as he got to his feet. He drew in a deep breath and looked for his boots. Once dressed, he walked with Shannon out of the fine room and back down to the carriage where the others waited.
You all right?
Jamie asked him.
I'm fine,
he said, forcing himself to get in and take a seat. As soon as Shannon shut the door, they were moving.
Stop looking at me,
Oirion scolded Shannon as he rested his head against the outer wall of the carriage. He wanted to try to get a little sleep before they left the city and had to get back on the train.
I told you I'm fine.
You are many things, but fine is not one of them,
Shannon said.
You can lie to Jamie all you wish, but I can see you in ways he cannot, and you are not fine. What were you dreaming about?
Your grandfather, if you must know. Now let me sleep.
They arrived at the train station early. Shannon went to the trainmaster while Gallus and Oirion unloaded the luggage in the role of servants to the lord that Jamie pretended to be. The train was already running and warming up the best it could in a sudden bitter storm that had blown in overnight. Shannon returned to let Jamie out of the carriage and offered his hand to help him step down. Jamie rested just his fingertips on the man's hand as he stepped out with a grace that hid how sore he still was. But at least he looked better and could pull this off. Oirion shouldered all the packs he could and followed them to the train. He and Gallus loaded them into the lockers under the train that the master opened for them. He locked it and handed Oirion the key. They hurried inside to find Jamie and Shannon. Gallus went to find them a pot of something hot, certain this train would have such. Shannon and Jamie were in a private compartment with a bunk bed on one wall and a bench on the other. A small table was bolted to the floor under the window with a chair to either side of it. There was a small blazer on the floor for heat, but it was empty and not burning at all. The window was frozen and the room bitter cold. Oirion sank to the bench. His back hurt, he was tired, and he felt as if he had worked some long, hard magic that had left his bones fragile and his soul worn. Jamie stood before him and lifted Orion's face, looking in his eyes with a scowl and concerned expression. Oirion could feel Jamie scanning into his body and pausing in places. It felt like warm water moving slowly through him, warm and golden, seeking and touching each hurt to ease it away. Oirion was about to say something, but he felt all tension suddenly go as he sank into the bench and into dark peace. He did not see Jamie turn and look at Shannon with a stone-hard expression.
"You can't be serious,"
Jamie said.
"You defy all laws of nature. You can't do that."
Jamie suddenly understood Shannon's line of questions from the previous night. Somehow Shannon and Oirion had a bond running between them. Jamie was caught between awe and furious jealousy. Shannon raised an eyebrow at him.
"It is certainly not my wish to."
"Does he even know what you did?"
"I am not certain I can answer that. Oirion does not talk about things easily. It was not planned."
"You will kill us both! God, if I die, Oirion would be... You'd devour him one heartbeat at a time."
"Then figure out how to fix it."
"I'm a cleric, not an adept healer. The church has made certain I have been denied time to study. I can't just come up with things I don't know anything about. I'm a hunter, not a dean."
Shannon suddenly had a stack of books in his hands. He dropped the stack of ancient and heavy black-bound tomes on the table.
"I told you that I would get you anything you needed to work on the problem. These are the best study as of yet and most related to the issue. Please, help yourself."
He gestured and stepped back, pulling the chair out for Jamie.
"It's everything I or my people have been able to learn."
"How did you do that?"
Gallus asked, impressed as he entered the cabin.
"Magic,"
Shannon said, his eyes on Jamie. Jamie put his hands on the books, his eyes still hard.
"Fine, I'll study it and ask for whatever I need, but you have to do what I tell you."
"It is only going to get worse. I suggest you start your study."
Shannon moved from the table and left the booth while Jamie took the chair.
"What did I miss?"
Gallus asked.
"When I understand better, I will explain it,"
Jamie said.
"But let's just say Oirion and Shannon are tearing each other apart."
He ran his hands over the books and moved them one off the other, opening the covers and looking inside.
"My God,"
Jamie breathed.
"What?"
Gallus asked, looking over, but seeing it all written in Norwood, he couldn't read a word of it.
"These are all handwritten."
He looked to Gallus.
"By Tyrone von Armand, and some of them from... before. These should never be outside their library, let alone outside Norwood."
"Well, I guess he trusts you."
Jamie took a deep breath and picked one from the pile and set to reading. Gallus pulled out a blanket from a pack. He put Orion's feet up on the bench and covered him. He took the other chair at the table and hoped the weather warmed up before they reached Gallerant. End of chapter 24. Continue with chapter 25, Trick of Magic. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 25, Trick of Magic. Oirion woke feeling utterly displaced, confused and lost for a long time. He lay still, heavy and hurting, listening to the clank and rumble of the train. He focused on Jamie sitting at the table reading. That brought him back to the time and place. He slowly began feeling as if he had been crushed into a torn and heavy mud sculpture. It was very much how Shannon felt, but he was ever in searing pain. Oirion pushed away that knowledge as it threatened to overwhelm him. It took effort to move. Jamie looked up at him with a concerned expression, but an encouraging smile. Oirion needed to get up, He tried not to show how uncomfortable he was as he got to his feet and made his way from the cabin. He stumbled down the hall toward the end of the train and stepped out to get air. He felt trapped and a bit like he was suffocating. It was cold out on the end deck. The tracks rushed under them as they headed toward the mountains of Galeron. Behind the train, the hills rolled out in waves and sweeps of grassy slopes that were still set with bands of snow in all the shadows. What few trees were here were naked and wind-twisted, but there was an odd peace to this place. Oirion watched the sun come up and cast golden light across the hills, encouraging a few birds to greet spring, but they sounded timid in their efforts. Oirion found an odd tranquility in the timelessness of the land and the cycles of dawn and spring in an ever-turning wheel. He lost track of time and lost track of who he even was. Reality came back to him with a cloak draped over his shoulders. Warmth enfolded him and eased an ache in his back he wasn't even aware of. He expected Jamie, but found it was Shannon who had joined him on the deck. The tall Purton offered Oirion a cup of hot tea. Oirion had to wonder a moment how it was the man had put a cloak on him and still held 2 cups of tea. He took the cup, certain it was a trick of a vault and nothing worth mentioning. They stood on the back of the train with nothing to say for a long time, just sipping the tea.
We don't have to talk about it, but you need to know it is going to get very ugly the longer we refuse to face it,
Shannon said. Oirion took a slow sip of the tea, his cup almost empty.
You sound like Jamie,
he muttered.
Oirion, I'm serious.
A trick of magic, leave it alone,
Oirion said, refusing to face the reality he knew deep in his core. He had melded with Shannon that day on the deck, and there was only one way to do that. It made his heart ache, his gut go cold, and his soul to shiver away from the mere idea that he was more deeply bonded to Shannon than he had ever hoped to be with Jamie. Not in thousands of years had any partners been recorded to have achieved a full bond. Few even believed it truly possible.
I don't think you realize how bad this is,
Shannon said, dropping the whisper. Oirion looked over. Shannon stood at the rail of the train, looking out over the hills they slipped through. He wore that same black leather as always, but now Oirion could see the magic woven into the leather, as if it was stitched with a million spiderweb-thin strands of black thread. He could almost feel the power of the magic spun about Shannon, making him overlooked by a crowd and safe inside the company of others.
I think I just might,
Oirion said.
I refuse to accept what you hint at. You might have me bound in a deal, but that just proves my point. You're a demon, Shannon, and I am a priest. There is no reconciliation in that.
Shannon almost smiled in ironic humor. He took a slow sip of the cool tea he held. Oirion looked back to the hills and tried to ignore the man at his side, but it was almost impossible. He always seemed to know where Shannon was, and his thoughts always went back to the river and to the power and strength of the mind that had begged God for mercy and strength. That voice, he knew, was Shannon, not himself, not some angel. It was then that they had tangled their souls up, not on the deck of the ship. Jamie was caught in the middle, and Oirion didn't know how to tell Jamie about it, or how to ask for help. How could he even admit it? He felt as if he had betrayed Jamie on a level deeper than one man should be able to betray another. He was the ultimate hypocrite. He felt sick.
In the end, there is no escape either. I thought I could block it, stop it, undo it, but whatever you did, I can't do much more than slow it down. I did not do this. You did,
Shannon said quietly.
You think I don't know that?
Oirion snapped at him, all his frustrated anger and helpless pain rushing to the surface.
Leave me alone, Shannon.
He caught his breath, knowing he had admitted that he knew how bad it was and how deep it went. He made himself look at the tracks and refused to break down. He swallowed a lump in his throat and drove up shields built on anger and pain.
You are tearing yourself apart,
Shannon said.
The more you do, the further from Jamie you get. Like it or not, it will be he who holds you together when you finally lose hold of yourself. You might try turning to him for help.
Oh, and say what?
Oirion demanded. So angry and frustrated he forgot to not respond. He turned his eyes on Shannon with all the anger and resentment his soul had in it.
All I know is how to be a priest, and I'm not even sure I can hold on to that anymore. You should have let me drown.
You're right,
Shannon said.
I should have let you drown as a child and spared myself a great deal of pain, but even I am not that cold. I certainly should have let you drown as a man.
Why didn't you?
Oirion half demanded, half pleaded. Shannon clenched his teeth, and Oirion saw it in the twitch of his cheek. Whatever answer Shannon might have given, it was interrupted by Gallus, who stepped out to the back deck with them. Shannon shot Gallus a look of sheer ice, knowing this conversation was not going to be picked up. Oirion would not allow it. Gallus seemed not to notice.
Jaime was wondering where you were. He has a question for you,
Gallus said to Shannon. Shannon hesitated, then went inside.
Are you all right?
Gallus asked Oirion.
Fine.
Oirion glared off at the distant hill, his back to Gallus. The bishop joined him and stood where Shannon had, but it was so different. Oirion felt his anger and pain almost melt away. Tensions eased in his shoulders, and he let out a shuddering breath he had been holding.
I don't know if you have considered it, but keep in mind I am a bishop and can hear you out in full confidence. Within the rules of a confession, you can talk to me, and maybe, just maybe, it will help.
Oirion laughed sadly and looked over to the man who was so out of place here and so unaware of the depth of what was going on.
Gallus, you're a good man, but I cannot reconcile things in my own mind. How can I hope another man could?
Because I know something others only hope for.
What's that?
Armand wants me right here, and he loves you. No matter what you have done, or fear, or have failed to do, he loves you.
Oirion looked over at Gallus, wondering how he might explain it. No words came. He couldn't even begin to articulate his thoughts.
I'm a tangled mess,
Oirion finally said.
I'm sorry, Gallus. I had a lot of memory come back to me all at once, and on top of it all, the trouble with Jaime that I didn't even notice. I'm trying to put myself back into order. It does not help to be traveling with a vampire. It sort of makes me feel like a very huge hypocrite. That makes me short-tempered. Shannon seems to find it amusing to push my buttons.
I will tell you one thing, Oirion,
Gallus said.
Shannon would not have even come close to us if not for good reason, and he would not travel with us across Pert without a better one. He is in pain, and I can see it. He flinches from Jaime, and he avoids looking at me. He puts you between him and us as often as he can. You are his shield in more ways than one. Whatever is between you two, he trusts you.
Oirion looked back to Gallus from the hills.
Shannon trusts no one. Do not forget what his partner did to him. He has no trust, and I don't blame him. It does not change what he is or what I am. Fate demands that we work together to undo a great evil, but it does not mean I have to like it.
You and Jaime are a master of vampires. You are the most famous hunters in history. You tell me what sort of hell Shannon is in, travelling with 2 bishops and a healer that tastes of the priesthood. If Jaime was still a full priest, do you think Shannon would be able to keep his distance? I cannot even imagine the willpower he must have. He truly is the greatest man alive. As Tyrone or as Shannon, he deserves the throne of Pert, and we both know it. He stole back Norwood and proved his ability to rule and make a stable kingdom out of ruin. You owe him a little respect for that, if nothing else. I just really need the truth from you, Oirion.
Oirion took a deep breath, both troubled and relieved to have Gallus feel that way.
I just need to digest everything, Gallus. I'll be all right.
End of chapter 25. Continue with chapter 26. Father Oirion. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 26. Father Oirion. Rathdrum was a massive city with 3 train stops in its length. They expected to get off the train at the first stop, but Shannon shook his head and had them stay in place. The train stayed still and unmoving, long enough they knew something was wrong. Shannon said nothing, just motioned them to stay seated and calm. Oirion folded his arms over his chest and settled in. Jaime trusted Orion's reaction and did the same. Gallus shifted and tried, but wasn't so at ease.
What's it like?
Gallus asked out loud, looking out the window.
What's that?
Jamie asked. Gallus nodded to a couple outside, in each other's arms.
To be in love like that openly. I had a short-lived affair as a young man, but nothing that I ever was free to celebrate, not like that. You ever been in love, Jamie?
I was once,
Jamie admitted after a moment.
She always expected I'd come home, but the priesthood and partnership with Oirion won out.
He looked over to where Oirion seemed to be asleep in the bench, tucked up with a long dark cloak wrapped up about him.
What's being a partner like?
Jamie considered it a moment before he answered.
It's like being one step closer to heaven. Illusion of separation and isolation melt just a little. Every fear is eased. Every asset is glorified. You find that you are better and stronger than you ever thought. It's like waking from a long illness, feeling fully healed.
Yet you and Oirion barely talk,
Gallus said, confused.
If someone was so dear to you, how could you seem so distant?
I could say we don't need to talk, but that'd be not fully true. Things changed,
Jamie said a bit sadly.
The moment we were apart, we both were cheating spouses in a manner of speaking, and something broke. But,
he shrugged,
it does not change the partnership, just our daily lives.
You agree, Shannon?
Gallus asked. Shannon opened his eyes and looked at Gallus. The door to the compartment opened to a uniformed man. Shannon bowed his head and looked away from him.
Might I ask what the delay is?
Jamie asked in Galarantan.
Has this cursed train broken for good?
Forgive me, my lords. We are looking for a Purton man. Tends to wear black leather, long hair. He is a traitor and impostor. Have you seen such a man?
Do I look like one to run with Purton impostors?
Jamie asked, with every bit of snobbish attitude and bitterness he could fake.
Forgive me, Lord. We were ordered to search the train. You will be moving soon.
He bowed deeply and shut the door. Shannon relaxed a little as he laid a sheathed blade across his knees.
Jerome knows?
Oirion asked, not sitting up, just opening his eyes to look across to Shannon. Shannon made just the smallest nod of his head. Oirion almost swore.
One of these days he will catch us, you know. I expect he knows I was in Bracken with you, and I do not look forward to what he will do to me on the day he proves it to himself.
Oh, that's a disturbing thought,
Jamie breathed.
I don't think I can hold out 500 years.
Shannon put a finger to his lips for silence and sank back into a light trance as the train began to grind forward again.
How did they not see him?
Gallus asked softly.
He hid in Orion's energy, a vampire ability, and the best I've ever seen used. I almost wasn't able to see him. He certainly can match his energy with Orion's well,
Jamie said, trying not to sound bitter or jealous, but both crept into his words just a little.
I didn't do it,
Oirion whispered, but kept his eyes focused out the window, not daring to face Jamie. They settled back for the long, slow ride to the next stop. At the next station they left the train, but didn't stay to get any luggage. At the question, Shannon gave Jamie a cold look and led the way from the station and out into the street without a word. They didn't catch a carriage at all, but at once moved into a fast step and then doubled back. It only took a few blocks to know they were being followed. Gallus struggled to keep up, but Jamie and Oirion separated and moved into different steps to throw off pursuit. Oirion saw their tail and felt the scan. It was bad. It was going to turn into a war right here in the street, and within a few steps the dark wizards would know they were on Shannon's trail and would summon the powers of Jerome to make certain he never left the city. Oirion swore and pushed back his hood, willed the crowd to recognize him as he pulled out his gold beads and held them in his hand to be seen and catch the light.
Father Oirion?
A man asked, not certain.
Yes?
He said back, as if wondering if the man had need of him.
Can I help you?
Your Grace.
The man dropped to a knee in awe.
Please, might I beg a blessing?
Oirion reached out a hand as the whisper went out that Father Oirion was in the street. He rested his hand on the man's head for a short blessing. He could already feel the crowd gathering, the commotion blocking the street, and he had just started. He opened his eyes and smiled as kindly as he could to the man.
Thank you,
the man said with tears in his eyes.
Thank you so much.
Bless me, Father.
Several people pleaded, offering their hands.
Bless us, Father.
Others pleaded from beyond his reach. They pushed in as much for a blessing as to see the famous son of Valrine. Oirion lifted his hand.
Father,
He lifted his gaze and called to heaven.
we pray.
He closed his eyes and gathered a wizard's power within his priest's shields.
In this time of strife in Pert where races argue even though they are all your beloved, in this time when it seems Pert is at war in places about the world, in this time when we cry to you for the return of a true emperor, we pray, I ask you, O Lord of heaven, to let these people feel your love. Touch them and let them know you are still with us and that the time of renewal is drawing near. In the name of Armand, I so ask for a blessing on these people.
He let his energy go. Golden light washed out over the crowd, making them all gasp with the rush of heat through the chilly air. The power swept out and along the wall of old buildings. Along the street, the ancient lines of light that showed the covenant between angels and kings flushed visible for a moment. Every scan was melted, every trail of magic was lost, every hint of Shannon was washed away and absorbed into Orion's flood of energy. Several women in the crowd began to weep, and many people went to their knees whispering prayers and praise. Across the crowded street, 3 of the wizards had stopped and met Orion's eyes. They knew what he had done, and he knew he had done it on purpose.
Blessed be the house of Armand,
Oirion called out in Imperial. Only the wizards of the highest rank would understand what he had said, but the people would all think it a further blessing. He turned from them, and with all the skill he had mastered as a hunter, he ducked through the crowd and down the street, leaving a trail at first, then scattering it. He could move faster and further than his 3 companions, and certainly if Gallus was one of them. Gallus was a great man, but he was no warrior. Oirion made certain he had shaken the pursuit before he began to weave his way back to where he knew Shannon and Jamie were. He could feel the 2 of them like a needle on a compass. It took a while, but he found the old battered inn at the low end of the city. The 3 men sat in the corner, their hoods up, with mugs of cheap beer on the table in front of them. Oirion slipped up and took a seat without any of the 3 seeing him do so. He almost laughed at Jamie's startled reaction and lifted an eyebrow in amused challenge to Shannon.
Are you insane?
Jamie asked him under his breath.
We are being hunted and you go and show off.
Oirion shrugged.
Now what?
He asked Shannon.
We should leave.
Shannon got up and led the way through the tavern to the dark back corner and a small back door that led down into a cellar. The cellar had 3 doors in it, and he picked one of them. They went into the darkness and knew at once they had arrived at another portal. They stepped out of the cellar into a dark street. It was raining, gusty with a chill wind, and yet the city moved. People walked back and forth. Several carts rumbled past.
Where are we?
Jamie asked, looking around. Shannon looked at Jamie.
Broston,
he said.
You just gated us to Broston.
Jamie asked, shocked.
How do you do that?
It is not a gate.
Shannon.
Oirion was going to ask if the pressure he was feeling was normal for using this portal, but he never got the chance. He couldn't breathe, as if the air was being pushed out of his lungs. He blindly reached for support, even as his eyes felt so much pressure he couldn't see past the tears. Shannon grabbed his arm. All Oirion could see was Shannon. The world beyond was blurring and made of smoke.
What are you doing, Oirion?
Shannon asked. The question seemed very strange and out of place. Oirion wasn't doing anything. He was trying to hold on and to not pass out. It felt as if Shannon's grip on his arm might be torn free, as if he was being pulled away. Then Gallus was there as well. The man cast a sort of golden blurring light about himself as he put a hand on Orion's shoulder. He whispered something. A power rushed through Oirion, and he was back, gasping for air and nearly staggering into Shannon.
What was that?
Shannon asked Oirion, but looked to Gallus for the answer.
Oirion was attacked. I had not considered that he might have been tagged. I suspect as soon as we stepped through the portal, they knew where he was and tried to pull him to them. They were waiting for us, Shannon. They tried to sort of jerk him back through the portal magics to wherever they are.
Shannon looked at Oirion with a very stern look, searching.
What happened?
He demanded. Oirion opened his mouth to say he was attacked and leave it at that, but his mind rushed with all the details of the attack from the man on the horse when they had fled the city before. Shannon's cheek twitched as he clenched his teeth, annoyed.
Why didn't you tell me about that?
Shannon demanded, clearly annoyed and obviously having seen what had filled Orion's mind.
Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot.
Oirion said too sweetly.
The oddest thing happened to me the other day on my way to your house.
He made a tisking sound.
You just won't believe it. Some sort of demon attacked me.
He scowled at Shannon.
Are you bloody serious?
He demanded.
I sort of thought the whole chase by reapers more important, and you blew that off. I didn't think a guy on a horse that important.
He wanted to shout at Shannon to stay out of his head, but he did not want that fight to happen in front of Jaime.
Don't they teach anything anymore? How can you be a bishop and not know what that was?
Can we do what we came to do and get out of the city?
Oirion retorted, angry at the whole situation.
I do not think it a good thing to be known to be here, and stay out of my head, Shannon.
He had to add. It was too easy and too personal.
This way,
Gallus said, leading them from the argument into the street. The bishop took them directly to the site under the bridge that Jaime and Oirion had seen before.
They cleaned it,
Oirion said as Shannon moved into the space. Shannon sank down to touch his fingers to the stones. Jaime nudged Gallus.
That was the very center of it.
Gallus nodded.
I noticed,
he whispered back.
How does he know?
Shannon looked around slowly. Oirion felt a little sick when he sensed a chill deeper than the rain and wind. It crept from Shannon, making their breath freeze in the air. The water on the stones began to shimmer as they froze. Mist of black breathed off Shannon. The other two men didn't seem to notice any of it, but Oirion did. Shannon slowly rose.
We need to leave,
he said softly.
Leave,
Gallus said.
We just got here. Didn't you want to see other sites, maybe find a new one?
No,
Shannon said.
We need to leave. No magics, not even you, Gallus.
What is it?
Jaime asked as they left the bridge.
I need to think,
Shannon said as he led them back up the street. They followed him directly to the train station.
Buy us tickets,
he said to Oirion.
Me? I don't have any money. You want me to burn a print?
Shannon looked at him a moment, shook his head, and pulled a wallet out of his inner vest. He held it over.
Go buy us tickets to wherever the next train leaving is going.
Oirion wanted to argue, but left with the black wallet to go buy tickets.
I thought you said no magic,
Jaime said. Shannon looked at him a bit firmly.
I have to tolerate Oirion. I do not have to tolerate attitude from you.
I was just asking to understand the magics we are dealing with,
Jaime said, a bit startled by the coldness of Shannon.
How can I help if I do not know what is going on?
Oirion returned and handed the wallet back to Shannon with the 4 tickets.
Kill-Abben now.
Shannon motioned Oirion to lead the way. He did not take the wallet back.
I do not want your wallet,
Oirion said, pushing it at Shannon again.
The less I am focused on, the better,
Shannon said.
You are unremarkable and easily overlooked. Keep it. You will need to buy everything for us.
Why me?
He demanded.
Why not Gallus?
I'm a little too pertin,
Gallus said.
A pertin with money is always looked at twice. Jaime is sick and stunning. He will be recalled. You are dressed very unlike Father Oirion. You will be noticed for your clothes, not your face. So, as he said, you are unremarkable.
Oirion grumbled, but stuck the wallet in his pocket.
Fine,
he snarled.
Let's get on before it leaves without us.
End of chapter 26. Continue with chapter 27. Train to Kill-Abben. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 27. Train to Kill-Abben. Gallus rested his head against the wall of the train car, looking out at the dark trees and hills beyond. They had passed through the same area not so long ago. He felt as if he was running in a circle, and that if they didn't change course, they were going to run right into another trap. Beside him, Jaime sat with a cup of tea in his hands, not saying anything. Being unable to sleep, he read. Oirion was asleep on the other bench, and had been for hours. Gallus felt sick, lost, and confused. All he knew was that they were rushing towards something that the others were not prepared for. They were missing something, and Gallus had no idea what. He was just a simple priest who, with careful work, had stayed off of the church's blacklist. He knew enough about demons and the older great magics to have a small idea what was going on, but mostly the reality was that he knew far too little. Jaime closed his eyes and tried to sleep. Gallus, on the other hand, watched the men he was with, trying to figure out what was truly going on and what he could do to help. He had no idea what had brought him here.
Do you really think so?
Gallus looked over and smiled faintly. Standing, looking down at Oirion, was Armand. He knelt beside the sleeping man, and with a soft touch, he smoothed Orion's creased brow. After a moment, Armand sat on the floor, his back to the bench where Oirion slept, and looked toward Gallus.
Why am I here?
Gallus asked silently. Comfortable on the floor with his shoulder against Orion's legs, Armand pulled a knee up and sat with his arm draped over it.
Is why what you want to know, or just assurance that you are where you need to be?
I know too little about all this. I am not even sure if I'm supposed to support Shannon or not.
Of course you are,
Armand said.
He is heir to the throne of Pert. He is the key to all of this.
But he is not even a man anymore.
There is only so much I can tell you, Gallus,
Armand said sadly.
You know that. Why don't we talk of other things?
Of what?
I think you should call him Tyrell,
Armand said with a smile.
He will not like that, and he has no reason to tolerate me.
Armand laughed.
Push, Gallus, he will tolerate you.
Why would he?
Gallus found he could not help but cheer up with Armand, right there laughing and smiling.
He will. Just be gentle with him. He has spent most of the time blocking pain and working on mental demands. His heart and his memory are waking up, and he is terrified of it. Make him recall the good, not just the bad. Help him live in the moment, not the past.
Is that why I am here? Am I to play counselor to him?
There is more than that,
Armand said seriously.
That is a large part of your role at the moment, yes. You chose this place. You asked for it. Remember that. You were born to be where you are. You are doing very well, by the way.
He smiled.
And Oirion, this closeness he has with Shannon, I cannot help but be hurt by it for Jaime's sake, if nothing else.
That is fair enough,
Armand said, watching Jaime a moment.
At least for Jaime's sake. But it is not fair to Oirion to hold any anger towards him for it. What is done, and cannot be undone. Yes, Jaime is in pain for it, but Jaime is safely in my hands. I will take care of him. You must care for Oirion. I have told you this before.
But Armand,
Gallus tried to explain.
I am torn. Shannon is a vampire.
He is Shannon for all that means. He is also Tyrell. Try to see him that way. He is in pain on levels mortal languages do not have words for. Be merciful.
Is it Shannon, or is it Tyrell that stands so close to Oirion? It feels too intimate to be holy when Orion's partner is in pain.
I know it bothers you, Gallus. I can only assure you that the magics involved go beyond the borders of Pert, beyond the conversations of mortals, and transcends realms. I have given you the charge to take care of Oirion and keep him alive. That has not changed. Everything else will come into place.
So, you bless their relationship?
Gallus asked carefully.
Whatever that is?
Yes.
Armand smiled kindly.
Yes, Gallus, I do. They might drive you crazy with their bickering and shoving, but when push comes to shove, they will move heaven and hell to protect each other. And when fires come for the world, they will stand shoulder to shoulder to fight for creation.
They do pick at each other,
Gallus had to admit.
It's a bit like having to do marriage counseling.
Armand laughed softly.
Ancient souls tend to resist change, see past the antagonism.
And you will take care of Jaime? This thing that has happened to him? You will safeguard him?
Do not fear Jaime.
I do not fear him,
Gallus said, confused.
You might not think so, but you do. You know what was in him, and you question his soul for the fact you know he has lost his priesthood.
Gallus didn't say anything for a bit. He had known both, but feared to think it directly. He drew a slow, deep breath.
Can I ask why he lost it?
Every man has free will. Some men make paths for themselves to follow before they are born, such as you, as Oirion, and yes, as Jaime has. When we step off those paths, God will push us back to them. Sometimes, if we forget who we are and run away from what we are supposed to be doing, the measures taken to get us back are very big. Jaime lost himself, and has not found himself yet, but will. We cannot do this without him. He did not lose his priesthood for sin of any sort. It was removed to set him free to move as he needs to, in order to get back to where he needs to be.
Armand smiled suddenly.
In time he may get his priesthood back if you allow it.
He got to his feet with a mischievous smile playing on his face.
If I allow it?
Gallus asked, further confused.
Yes, Gallus,
he said. He looked to Jamie with a small smile.
Oh, and I won't be coming to you like this anymore.
Gallus felt a moment of loss and pain in his heart to hear such. Armand looked at him and smiled again.
I will be with you soon in person,
he said.
I am closer than you know. You will not be able to say a word. The world cannot know yet. I have a thing to do, and if I am found, it will be ugly for all involved. I may need you to trust me when no others will, to help me do what I have come here to do.
You're here?
Gallus asked.
You're a living man?
Not on the train, but yes, here. I will see you soon.
Gallus sighed as the angel vanished, leaving him to listen to the rattle of the train and the breathing of the two men in the booth with him. He watched trees sweep past, wondering what Armand would be like in the flesh, and wondering if it was chance the angel showed up only when Shannon had gone off to do whatever it was that Shannon did. End of chapter 27. Continue with chapter 28. Kill-Abben. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 28. Kill-Abben. Kill-Abben was a massive city by all standards. Some believed it to be the largest city in the world, but arguments over where the city actually ended and smaller villages began had persisted for thousands of years. Adding to the confusion for many centuries, it had been all but a city-state, independent of the kingdom of Oirion, despite the fact the king often lived there. It was still listed as the capital on some maps, but the king did not try to command it. The city was, instead, ruled by a council of governors, who were each allowed to rule their sector as they wished within the laws of the city. As long as the tax was paid, the church allowed them to do just about whatever they wanted, and the king seemed to not care in the least. It made for a city with extreme wealth and extreme poverty. Unlike most of Pert, magic was still allowed here in ways it simply was not anywhere else. It was the place that many fled to avoid persecution, only to be exploited or made bitter, cold, and dark. While not as wild as Babik, it held its own dark side, and many young who came here simply vanished. Few who came ever made it into schools, and fewer still into schools with kind and moral teachers. Some of the schools were good, but mostly they were randomly held and ruled over by poorly trained scholars or self-proclaimed masters. Even so, magic shops, healer houses, and schools were everywhere. Many black market items were made here and smuggled out into Pert, everything from drugs to magic lamps, blood magic scrolls, or power stones. All things considered, it was a great place to hide for anyone. It was also the last place in the world Jamie wanted to be. As the train moved out onto a bridge over a stagnant stream, the windy track forced the train to slow down before it had even reached the city itself. There were several miles of side-by-side tracks that ran together before splitting off in all directions. In places, there would be as many as 12 or 13 lines. Once the yards had rushed with trains in and out of the city, but now most trains were parked for repair, and the one they were on was the only one moving. Not waiting for the train to stop at the station where they had no doubt they were being looked for, they jumped as soon as it slowed enough to keep their feet. The city rose up on either side of them, while walls of gray smoke hung heavy in the air. Kill-Abben was one of the few cities in Pert to trade wood fires for coal, and the stain and stink of it was heavy and streaked down what once had been white or cream walls. Oirion disliked it at once.
We need a place to hide,
Shannon said to Jamie.
There are a million taverns, inns.
Jamie started.
Jamel,
Shannon said a bit sternly. Jamie stood his ground, tension and argument in his stance. Whatever Shannon wanted, Jamie knew what it was and didn't want to give it to him.
I do not think it a good idea for me to go anywhere I am known. If we are hunted, that will be the first place they will look. Those people think me dead, and that is how I wish it to remain.
I am not requesting, James. I am telling you simply to lead the way.
Jaime clearly wanted to argue, but he could not stand and face the eyes of the King of Norwood. He dropped his gaze and turned in surrender and defeat. Drawing in a deep breath, he coughed a little, but moved to lead the way. They hadn't gone far before Gallus got to see the poverty that Jaime had mentioned in Cain. This was so far beyond anything Gallus had even seen, he had a hard time fathoming the size of the city that allowed such, or the utter state of desperation in it. The streets were crowded with shacks, tents, and attempts at shelters that offered very little. Shops were made from trash, broken stones, or anything else the people could find. The filth was endless, and so mixed with the waste of men and animals, it was hard to tell the difference. It clogged the gutters, was on every walkway, piled against the building walls, and dammed up every stream and channel in the city, all of it compiling to make the city a reeking cesspool. Children, clearly starving, huddled together to try to stay warm. Their big eyes watched the newcomers, the cold of the morning keeping them to their hovels.
I really don't want to.
Jaime turned to Shannon, almost desperate. Shannon clearly was not impressed with Jaime's appeal.
Why?
Jaime pressed, very unhappy.
Are you asking me to explain myself?
It's not a good place. If they were looking for me, they would think to go there.
Jaime tried to appeal to reason.
Like it or not, James, that is where we are going.
Why?
Jaime insisted, 100 objections trying to come out.
It can't be that bad,
Gallus said.
Maybe it's time you go back and look at it as an adult.
Jaime glanced at Gallus with a rather wounded expression.
It is that bad,
he muttered when Shannon shoved him forward with a hand on his shoulder. Jaime drug his feet, but walked on. The poverty didn't change, nor was it limited to a single area. It was everywhere and seemed endless. Oirion began to understand why Jaime didn't think the poverty they dealt with in Kos all that bad. He'd say they were just poor, but at least they weren't filthy. That made sense to Oirion now. They crossed several bridges over waterways that were as foul and nasty as anything Gallus could even imagine. He could not help but wonder how many bodies had simply vanished into that muck. As the temperature warmed with the sun, children began to emerge from the corners and dark places to reach out empty little hands. A few braver ones dared to run up to them. Please, they would say in several different languages like a chant. Jaime ignored them. Gallus reached for his purse once, but Shannon stopped him.
No,
was all he said to the bishop, who looked ill at the sight of it all. Gallus wanted to weep as they walked. It got even worse when the adults began to emerge from their dark hiding places. Beggars with cups appeared. A few with tricks or games tried to get the passerbys to toss a coin to them. Others just held out their empty bowls. The hardest for Gallus were the street girls. Gallus stopped as a pretty pert girl, no more than 14, in barely any clothes at all, took a step toward them. She had clearly been beaten in the last few days, and yet here she was. Gallus wanted to take her away, to save her from the life she was being forced into. Jaime put his head down and picked up his pace.
I'm so sorry,
Gallus whispered as they passed. The day's traffic filled the narrow street. Those with places to be and jobs to go to were barely better off than the beggars they passed. The wealth the four men wore was obvious and made them stand out a great deal. Gallus almost felt ashamed for it. It was even worse to think they had traded down their clothes. Shannon wore his black leather like a prince. Anyone looking for them would only have to ask, and they would be easily recalled. Gallus had struggled and stayed away from his family's wealth and the world, so he might aid the poor in Broston. But this was so far beyond the conditions there that he could not even imagine trying to aid the whole city of Kill-Abben. The poverty was endless. It was well into the afternoon when Jaime left the street, pushing open a door to a small shop. The windows were patched with worn-out blankets to keep the heat in the room they entered. The place was crowded wall to wall. Everyone there was sick, crying children and babies, coughing lungs, weeping women. It was as close to hell as anything Gallus had ever imagined. The smell was almost worse than the reek in the street. He didn't know what it was he smelled, but it had to be the stink of rotten limbs, festering diseases, and sickness. To him, it was the smell of despair. Jamie stood in the door looking ready to bolt, but Shannon stood firmly behind him.
You should not be in here,
Oirion told Shannon.
I will be fine,
Shannon said. Jamie touched a woman on the shoulder. She stood right in front of them with a screaming baby in her arms, weeping, and so unnoticed she had no hope of getting in further. She turned with a tear-streaked face. Jamie looked at the baby, his pain obvious. He had been burned badly on his little hand. Something very hot had spilled on it. Jamie took the tiny hand that looked more like a ball of meat than a fist. The baby almost at once stopped screaming to gasp and whimper, burying his face into his mother's shoulder. Jamie closed his eyes, the tiny hand in his. It took only a moment before he smoothed the little fist open, healed, skin pink and new.
It will be tender, and the skin will be a slightly different color if you let it in too much sun before it heals up,
he said with a sadness that seemed unlike him, but almost a fatherly compassion for the mother, as much as for the child.
What do I owe you?
She wept with both gratitude and fear in her eyes.
Just take good care of him. Go.
He pushed her a little toward the door to get her past him and Shannon. She ducked out the door as Jamie moved to the nearest child.
I thought we were not supposed to use magic,
Gallus said to Shannon.
You want to tell him to stop?
Shannon asked Gallus.
No,
Gallus said. He moved as well to a child who was close by and crying to his mother, who looked no better than the girl on the street. She held her stomach, rocking in pain. Gallus knelt to the child and tried to talk to him. Oirion let Shannon slip out the door, surprised it took him so long to need to get out. Oirion gave Shannon a moment, then followed. He didn't see Shannon at all, but walked up the street, careful not to get lost. He hated cities, and this was likely the worst one he had been in. He spotted a small street vendor selling little flat crackers. Oirion dug in his pockets for Shannon's wallet. He found it and went to the vendor, who likely lived off his own crackers, as he would be unable to afford anything better. He looked at the flat things with a sigh.
I'll take several bags of those,
he said.
What do they cost?
A double copper each small bag,
the man said with hopeful excitement, daring to light his eyes. Oirion dug for copper weights, but there was nothing that small. With a sigh, he pulled out the smallest silver coin he had.
That's all I have.
The man looked at Oirion a bit shocked, then filled several much larger bags for him.
I don't have anything to break it with,
the man apologized, still hopeful to hold the silver coin.
That's fine,
Oirion said, as he handed over enough in silver to buy the entire stand and everything in it several times over. He took the bags and went back. Inside, he joined Gallus, who looked ready to cry for his inability to calm the child. Oirion knelt and offered a cracker. The little child looked at it. He let go of his mother, who was crying as well, and took it with caution. Oirion gave the cracker bags to Gallus.
Try that. They are hungry, Gallus.
Thank you, Oirion,
Gallus said. He smiled as the child stopped crying to eat the cracker. Oirion went back outside to sit on the lip of the once great windows. He let his mind wander away. Thoughts of the past he had not been able to just allow to unfold ran through his mind. Events and faces he had forgotten came back, some terrible and others enough to make him linger on them. Shannon joined him after some time and sat next to him, not saying anything.
I think Ivan thought I slept with Tavia,
Oirion said, thinking about it.
He did,
Shannon said.
He thought that, or he was with her.
Shannon actually smiled, but didn't look over.
He thought you and Tavia were more than you were.
She was a very good camp mother. She even tried to take care of you.
She is a very unique woman.
You liked her, didn't you?
I do not feel and think like normal men, Oirion.
How do you then?
Oirion asked.
Like a demon.
Shannon didn't respond to that for long enough that Oirion had gone back to the thoughts of the past he had been made to forget. He couldn't help but linger on the thoughts of Salma and her bright green eyes.
Have you ever been so tired your mind sort of shuts off? You just do whatever it is that you do. You're all but asleep on your feet,
Shannon said, letting his voice go with no whisper, but speaking as a normal man, not a prince of Pert or the king of Norwood.
That is what it is like. I walked through several thousand years like that. You just do what you do and react in the ways you have trained yourself to react. It means nothing.
Nothing?
Oirion asked with skepticism.
I do not have the energy to waste in thinking or feeling. Emotions are energy. I maintain myself on others' emotional spillage. It is not my goal to be alive, or to feel and behave as a man. My goal is to not be in hell, to not destroy the things I once loved, to maintain Norwood as a haven for the Purton race. To say I do not care is very true.
But you do.
Oirion folded his arms over his chest.
You might try not to, but I know you do.
Oirion had to challenge him on that. A part of him needed to make Shannon admit he cared, at least a little.
I do now. Flickers of things get through, and you might find that amusing, but it is dangerous, and I do not find it pleasant at all.
Shannon admitted slowly.
You care about Dave.
More than I should.
More than you should.
I should care only enough to make sure he is safe and alive. I should not care if he is happy or not.
What changed?
Oirion asked.
You spend 4,000 years not caring, but now you do? What happened? Jerome gets sick and you start to be able to breathe a little.
What is left of that bond is a way for him to attack me and immortality for us both. There is nothing but severed and raw nerve endings left. He is nothing but pain to me.
So?
Oirion pressed. It was odd to talk to Shannon about things at all. He still wasn't sure if he hated him or loved him. He wasn't sure why Shannon bothered to tell him things at all, or if Oirion wanted to know. He certainly did not want to recall the moments they had shared bodies or minds.
When you were a child, the hunters were not good along the Valrine border. I had to, at times, go and take care of certain culls that had become priest killers. I was along the border when I found a small child. He had ended up in the river and was very close to death. In hindsight, I should have just taken him to Norwood. I certainly have not been able to avoid him anyway.
He was quiet a moment.
I had to use magic to save him. It was the first and not habit thing I had done in over 1,000 years, and I'm not sure why I did it at all. I guess I retained a weakness for children. I brought him back to his house, handed him over, and went home. I suppose the waking up had something to do with the magic used. It was without doubt because of that baby.
Why would it?
If I knew that, I would have blocked it and not had to worry about it.
So what? You helped a child and then poof, you get to have a heart again.
Shannon almost laughed, but didn't. He folded his arms over his chest and looked at the sky a moment.
Same child, a few years later, was running from a priest in the woods. Chubby little redhead with glasses, and enough fear to make several culls come running at him. Somehow, he knew he was being hunted by something darker than a paedophile. He was desperately seeking help, and reached out with a magic he should not have had, and got my attention. I killed the priest, the culls, and healed the boy's injuries from both. I figured it best to block his memory of it. It was a very bad day for him. I was curious about the magic he had, but thought little more of it. I took him back home and handed him back.
Oirion shifted uncomfortably.
Same boy, not much older, started having nightmares. Only they weren't nightmares. He was being stalked and attacked by demonic wisps. He reached out and got my attention, and as unhappy as I was about it, I helped him. He was like a lingering sickness. Every time I thought I had blocked him and was done with it, there he was again. I think I stopped him from suicide 3 times and saved him from dying in attempts twice. He grew up, left me alone for a couple decades. That was a nice trick, to make me think I was done with it. I should have left him at that river.
Oirion looked at Shannon, who was still staring off at the sky. Shannon had previously made reference to saving him once as a child, and Oirion knew exactly who Shannon spoke of now. He was that child, and that priest he ran from was Father Don. He certainly recalled running from that man more than once, and it was unlikely there was more than one chubby redhead boy with glasses that Shannon would know on the Valrine-Norwood border.
Well, I don't recall you at all until we ended up on that damn boat. And you're right. You should have just let me die.
Oirion grumbled. Shannon looked over at him with those stunning blue eyes.
Of course you don't recall, Oirion. I spent 50+ years making you forget. That magic was mine, put on you as a child, with you still in my hands. I could lift it, let you recall every step, but I seriously doubt you really want to recall those meetings.
Shannon paused, and then continued.
You didn't recall what happened on that ship until that block broke, as I knew it would if you saw me. The magic to forget Bracken was not my doing, and was done by a stranger, not someone you had run to for help.
So it's not just sick irony that I chose Tyrone as my patron saint.
Sick irony is exactly what it is, Oirion. You have been a plague on my sanity since you were an infant.
What's the link?
Oirion asked.
I do not know,
Shannon said.
If you see Armand, ask for me. I would like very much to know.
Gallus is the one to ask about that.
Shannon shifted on his feet to cross his ankles, so he could lean more on the cold stone than sit on it. It was a very informal stance for the man to take, and Oirion saw it. He began to worry for Shannon's energy levels, but tried not to think about it.
You think he is right?
Oirion asked.
That Armand comes to him?
Gallus is special, but I do not know the details. I try not to look at priests more than I have to.
Another person emerged from the healing house to quickly leave before payment was asked for the healing. Several others were quick to follow as well.
What is this place?
Oirion asked.
This is the house of healing that belongs to James's father. I am fairly certain it is James's sister who runs it now. No single healer could hope to aid all these people, except perhaps James. I do not feel his father is here, but this is where he grew up. You might want to consider that a bit, for the sake of your partner. You were not the only one with a terrible childhood, and that shared pain and overcoming it is why the abbot put you and James together.
Was it always like this?
In James's lifetime,
Shannon said.
Kill-Abben was once a great city. It needs its king to function, though. It started as 12 fortresses, each built in honor of the angels. The city grew up in the center of the ring of fortresses. If you look,
he motioned with his hand.
You can see the line of buildings there. They are stained now, but they were white once. That is the row of buildings that stood when I was young. The 3 streets between us were open. There were parkways down the center of each great street, gardens, small flocks, ponds, parks.
He folded his arms again.
The city was able to sustain itself fully. It needed no trade. Its greatest resource was schools, trade schools, magic schools, universities of all types, monasteries.
He shook his head.
It was a great city once.
Does it have a line of kings?
I am pretty sure it does still,
Shannon said.
It is why we are here.
There is more to it than that.
Yes, there is.
Oirion felt something shift, some strange energy sort of ripple over the magic of the deal. It was not painful at all. It was not even about him, he suspected.
What did you just do?
He asked Shannon. Shannon glanced over.
Do.
I felt that. What did you just do?
His good mood was going away very quickly, and his normal hostile dislike of Shannon rapidly coming back. Shannon looked at him, almost searchingly, but Oirion didn't look away as most others would.
I had the thought that you might not like what I was up to. I suppose the thought that I hope it does not cause you to hate me more than you do triggered a blurring of the lines of the magic. I am not allowed to hurt you, any more than you are allowed to hurt me, remember? That goes both ways. We are stuck taking each other into consideration when we do things. The deal is warning me to be very careful with what I am about to do.
What are you doing?
Trying to save James's soul,
Shannon said.
I know all too well what happens to a great healer in hell. I'll kill him first, Oirion.
You think he will be attacked here? Is that what you did? Walk us into a trap?
Oirion half demanded.
No,
Shannon said, still not looking away but facing Oirion.
He has to face his weaknesses, and they come from here. If he wants his priesthood back, he has to make peace with this, and he will need his priesthood to stay alive much longer. This is about him, not you.
Aren't we a little busy for you to be playing counselor?
If you had been paying heed to your vows, and not so afraid of your own childhood, you would have already aided James in healing from his past decades ago. If he had been at peace with his youth, he would not have done what he did. This is going to be very hard for him. Do not try to help him. He is far too in the habit of shielding you from it. Let Gallus play counselor. You just listen and talk to him if he comes to you.
He's my partner.
Trust me on this one, Oirion. I'm trying to save him.
Gallus stepped out to stand in the sun a moment and took a deep breath. He looked at the two men he had come with and laughed.
You two are funny.
Oirion scowled, not sure what the man was laughing about.
Look at you two.
Gallus gestured. Oirion noticed they were holding exactly the same stance. He stood up and shook it off at once.
How is it in there?
Clearing out.
Gallus stepped aside to let another healed person leave.
The children were taken care of first, and those who are with injured parents are much happier with a fistful of crackers.
He stretched.
What are you two doing out here?
Trying not to fight,
Shannon said with a hint of humor. Gallus laughed his easy, warm laugh.
So are you going to tell me why we are here?
No,
Shannon said.
It is important, though. I do not want your reaction to things altered,
he explained to Gallus's near question.
I will not tell James either.
But you told Oirion, didn't you?
Not exactly,
Shannon said.
Then I just have to trust you. There is room to sit down inside if you two want to,
he said, and went back in. They took the offer, going back inside the place. A long bench lined the walls, and more stood in rows down the center of the room. There was enough space now for everyone to sit down. Oirion and Shannon sat near the door, furthest from help. They were happy with the only two seats truly open. Jamie stood to the side of the room, holding the head of an old man. He said something to the man who left quickly as Jamie moved on to the next, picking seemingly at random from the crowd. A woman came out of a door at the back of the room and quickly left. A moment later, a Purton woman stepped out and came to a sudden stop as she looked at the room, the quiet and the seeming order of it. Her confused shock was clear on her face until she saw Jamie. She looked both ready to cheer and fearful at the same time.
Rochelle?
She asked, looking at Jamie as he knelt before the woman who had been holding her stomach earlier. The woman's tears had stopped, and her child stood watching intently. Jamie didn't move at all, keeping his eyes on the woman he worked to heal. The Purton woman moved from the door to where Oirion could see her a bit better. She was better dressed than most they had seen in the city, looked exhausted, but rather pretty despite it. The woman Jamie was healing took a sudden deep breath as her pain vanished. Jamie lingered a moment more, then stood, turning his eyes to the woman who had emerged from the back. He gently propelled the healed woman to get up and leave. She grabbed up her child and left quickly and without comment. The woman from the office behind the main room looked after her a moment, then back to Jamie.
We thought you were dead,
she said, still in shock.
How are you?
He asked.
She
looked ready to cry. With a quick step, she crossed the space to catch Jamie in a hug. He held her in his arms until she calmed down a little.
We haven't eaten yet,
he said to her softly in Kill-Abben.
I'll finish up here if you can go get us a meal.
She nodded, and wiping her eyes, left through the same door she had emerged from at the back of the room. Jamie returned to healing the crowd, one at a time. Shannon stopped several newcomers from coming in.
Not today,
he said firmly. The further Jamie went, the faster he went as the hurts became less and less. He had taken care of the big ones first, and had the room empty when the woman returned. For the first time, likely, in most of the local memory, the injured were actually all being seen. Many had been coming for days, even weeks, with the hope to get in to see the healer. She bolted the front and took them to the back, through a locked door, off a corridor that had stairs going up. Above was an apartment that showed the poverty of the city. It was small, crowded, and not likely meant to be an apartment at all. The rooms were tiny and cramped with low ceilings. Several had been knocked out to change small cubes into a living space and kitchen area. The stove was magic power, but the light came from candles. Everything showed wear and nothing matched, but there was soup on the table, with a loaf of bread and bowls for them all.
No, thank you,
Shannon said, holding up a hand.
I'm not hungry. Tea if you have it, though.
She nodded.
It will be done in a moment.
She gestured them to sit.
He is not here, I take it,
Jamie said with a hint of worry.
No, he rarely makes it back. He is here only when he needs money, and no one seeks him out there.
She served them as they sat, and lastly, made a plate for herself.
Are you certain?
She asked Shannon, before she served up the last of the soup.
He rarely eats,
Oirion said.
I'm Oirion, by the way.
Oh, I'm Kasha,
she said.
Gallus.
Gallus introduced himself.
That is Tyrone,
he said easily.
How do you know Jamie?
Shannon lifted an eyebrow at Gallus but said nothing to the use of his name.
Jamie.
She smiled brightly at Jamie.
Jamie, is it?
She's my sister,
Jamie said, taking a spoon of soup near his nose to smell it.
Does he not go by Jamie here?
Gallus asked.
No,
she said with a smile. Confusion crossed her face and she scowled.
Your name is Oirion?
She asked.
As in Father Oirion?
And that is Jamie.
Oirion nodded toward Jamie.
No, haha.
She laughed.
You surely are not the famous duo, you jest.
Jamie looked up at her a moment, then took a bite.
You're a priest?
She asked in disbelief.
Rachel, you are not.
He shrugged a shoulder.
You're celibate?
She asked, not sure if she was stunned or sorry. He looked up at her.
Aren't you?
He asked.
But you went to school to be a healer. Surely they healed you.
I did go to school,
he said, avoiding the line of question.
You never told them?
Oirion asked. Jamie almost cringed, all his focus on the soup.
Jamie was going to the monastery of the Sixth Order in Valrine,
Oirion said.
He started when he was 15.
He was sent to school,
she said.
He just never came back after he was supposed to graduate. We sent letters. Nothing. They were returned. They said you had been identified as a body in a fire.
Jamie nodded.
I was not coming back, Kasha. Can you really blame me?
He shook his head.
He refused to pay any more. You have no idea what it took for me to stay where I was.
Yeah, I think I do have a good idea,
she said firmly.
You could not have hoped for the Sixth in Valrine with the pittance he was paying for you to go to that other school, and if he cut you off, you were supposed to be working the rest off as a healer.
Jamie shrugged.
I managed,
he said. She leaned back in her little wooden kitchen chair, looking at him, still in shock.
And you never thought I'd like to know you were alive? Maybe you should have told your fiancé you were not coming back, or maybe that you were going to take vows.
I wasn't sure I was,
he said.
The plan was to take the two of you and run. I was out of money and out of chances and not coming back here.
She tossed her hands up.
My little brother is back from the dead and he says, "Oh, sorry, forgot to write."
I was afraid he'd get any letter I wrote.
She shook her head.
So what are you doing now?
Trying to eat,
he said. She looked at Oirion a bit in disbelief.
You're really Oirion Hennon?
She asked.
Yes,
he said.
The grandson of the Earl of Valrine, the richest family in Pert.
Oirion shifted a little.
I do not lay claim to that wealth.
Well, can you? I could use a grant.
You're coming with me now, aren't you?
Jamie asked.
Why would I? I am needed here. There is no one else here to help these people.
Jamie opened his mouth to argue, but stopped. Oirion pulled out Shannon's wallet and dumped it upside down. Gold, silver, and bank papers spilled out on the table. It was many times more than she had seen in her life combined. Shannon snatched the wallet from Oirion and closed it. He scowled.
Put it away and behave like an adult,
he said, handing the closed wallet back.
I don't think that much will really affect your wallet or mine,
Oirion almost challenged.
I think she's earned it.
I do not argue that, but do not just turn it upside down and spill things out. It could cause us a lot of unnecessary problems. The magic does not work that way, Oirion. There is magic involved with that thing, and you need to reach in and take out what you need, not just dump it on the table like a child.
Oirion opened the wallet to look inside and found it was once again full, the coin slots each filled, and new banknotes neatly in place. He closed it with a grunt and slipped it back inside his vest.
You can't be serious.
she said, staring at the money. She looked to Shannon, to Oirion, and back.
Whose money is this?
Orion's,
Shannon said.
He can afford it and you have earned it. Just do not spend it all at once.
She nodded, not touching it, half afraid to.
Why don't you buy a different place and leave here?
Jamie said.
Your own place, somewhere without memories attached.
She looked at her brother.
You could help me. I could open a school here.
I can't,
he said.
I'm sort of tied up with other things just now.
Like what? Saving Pert?
She mocked.
Something like that.
Gallus smiled.
This is very good soup. I must say I rather like this mix of herbs.
Thank you,
she said with a wary smile.
You know, a great idea would be a school for girls, where if they didn't have healing ability, they could learn field medicines, midwifery, herbalist skills, or the like. So, even without the magic cause, the girls you take in could learn to be useful to a house of healing. Imagine the girls you could pull off the street corners and save from that life, and thus save the generation of children that would follow. When there is time, I would happily aid you with such a thing,
Gallus said.
It is not just girls who get forced into that sort of life,
she said.
In Kill-Abben, where elven blood is so mixed in, many aren't picky about the intimate details.
True,
Gallus said sadly.
But boys do not have babies for it. Spare the mothers and the baby boys don't have to follow the trade. What do you think, Tyrone?
Shannon shot Gallus a hard look at the use of his name. Again.
About what, Ty Gallus?
He asked pointedly. Oirion fought to hide his smile. He wasn't sure what Gallus was up to, but he enjoyed not being the only one to get that look or tone from Shannon.
The best way to spend money for her skills and calling to aid these people,
Gallus said, as if he didn't notice.
I think she should repair what she has, or buy something close. Hire a few other healers and heal the injured. Give jobs to those who have not. She can train and teach her hired healers.
You don't think the school would work?
I think she would have the governors getting involved and causing her grief about it. I also think her being in the area she grew up in will inspire others to stay and try to aid themselves.
What do you think, Oirion?
Gallus asked. Oirion looked up at the bishop. It seemed an odd question for him to be asked. Jamie was the healer, not him. He was not a businessman or a politician. He set the spoon down and leaned back in his chair, satisfied with the soup. He might not have answered, but for Gallus having poked at Shannon in a way no one else seemed to. He felt an odd sort of fellowship with Gallus for it.
I would get hold of the Healers Guild, pay for the licenses, pay 2 years in advance, and they will help you with the details and ideas of what to do and how to go about it. That is what they do. The guilds are limited because of laws, but a small house of healing in such a rough area of the Empire would be easy for them. It is just that the fees are so high, small houses can't afford it. Learn how to cure sexual diseases and let the courts know about it. Make the wealthy pay a great deal for discreet healing. You'd need only a few a year to pay your fees after that. There are a lot of laws to the guilds, but it would be worth it in this case.
What is needed for that?
She asked him, interested.
You'll have to pass a healer's test, both in evidence and a written test. Then pay for the membership and the tickets. Once you get that done, you have to know what you will provide. It will all need to be listed out in detail. If you cannot do it yourself, you will have to find and hire someone who can prove in test that they can do it at the guild's level of skill. At that point, they will aid you to find a place that qualifies to their standards and set up. They do ask for a pay rate. You set your base rate for the healing, but that is where you make use of the grant. You pay for the healing of the ill and injured at the guild rate out of the account of the grant and charge the people whatever you do now.
That would add up to a lot of money,
she said.
I don't know if I could heal even the roomful I had today with what's on the table, after I pay all the rest of it.
The guild will put you in contact with patrons,
Oirion said.
They know who can and will do such.
You could skip that and be her patron,
Gallus said. Oirion looked at the bishop.
So could Shannon.
One step at a time,
Shannon said.
Maybe having my name on her grant might not be such a great idea just now.
And mine is?
Oirion asked, annoyed, but couldn't help but wonder what the world's reaction would be to see Shannon's name on a guild patron list.
I didn't know you knew much about guilds,
Jamie said. Oirion looked at him a bit disturbed.
How do you think my family makes money? It's the family business. Running guilds is what I was supposed to do.
Lucky for us you didn't,
Gallus said happily.
How do I contact them?
Kasha asked.
Every city will have a guild house. Kill-Abben certainly does. It might just be a small office, but it will be here. Just walk in and talk to them. Tell them you were given a small grant to get things working, and if they make fuss about who, tell them the House of ShaHaNon. Send my grandfather a letter and let him know who you are and that I wish to help. He will back it, I'm sure.
It is on Park Road, across from the old fountains,
Shannon said softly.
I think I know the place,
she said. She looked at them as she finished her own soup.
So what are you really doing here?
Looking for someone, and to find out if there has been demonic summons rings built here,
Shannon said.
Demonic rings?
It's happening in Broston, and possibly in all the large older cities,
Gallus said seriously.
We think they might be killing the last of the bloodlines to the thrones of Pert.
The Golden Rose is the best place to find out about that sort of thing,
she said.
They trade information and talk there. A lot of rank go there to drink. It's all off duty there, though.
Do you know where that is?
Gallus asked Jamie.
I do,
Jamie said, clearly not happy about it.
I guess we go?
He asked Shannon.
Yes,
Shannon said.
We will go in the morning.
Can we get out of here?
Jamie asked his sister.
Just go out for a bit. Maybe there is a bard in the area.
There is one. He's pretty good. He is seriously underpaid, in my opinion. He is playing down at Burdak's old place.
She stood.
Why, don't you go and I'll join you once I clean up.
Jamie didn't wait, but rose at once to get out of the house and find the bard. Shannon rose as well.
I will stay and help,
Gallus said.
A lady should not walk alone.
She smiled at him, a little flattered and a little surprised at such a polite attitude. She might have argued with anyone else, but the kindly old Gallus she accepted.
Oirion,
Shannon said.
You should walk with us.
Oirion sighed heavily and got up.
Yes, master,
he muttered with annoyance.
Don't get smart,
Shannon said back.
I cannot risk you two being too far apart right now.
Oirion didn't care. Jamie wanted to go to a tavern, and he knew his partner well enough to know that meant they would be there late and drink a lot. Oirion was not really interested in either at the moment and thought a bed would be a far better idea. They left the battered healer's house for the street and the evening crowd. It was only a short walk to the old tavern with the bard. It was hidden away in the basement of a building that was gained through steps that led down the outside wall. Inside it was lit with orb lamps that hung over most tables. They each cast a slightly different shade of blue or green in the room. The space was low-roofed, with archway supports holding up the structure above. Tables were set along the pentagon-shaped pillars that held up the archways, with a bar built in the center of the space. In a far-back corner, someone was strumming music, warming up for the night. The crowd here was a bit better off than most on the street. Oirion and the others didn't stand out so much, making them feel a bit better about being in public. Many of the crowd were Pertons, but there were some humans, a number of elves, and even a pair of dwarves back in the corner. Jamie went to the bar at once and asked for a pitcher before Oirion even got up to the counter. The pitcher and mugs came quickly, and they moved to the back near the bard, who was an older-looking Perton man with a mix of instruments set about him. Unlike his battered clothes, the man's instruments showed quality, and Oirion saw it. This man had not always played in small, forgotten taverns. Whoever he was likely as old, if not older, than Oirion and Jamie. Jamie poured them beers and sat, pulling a mug toward himself. Oirion had nothing to say, so he just took his mug and sat back in the chair, pretending to believe they were there to watch the music. Jamie had his mug down before Oirion had even taken 2 swallows. Shannon took a seat, turning his chair just a little to be nearer to Oirion and able to see the bard. He took the last mug and leaned back in the chair. He held the mug bottom in one hand and the handle in the other in an oddly relaxed manner. Oirion thought it was just for show until Shannon actually took a sip. The bard started his set, but Jamie didn't even look up. He sat with his hands about the mug, his eyes lost in whatever thoughts plagued him. Oirion wanted to ask a few questions, but he couldn't forget Shannon's warning not to. He took a drink and wished Gallus was there.
You interested in a dart game?
A man asked, walking up to their table.
Darts?
Oirion asked. The man pointed to a target on the wall.
What are we playing for?
A coin to play, winner takes all.
Oirion pushed himself up. He'd rather play than watch Jaime get drunk. He'd take third or so, he guessed, allowing the other men to win and gain a coin or two from him. It was a simple game, with light darts aimed at rings with values to each color. He let the others score up on him as the game went on, so as to make sure he didn't win. It had been a while since he had spent time throwing darts or knives, but it was a skill that after so many years of doing it daily, he was good enough to win had he wanted to. Winning was not his goal. His goal was to avoid the depression and pain that Jaime was in. By the end of the game, Gallus was there with Kasha. Oirion left the dart players to join the others. Gallus was pleasantly watching the bard, while Kasha watched her brother drink. Oirion sat down and refilled his mug. He took several swallows of his beer before he went back to join the dart game. He felt helpless to aid the man, and that was very hard to deal with. He was a little surprised when Shannon joined him. Shannon put his coin on the table and got a nod from the other men.
"You're going to play?"
Oirion asked, curious if Shannon meant to win or not. Shannon lifted an eyebrow, looking over at Oirion.
"James is suffocating me,"
he said softly, dropping the whisper for his true voice. Oirion could sympathize. He watched the men aim and try to hit the target. Some of them were pretty good, others played for fun.
"Who are we looking for?"
"James's father,"
Shannon said, just before Oirion stepped up for his turn. He took the little dart, tossing it quickly to get back to the conversation, and hit far too close to the center. He was honestly a bit surprised at that. He chuckled as the other men cheered his toss. It was best of the game as of yet. He set the second toss just outside the center to get laughs and cheers around for his great shot.
"Why?"
he asked as soon as the next man took his turn.
"I need to track down the source of James's powers."
"What do you mean?"
Oirion asked.
"James is the most powerful healer in the world, Oirion. You ever wonder how a boy from this neighborhood has that? If he had spent his life being a healer, he would be a far greater healer than I even hoped to be, and I was an adept. You ever wonder about that?"
"And for all his power, my body is still broken and I ache."
Oirion sighed.
"I guess I thought if he was truly as great as they say, I'd have no scars, but I am covered with them."
"Once you woke from your coma, he stopped trying to heal you. He was getting sick himself, and you both had built shields to protect the other. Not only that, Oirion, you have something about you."
Shannon scowled a little.
"I'm not sure what it is. I have not had the conditions to look at it closely enough, but it's almost like you are not even you at times. It is very strange."
"Not even me?"
Oirion asked with a laugh.
"What the hell does that mean?"
"I'll let you know when I figure it out."
Shannon stepped up to take the darts for his shots and nailed them both into the lines of the inner ring, so it had to be debated if he got the inside score or the outside score.
"Jaime is not eager about coming here, you know,"
Oirion said.
"I know. He needs to deal with his father as a man, though. He has to break his fear. If he does not, the demonic forces involved will use that as their focus and prey on him easily. If you love him, Oirion, you will make him deal with this. Just don't push him. Don't pry."
"Right,"
Oirion muttered.
"Because I am so eloquent."
"Ha ha ha."
Shannon laughed softly.
"Yes, Oirion, because you are so eloquent."
They played several games and took second and third by several terrible misses. They went back to the table as Gallus returned from dancing with Kasha. She smiled as she sat.
"We should go, Jaime,"
Gallus said.
"I hate to, but I am tired, and I do not wish us to be separate. We can buy a bottle and bring it, though."
"Right."
Jaime got to his feet with a sigh.
"You know it takes a lot to get a healer drunk. I'm fine, Gallus."
"I know,"
Gallus grinned.
"I, however, am not a healer."
Oirion was very grateful for Gallus getting them out, and was quick to make sure Jaime didn't touch the bishop and discover the man wasn't as drunk as he pretended. Shannon was remarkably careful to not let Jaime even get close enough to accidentally touch him, which Jamie noticed when Shannon made a sidestep to get out of reach. He gave Shannon a strange look.
What was that?
Jamie asked as they reached the street, and Shannon took another quick step away from him. Shannon glanced at him, but said nothing. Jamie reached for Shannon and got blocked by Oirion.
Jamie,
Oirion said softly,
don't forget who he is. His shields and tolerance will break. Think like the hunter you are. Stop pretending he is just playing a role.
Jamie jerked his hand away.
He plays fine with you, Oirion,
he shot back, before he strode up the street toward his sister's home. Oirion wasn't sure how to take Jamie's rather odd reaction.
What was that about?
Gallus asked Shannon. Shannon looked at Gallus with the cold eyes and stone silence that Oirion knew all too well. Shannon was under strain, and Oirion understood that now. The healer's house, the emotional state of Jamie, and the city itself was eating away at the man's shields. Oirion did not want those shields to come down. He had seen that happen, and never wanted to see it again. Jamie's reaction, though, seemed very strange. Shannon pulled up his hood and followed after the blond man.
There is something going on, far more than I think you sense yet,
Gallus said to Oirion, concerned.
There is a lot going on,
Oirion said.
Look who we are dealing with.
Dealing, good word,
Gallus said. He looked at Oirion seriously.
I know who he is, Gallus. I have seen the dark side of him. That was my point. Jamie does not want to see that side. He must not push Shannon.
It's deeper than that, Oirion, and if you will admit that, you will see what I am seeing.
What do you want me to do?
He asked Gallus. All he had was Shannon's advice on how to handle things right now. Oirion wasn't so sure how to take that after what Shannon had said about how they had kept running into each other. He wanted to trust Shannon and believe the deal bound Shannon to be good to him, but part of him doubted it, and it scared him.
You will have to make a choice,
Gallus said.
I can see that even now.
A choice?
You will have to choose between them, and I think Jamie is very afraid you have already chosen and he didn't win.
He is my partner,
Oirion objected, thinking of the deal he had made to save Jamie.
Choice is not an option, so the idea is not even a real thing.
Gallus smiled sadly.
Before you think that too firmly, consider who you are dealing with.
He turned to follow the other two men up the street. Oirion stood a moment, not sure why he felt so out of place, so blind, and yet in the very center of a tug-of-war. He looked to Jamie's sister.
Am I crazy, or is there something more going on than any of us are seeing?
I find it very strange to think of my little brother as the great priest, Jamie.
He is an amazing man, you know,
Oirion said, offering his arm. Kasha accepted and wrapped hers around his, and walked with him at a far slower pace than the others.
He is a great healer, but to me that is just a side note.
Oirion smiled.
You should see him fight. I have never seen a man use a staff like Jamie can. He knows something about everything, and more about some things than those who study it. I have never met anyone smarter. In fact, he has spent most of his life making me feel stupid, sometimes on purpose, but mostly not.
He hated anyone with money,
she said.
And here I am walking with one of the wealthiest men in the Empire.
He hated me,
Oirion admitted.
We don't talk about the early years. It was ugly, though. I still don't know for certain why the abbot thought we'd make a good team, but we do.
I find it hard to believe that he is truly Rochelle,
she admitted.
I thought my brother dead for a very long time now. Our father refused to think it. He said Rochelle ran away, and I guess he did. Not that I blame him,
she added quickly.
I just thought he would have let me know somehow.
I wish you could see him as I know him,
Oirion said.
How he is right now is not how he really is. He is dealing with a lot of things at the moment, and being here in this city is not helping.
They whisper that you two are heretics,
she said softly.
The church powers are corrupt, and my bad temper has put us in places that refuse to let us pretend we don't know that.
Even in my lifetime, I can see that. One law at a time. Push, push, push. Humans with their short lives might not notice so much, but the rest of us with longer lifespans do.
She walked with him a little before she spoke again.
Rochelle and I have different mothers,
she said.
My mother was just someone my father knew. She ran off when I was very small, but Rochelle's mother stepped in and took me like her own, and my father loved her. He really loved her. I remember him in those days, and it lets me forgive him in ways Rochelle can't. In those days, he was a great healer. He built the healing house and did so much good. They bought it together, and he made the whole neighborhood better.
What happened?
She knew their baby would be a boy and was so excited. They were both so happy. She named him, you know. Jamel is the elven part, Rochelle the Purton. Shazmar is after a master adept hero who was a healer in the Great War. My father went to help after a huge fire on the other side of the city, and while he was gone, she went into labour. It is very hard for elven women to give birth, and harder yet with the larger-sized babies of other races. He got back in time to save Rochelle. Even for all his skill, she was just too tired and had lost too much blood. He blamed Rochelle and yet loved him. They had a very bad relationship. To say he was abused is mild.
His mother was full elven?
Yes.
She nodded.
I still think of her as mother and miss her. She was so gentle and kind. She delighted in the world and the things in it. I tried to be as like her as I could for her son, but I think I failed.
Poverty isn't the only place children get abused,
Oirion said.
On that level, I think he and I might have far more in common than we might have thought. The only way I could get away from my family was in a monastery. Any other place would have been refused. Law forbids the family to deny a person entrance. Not even my grandfather could stop me.
You ever make peace with your family?
No, I haven't been home in almost as long as he hasn't. I get letters scolding me about not doing my rightful duty for deserting my place.
He gestured vaguely.
I'm nearly 90 years old and I still get treated like a 12-year-old. It's very insulting.
She laughed as they reached the door of the gate that took them to the back of the healer's cottage.
Almost 90? Your mother is a half-Purton at least, and 90 for you is really not that old.
In this empire and for the things I have done, 90 is very old. I do believe Jerome and Jamie excluded. I am the oldest hunter alive.
Ha ha ha.
She laughed softly as they crossed her little backyard, all of it planted in herb gardens that still held a bit of last year's aroma. Snow started to sift down out of the sky, putting spring back further. They lingered at the door as the lights went on upstairs.
I have dreamed of his mother,
she said.
Off and on for my entire life. It's been different lately, though. She seems to come when I am awake, mostly here in the garden. She planted it, you know.
Kasha kept hold of Orion's arm, her body warm and close, as they stood in the space under the door awning.
She told me that things are going to change, that the powers of the world are moving, and that the choices you make will decide the fate of the Empire. I did not think that mattered to me at all, that it was odd she would say that to me. But here you stand.
Me?
He asked.
I thought I was merely dreaming it, you know. Too much stress, too many healings in a row, but then...
She paused and reached up to touch his face, as if making sure he was real.
Here you are.
Things must change. They cannot stay the same as they are.
He found himself thinking how very pretty she was, and how much taller she was than Salma. She was almost as tall as he was. She had been very tired when they had first seen her, but in the faint light of the yard and the lights from the windows above, he could see her without the weariness of the day. She was indeed Jamie's sister, and he could see it in the lines of her face.
If you asked right now, I might just go with you,
she said softly.
Even though Mother has told me I need to stay here and use the healing gift my father gave me. Pick up where she left off.
You have the means now,
Oirion said, trying not to think about Salma or the woman who was standing way too close for his comfort. She started to say something, but hesitated, almost pulled away, but didn't. Oirion was not sure at all what to do, and wasn't sure what he wanted to have happen at that moment. It was both disappointing and a great relief when Shannon opened the door. She might have pulled away, but the wall blocked her. Shannon stepped out, closing the door behind him as they both moved out of his way.
You all right?
Oirion asked the man in black.
No.
Shannon jerked his hood up.
I hate this city, and you...
He pointed at Oirion.
Have caused me nothing but grief.
Shannon was clearly upset, and Oirion guessed it had something to do with Jamie, but he knew all too well it sometimes helped to point fingers at someone you dared to without fear of hurting them. Oirion knew it at once and worried for Shannon, for his very unlikely show of emotion.
Funny, ShaHaNon, I thought grief was your name.
He offered an outlet for Shannon to get a grip on his temper.
Don't smart off at me, von Valrine.
Shannon snapped back at Oirion and Krausen, of all languages, and not the upper dialect of the nobles, but with the accent of Port Hall. He opened his mouth to add something, but stopped. He took a deep breath and held it to calm down and closed his eyes.
I wouldn't think of it, Tyrone,
Oirion said back a bit pointedly in Valrine. Shannon stood a moment in the snow, just out from under the awning. The temperature had dropped, and it was getting rather cold now. He turned back to look at them. Oirion noticed Shannon's breath did not steam in the cold, and he hoped Kasha did not notice that small detail.
You have to trust me tomorrow,
Shannon said softly.
We cannot spend the time here I had hoped. We will have to leave soon.
I thought the bumbling, chaotic magics of this city hid us a bit, that it would take time to be found.
He's here,
Shannon said as he rubbed at his left hand, as if it ached in the glove. Oirion didn't need to ask who. No one would upset Shannon so much other than Jerome.
Is he alone?
Oirion asked, getting sick to his stomach, thinking of the demon that Jerome had summoned to attack them those years ago. He felt parts of his soul recoil and tasted panic at the very thought.
Never,
Shannon said softly.
He is never alone.
Can we leave now?
No, we have to do what we came to do.
Why?
Oirion pressed.
I really think this can wait.
It is that important,
Shannon said seriously.
Should we go in?
Kasha asked, not sure what they were talking about, but worried to be seen.
No,
Shannon said.
I cannot be around those two in there right now, and I need Orion's shields.
I will get us tea then,
she said and slipped inside.
Do not get too close to that woman right now, Oirion,
Shannon said.
I didn't have plans to. She is very pretty, though,
he added, leaning back against the wall.
They looking for you?
Not yet. He will feel it, though. This plays back and forth,
he said, holding up his aching hand and the evidence of the shattered and broken bond he still had with Jerome.
With all your skills, you can't just hide inside someone else's shield, like that thing did in Jamie?
Shannon stepped toward Oirion and stood right in front of him. He was so close that if Oirion had not been leaning back, Shannon would have bumped into him.
Think about that a moment, Oirion,
he said softly, a great sadness in his voice, the tone not hidden in the whisper he normally held, but had dropped here. Shannon put his hand on Orion's chest and held it there as if feeling Orion's heartbeat, then patted him almost as if to stop himself from looking and stepped back. Oirion wasn't sure that he wanted to think about the suggestion or what Shannon could do with a touch. Of course, he knew the thing had been inside Jamie's body, but he had not really thought that was an option for Shannon. He was asking more for the crude basics of higher magics, but the touch from Shannon seemed to say it was indeed an option. They had traded bodies once. Oirion had been inside that body that stood before him, but for both to be one for a sustained period of time was a terrifying thought.
Sometimes, Oirion, you say things without thinking. I am not in a good mood to have you say things when you do not even know what you are saying. Yes, I could hide. You want to offer that again?
Shannon folded his arms over his chest, watching Oirion while still standing closer than Oirion wanted him to be.
I did not mean it that way,
Oirion said a bit firmly.
I meant through magic, sort of like wearing a costume of someone else's energy.
Sure, if I stole their soul and wore it.
Kasha returned with cups of tea that she offered to the two men. Oirion took the tea without looking. He needed to watch Shannon. It was likely the Pertan was so close because he needed the shields Oirion wore to hide, and that worried Oirion even more than the conversation or the nearness of Jerome.
I do not think it is a good idea to be in a place that would make us need to even have this conversation. I think we should go before he knows you're here.
I think being here is important enough to see it through.
What are we seeing through? You still only give me riddles.
I don't answer to you, Oirion,
Shannon said.
In fact, I would think it almost the other way around.
Oirion took a sip of the tea.
No, I don't think so.
Oirion said after a moment.
I'm pretty sure we made a deal about that. Until you claim certain things, I have a loophole, and until I feel you earn my devotion, you don't have it. You have my allegiance, yes, and I must respect you for your rank, but as far as I know, you do not claim the name that makes me have to obey you. You want to argue the details like lawyers, or is it enough that I can stand here and do so at all? It sort of says I am right and you are not.
He lifted his cup in a half-toast.
Drink your tea, Shannon. You might like the cold, but I do not, and my back is starting to ache.
There are details to that deal that you are forgetting, Oren. I'm not going to argue with you about it at the moment. But make no mistake, I could make you treat me as a king if I wanted.
They stood just looking at each other in cold debate, but neither of them triggered the deal's warning, and they were both aware of it. They were not enemies, and wished no real harm to the other, even in the middle of a debate over control.
You have scars that Rochelle could not heal?
She asked, uncomfortable with the battle of wills and hoping to change the subject.
Not even he can heal the scars I have,
Oirion said.
What happened?
I fell off a mountain and was healed by an orc, was sold as a slave, tortured by an elven prince, traded places with a vampire to save his soul from hell, made deals with demons, been in wars that rattled the foundation stones of the planet and was bound to the throne of Norwood in the most unpleasant sort of way. I have scars that no force in this world can heal.
Oirion took another sip of tea, never looking away from Shannon.
You ever think that maybe Pert has a purpose for you?
Shannon said.
The wells of Pert are not a metaphor. The blood of angels formed them. The souls of the kings guide them. You might try to remember that, and the fact you are a Von. Stop acting like a farm boy.
I have a hard time believing that,
Oirion said.
If the wells of Pert were so great a thing, tell me why they did not rise up and aid their prince when he was on his knees, his children being tortured before him.
Oirion demanded with cold brutality.
Tell me why Pert abandoned its heir and prince to hell. The day I learned that little truth, I lost all faith in the dogma of Pert. I have you to thank for that.
It makes it no less real,
Shannon said.
I don't know why. You think I don't ask that myself? God is not a man in the clouds, Oirion, nor are the wells of Pert so concerned with the flesh of Pert. There was a reason. I just don't know it.
You tell yourself that and maybe it helps, but I doubt it,
Oirion said.
Are you trying to upset me, Oirion, or are you just talking without thinking again?
Oirion took a sip of the now cool tea.
Just thinking out loud, I guess. Maybe I am used to dealing with Jamie, who actually thinks if I say something, it's worth a response besides anger. I'm going in. You set this moment up, and now you can deal with it.
He left the yard to go inside.
What is your relationship, the two of you?
Kasha asked, a bit confused.
I would think brothers, but you're Perton and he isn't so much. Are you more?
Shannon looked at her directly.
I really wish I could say no,
he told her.
But I will not lie to you. Not now, and not later.
Does Rochelle know?
She asked softly.
Is that why there is so much tension between you two?
Shannon almost smiled at the idea.
There is so much more to it than what you think. Your brother is precious to me, and I would challenge Hell's Gate to protect him. That scares him. Essentially, that is why there is tension between us.
But you have divided his partner's loyalty. You'd steal his partner from him?
Shannon reached out and touched her cheek softly. She almost drew away, but didn't. She let him brush her energy and made no effort to block him. He dropped his hand.
What?
She asked softly.
I might steal Oirion from Jamie, but I suspect I will steal Jamie from Oirion as well.
And who are you to outrank them and be so bold?
She whispered. Shannon leaned in close to her.
You know exactly who I am,
he whispered in her ear.
I can hear my name, breathing around in your head.
He almost let his cheek touch hers.
You should tighten your shields, Von Cain. If Jerome hears you, he will devour you to hurt your brother, and thus me.
She swallowed hard, trying not to be afraid or to fall in love with him.
Why does my little brother matter to you?
She said, even with the words sticking in her throat.
Because he matters to Oirion,
Shannon whispered and met her eyes. A little surprised he had admitted that to her. But there was more to it.
And because he is Jaime, for all he has done, for all he has overcome, for all he might yet do, he deserves my protection.
Yet you bring him here.
She asked sadly, her heart pounding despite herself.
I have no choice. I had to know what von Lein he was. For that I needed to meet you in person, and to save his soul from becoming a new Jerome. I need him to face his fears and allow himself to heal.
Some things cannot be so easily healed.
Shannon reached out, almost didn't, but ever so gently touched her cheek and brushed his thumb over her lips. He allowed her to feel a whisper of his true power.
I know all about things that cannot be healed, and if he does not, they will do to him what they did to me. What he fears is nothing compared to what hell does to a healer priest.
Shannon said softly as she shivered. He let his hand brush down her neck. She caught her breath despite herself. He was tired, and she had energy enough to make him all but whole.
No one tells you no, do they?
She whispered, unable to find her voice.
Not many,
he admitted.
What do you want?
She asked, terrified, and yet utterly in awe. Knowing more in a single brief conversation than the world could learn in 5,000 years.
You know who I am. That's a problem.
So you're going to kill me?
Certainly not. I'm going to protect you, but you might not like how I do that.
You going to use a lure and force me to your will?
No. We are going to make a deal.
Sleeping space was limited, but Shannon rarely if ever lay down. He sank down next to Oirion on the floor. Oirion shifted to his side, putting his back to the others.
What did you do?
He whispered.
You talk too much, Oirion. She figured it out, and I had to protect her.
You made her deal.
Oirion almost forgot to be quiet.
Damn it, Shannon, Gallus will feel that. I feel it.
Gallus will not feel it any more than he feels the deal between us.
Shannon glanced up to watch Gallus's reaction as Kasha came back inside.
Are you that good?
Oirion demanded.
Yes.
He looked down at Oirion.
I got you to deal with me, and your own partner can't feel it. I am that good.
You're also very moody and being reckless. We need to leave before you get us caught.
On that I agree.
Shannon shut his eyes and dropped almost at once to a trance.
I'm old, my friends, and tired,
Gallus said, as he stood up from the table.
Shall I sleep next to Oirion?
Oh no, Father Gallus. I have a small bed in the other room. I'll show you.
She smiled as she led him out. Oirion tried to sleep, but lay awake listening as Jaime drank the bottle and stayed up talking to his sister about her life. He ached and wanted to just sleep, to trust Shannon had done no harm, and to not think more that night. But he couldn't let it go. Shannon was keeping secrets from him, and he hated it. He was still trying to doze out when Jaime joined him. The man lay down beside him and rested a hand on Orion's chest. The pain melted away, allowing Oirion to breathe deeper and relax.
Thank you,
Oirion said.
Try to sleep, Oirion. I don't know what Shannon is up to, but I am sure tomorrow will be a very bad day. I'm going to need you on your feet and not a snarling troll. Please get some sleep.
End of chapter 28. Continue with chapter 29, Eldwar. Emperors and Exiles, chapter 29, Eldwar. It was a slow morning for them. Oirion woke up with Jaime breathing deeply, still asleep with his arm draped over Oirion. Oirion was careful to get up and not wake Jaime, slipping free of the arm and the blanket. Kasha was just pouring tea and filled a cup for Oirion. He went to the table and took a seat.
Gallus still asleep?
She nodded.
I may have helped both him and Jaime with that,
she said softly.
They both need the rest.
He rubbed at his neck.
Thank you,
he said, taking the tea. She sat and held her cup in her hands, and Oirion could feel her tense and wanting to talk, but uncertain what to say.
I take it Shannon slipped out?
He was gone when I got up.
Typical,
Oirion muttered. He shook his head and tried not to be angry about it.
He is in a lot of pain. Proximity to Jerome causes agony.
She opened her mouth to say something but shook her head and gave up.
He made you unable to talk about it, didn't he?
Oirion summarized. She nodded.
I am not sure how much he told you, but don't worry. He did it to protect you the only way he can. He made me deal too. He didn't have to, but he has trust issues.
She almost smiled as she took a sip.
I'm sorry, he blames me for talking too much.
He loves you,
she said.
The rest,
She shrugged.
just feels surreal.
Oirion chuckled a little.
Loves me? I seriously doubt that. What Jerome did to him, I don't think he can love.
The pontiff did that.
She breathed in horror.
I didn't know.
He is evil,
Oirion assured her.
Shannon is not.
She nodded and took another sip with 1,000 questions she could not ask.
Does Rochelle know?
And Gallus.
Oirion told her.
Whatever happens, you know he will do all in his power to protect you.
You know why?
She asked.
You're a healer and you're Jamie's sister.
Oirion shrugged.
You're a good person. He has his reasons.
Because he loves you.
I don't follow, and I wish you'd not say that.
I matter to Rochelle, and he matters to you, and you are loved. That is why.
Oirion turned the delicate little cup on the table. He looked up at her after a while.
Souls turn in history and are drawn back to each other. For a man as old as he is, it may well be we have met before when I was someone else, but in this time now, Shannon is incapable of feeling or doing as a mortal man.
You're wrong,
She whispered, leaning on the table a little, very intentionally.
He may have tested me, but in doing so opened himself. I may not be the most powerful empath, but I am one, and I assure you, Father Oirion, that the man you call Shannon loves you. You are more important to him than all of Pert and perhaps all the world.
She leaned back as Shannon returned. Oirion wanted to object and point out that if anything, it was at most a sort of brotherly annoyance. Shannon set down a basket of fresh bread and fruits on the table.
What?
He asked Oirion.
Admit it, Shannon, you love me.
He almost dared a reply as he reached for a peach.
Ha ha ha.
Shannon laughed softly and shook his head.
Despite myself,
he said.
Yes, of course I do, Valrine. Your charm is irresistible.
Oirion leaned back and pointed at Shannon as he took a bite.
The deal wasn't necessary. I really resent you for that,
he said seriously, feeling uneasy with the humor Shannon showed.
I know.
Shannon put his hand on Orion's shoulder.
But it wasn't me protecting myself. It was the other way around,
he said as he walked past to go wake Gallus and Jamie. Kasha smiled and shrugged.
More than all of Pert,
she said as she got up to make the gift basket into breakfast. They ate and bathed, changed clothes, and drank some tea before leaving the small upstairs apartment. They slipped out the back while Kasha went to work with those who had come for healing. Jamie knew the way to the Golden Rose and led them. Gallus felt sick for the children and the poor who were hidden away in the cold that hung on the city. It was cold and the ground frozen, their breath smoking in the still air. They reached the tavern that was, like the one from the night before, built in an older part of the city. It was clearly Pert in design, but had wooden walls built to divide the place up and give privacy to the many sections. They entered the already crowded tavern. It was abnormally cold out, and people had come in to try and stay warm. Few could afford coal to heat with, and public places became wintertime homes. The crowd was the sort one would expect in a place that traded in information and where the off-duty ranks hid away. The prostitutes here were of a higher quality than the girls on the street, and they likely had worked hard and fought for the warm position near the fireplace. Shannon led the way toward the bar, looking for a place for the four of them to sit. They were just reaching for stools when Jamie's bad day started.
Well, look at that,
a man called from the back of the bar.
I knew that little beggar wasn't dead, and there he is.
Jamie tensed, but refused to turn to the voice. With a force of will and a slightly sick expression, he took a seat at the counter.
You want drinks?
The man behind the bar asked, with a glance to the man at the back.
I know you can hear me, and I can spot my own son just fine.
Yes,
Shannon said to the barkeeper.
Do we have to stay here?
Jamie muttered to Shannon.
Ignore him, James. Remember what company you keep and who you are.
Jamie's hands gripped the bar.
Taking orders from a Perton, are you now? See you moved up from junkies to Purtons, you little whore.
Ignore him, Rachel,
the man at the bar said softly.
He's drunk.
Jamie glanced up.
When isn't he?
Point taken,
the man muttered.
Shot on me.
He turned to get shots for them.
Well, this is starting out well,
Gallus said cheerfully.
You already know the barkeeper.
Yeah,
Jamie muttered.
Great.
I am not so sure I want a drink this early,
Gallus said.
I think I had quite a bit last night. I am not used to drinking.
How the man got to them without any of them noticing was a bit shocking and made Oirion wonder if Shannon hadn't had a part of it. The man grabbed Jamie by the shoulder and jerked him around. Jamie would have hit the floor if he had not the skills he had. He caught himself, stepping and pivoting around to keep his feet and get a defensive stance. The man who had come over was a Purton. He clearly had once been very handsome, even by Purton standards, but was now a shaggy, grimy mess with clothes as filthy as any beggar. His hair was unwashed, his beard a matted tangle that looked chopped off randomly to keep it off his chest. He had a bottle in one hand and a look of disgust on his face.
Fancy,
he sneered at the move Jamie had done.
How dare you come back here, running away like that, like the coward and waste of breath that you are. Take the money I should have spent on your sister and you come back here now? Walk in here like you think you're a man and even welcome here. Then you ignore me?
He demanded, rage starting to build up in him. It showed in his eyes and made his grip on the bottle white. He clenched his fist and came at Jamie. Jamie didn't just block as he should have, but stepped back, nearly tripping on a stool leg that was set out just enough to catch his foot. He didn't have time to both recover and escape his father's fist. Oirion was on his feet, but Shannon grabbed his arm.
He has to stand up to him,
Shannon said softly. Jamie hit the floor and got the fist as well. He spit blood out of his mouth and wiped his lip on the side of his finger.
Coward once, coward now,
the drunken man spat as he kicked his son. Jamie didn't even block, but took it in the ribs.
Jamie,
Oirion said, angry that the man was attacking his partner, and more so that Jamie was taking it. He jerked his arm free of Shannon's grip. How could Jamie, one of the greatest fighters he knew, just take an attack from a drunkard?
Father Jamie,
the man snarled.
Like hell. You sold yourself to the richest house in Pert. Yeah, I see who you're following after. You gag on the wealth of Valrine now, do you? Fighter, hunter, you worthless nothing. Your master sell you to the pleasure of whatever friend finds you pretty.
Eldward landed another punch to Jamie's head, as Jamie pushed himself to his knees.
You don't even have anything to say,
he snarled with disgust. He took a swig of his drink.
Stay down. It's where you belong. On your knees.
He turned to stumble back toward his seat. Jamie picked himself off the floor, straightened, and wiped blood off his lip again. He did not look at his friends, and most certainly not at Oirion.
Jamie,
Oirion whispered, pleading for his partner to not let it end like that. He wanted to jump at the man who so arrogantly walked away. Oirion wanted to kill him.
Is that the best you have?
Jamie asked.
Are you out of practice, or are you just too drunk to stay on your feet much longer?
The man turned back to Jamie slowly. He moved to attack his son with more than words or fists. Shannon moved faster than the magic the man had in his grip, grabbing Jamie's father by the arm. On impulse, the man looked at Shannon and was locked. Oirion felt it. There was a soul-wrenching pull that was like having his guts ripped out through a hole in his abdomen. The magic Shannon used was rather painful and twisted about strangely. He knew Shannon was doing something very dark and powerful. Oirion wondered if Shannon was aware that he could feel whatever magic was being used. It was only a moment, but the man staggered as Shannon shoved him back. His eyes were wide with fear and his breath short. Oirion could feel the chill swirl away from the two of them like a breath of winter. Gallus made an expression of a bad taste, but stayed in his seat.
Sit down,
Shannon ordered softly, pointing to a stool at the bar. The drunk healer tried to fight, but was jerked toward the stool with a gasp of pain.
Not pleasant, is it?
Shannon said, almost sounding amused, but Oirion knew it was something else.
I suggest you do not fight. I can make it much worse.
I could have handled it,
Jamie said.
I know you could have,
Shannon said quietly.
I'm sorry to step in, Rochelle. I had not planned to, but we are about to...
He was cut off as a scan swept the building. Jamie and Oirion both felt it. Gallus shivered.
Time to go?
Oirion asked.
We have to take him with us,
Shannon said, as the scan locked onto the man who sat at the bar.
No!
Jamie almost shouted. Shannon looked at him a moment.
He is the one they are looking for. As long as he is alive, your sister is safe. I am sorry, Jamie, but he has to come with us.
We need to go,
Oirion said, grabbing the man roughly by the shoulder.
Jamie, get us out of here.
Jamie looked horrified, but quickly led the way out of the tavern and up the street as fast as they could without making too much of a scene. They were not far from a train station where the locals often jumped the train to get to the other areas of the city, as well as those from the villages outside Kill-Abben who came for work or trade. The 5 of them jumped on a crowded passenger car. Oirion kept hold of Jamie's father and was not nice about it. They crowded in among the other passengers, keeping their heads down. Shannon sat next to Oirion, trying not to be touched by anyone else. They were all shoulder to shoulder with locals, none of whom smelled good or showed any sign of having the sort of funds it would have taken for a train pass. The train was very cold, even with all the bodies pressed in. There wasn't even any standing room left. Shannon put his elbows on his knees and held his head. They were rushing away from the city, and yet Oirion felt like they simply were not getting away fast enough. Oirion reached out and put his hand on Shannon's back, adding every bit of shielding he could build without setting off a flare as to where they were.
Anything else I can do?
Oirion muttered to Shannon, his grip on Jamie's father still as firm as ever. Shannon shook his head.
I can hear them,
he whispered.
Who?
Oirion asked.
Everyone.
In the train? Should we jump?
Shannon just shook his head. He looked over with pain evident in his eyes.
All of Pert,
he breathed.
All of them, Oirion.
I can't go anywhere. You can let go of me.
Jamie's father snarled, trying to jerk free of Oirion. Oirion gripped harder.
You're lucky I don't break your jaw just because I don't like you,
he snarled back in the man's ear.
Give me a reason and I will.
End of chapter 29. Continue with chapter 30, Ishtell. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 30, Ishtell. Theo stepped out of his study into his sanctuary to find the egg he had protected for a decade was gone again. But this time a child sat on the rugs. The child was a Perton child with deep red hair and a very soft-looking white silk robe. Theo could not tell if the child was a boy or a girl, but was pretty either way. It was playing with little stones and looked up as Theo appeared.
Hello,
Theo said. He sank to the floor, crossing his legs.
How are you doing?
The child smiled at him. It gathered up the little rocks and cast them back on the rug like dice. Theo noticed they were shards of a white stone, of a soul stone.
Where did you get those?
He gently asked the child. The child looked up at him, gathered them up, and offered a handful of them to Theo. Theo took them carefully. The stones were crumbled chunks of soul stones. Theo had never heard of such a thing. Souls did not crumble. They still held bits of life in them, Theo realized, as he rolled them about in his hand. Theo could feel the energy in the stones. He could not imagine what magics were involved, but these were souls.
Butterflies,
the child said and smiled, getting up to go outside. Theo followed quickly. The child went to the stream, knelt along its bank, and picked little stones out of the water. He held up the crumbled bits of rocks. With a quiet look, he closed his eyes and turned his face to the sun and the sky above them. Drawing a deep breath, he tossed them up. The stones released, unlocked, and turned into butterflies to flutter away, some strongly, others wobbly and weak. The child looked back to Theo and smiled. Theo held the stones in his hand, looking at them.
Who are they?
He asked out loud. The child tipped his head to one side.
Butterflies,
he said. Theo rolled the crumble of stones in his hand, trying to understand what they were. The fairy who had been brought to the sanctuary landed on his fingertips. Her tiny little feet felt like tiny points of light. She looked up at him, then down to the stones in his hand. She stepped down to them, picked one up in her hands and held it up to Theo. The sunlight caught it and flashed in Theo's eyes. For one moment, Theo ceased to be Theo. He was running through a gate. Power, darkness, and fear choked him. The smoke and the taste of blood was almost blinding, and the screaming was more than just pain. It was a sudden flash and then gone. Theo watched a little butterfly weakly flutter out of the hands of the fairy. She smiled and tilted her head to the side.
Who are they?
Theo asked the little creature. She held up her hands in a motion of helplessness. Theo laughed softly at her tiny gesture.
You don't know or you don't know how to tell me?
He asked her. She took another stone in her hands and held it up. As before, the light caught it a moment. Theo was running, pain slashing through his side. Stumbling, someone caught his arm in the darkness. Fire was raining down in pellets that slashed through magics and armor. Before him was a gate, the glowing ring barely visible through the smoke and fire. Hundreds were running for it. They were all Purtons in uniform, Theo realized. At the gate, he saw a dwarf at one side of the opening, holding a key point of the magic. Theo caught his breath, and he was back in his sanctuary, the butterfly already gone from the fairy's hands. He stared at the fairy.
That was the army of Purt,
he said, shocked. She clapped her hands.
What are they doing in my stream?
He asked, utterly baffled at how they had gotten there, why they were there, and how he was able to support them. She turned and pointed at the child, who was collecting more of them out of the water. The child sat holding them in his hand for a moment, then tossed them all up. They all fluttered away. Theo watched them, then looked back to the child.
Who is that?
He whispered to the fairy. She tilted her head to the side with a look to say she was thinking about how to tell him who it was. She sighed and looked at him helplessly. Theo knelt down next to the child.
Can you tell me who you are?
Theo asked. The child glanced up from lining stones up on the bank of the stream, looked at him and smiled.
Child,
he said.
Child is your name?
Child smiled a little.
It is what I am called,
he said simply. He picked out a stone from the water and held it up.
Pretty.
He tossed it up and watched as it fluttered away. Theo had no idea what to think. He had no idea what it all meant, and he had no idea who to ask. The only man he thought who might know more about it than he did would be Shannon, and he had no idea how to get hold of the King of Norwood.
Do you know where this is?
He asked, sinking to sit on the grass. The child turned to look at him and smiled.
Yes,
he said.
This is heaven.
Theo smiled at the compliment.
Why do you think this is heaven?
It is a safe place for the souls of those who seek to rest and recover from the darkness. Is that not what it is? Was it not created by the need to be safe and to heal from the touch of darkness and pain?
Yes. When I was a child, my mother was a very bad woman, and I needed a safe place to go, and it was here that I came. I was always alone here, though, until you were brought here as an egg. Others have come since then, but you were the first to seek refuge here, other than myself. Where did you come from?
The darkness,
the child said with a sad little expression.
I was there a very long time, I think. I do not think I was supposed to be there. I think I was trapped somehow.
He sighed and looked at his little hands. He laughed.
I like them.
He held up his hands and wiggled his fingers.
Thank you.
You were not supposed to be there. Trapped.
Child tilted his head.
Why does it matter? Why do you worry about it?
I worry others might be trapped in the same place,
Theo said, realizing for himself it was very true. He was concerned about the souls of those linked to this child. Somehow this little child was pulling souls of lost Purtons out of the stream.
Oh,
the child said sadly. The thought had not occurred to him.
I was not alone,
he admitted.
The lady was there. She taught me much there in the darkness. She prayed a lot and worked what magic she could. She was getting so tired and was so scared that she would be found.
He looked at Theo.
Sometimes I could hear the others. Once they spoke a lot, many voices, but when I came here I didn't hear them talk much anymore. It was very quiet. Very still mostly. I think they were falling asleep. Maybe some of them had died and gone to a different heaven.
He smiled.
Like me. I am not there now. I am here.
Do you know the name of the lady?
Tyra Elishara.
Child smiled as he spoke her name.
Was there a man named Tyrell there?
Child looked sad for a moment.
I think so. The lady was very upset about that part of things. I do not understand all of her thoughts, but maybe. She was very angry and sad about someone with a name like that. She was there much longer than me. She was very scared for her son, and for his children and the baby she carried. She didn't even know I was with her at first.
He added, remembering that little detail.
Was her son's name Tyrell?
Theo asked, almost feeling his heart stop.
Yes.
Child laughed a little.
How did you know?
I know him,
Theo said, trying to not jump up and go find Shannon at once. He looked over as the fairy came and settled on his shoulder.
Do you have any idea how I might find the lady?
Look wherever the demons look. They almost found her. She was very scared they would take the souls with her and use them against the goodness that remained in those she loved.
Well, my little child, I will go and see if I can find her. Maybe I can bring her here, or maybe I can bring you both home.
Theo smiled and rose to his feet. The child smiled back.
The angels will help you,
Child said. Theo stepped back and out of his sanctuary. He returned to the world in that simple motion. He left his office at once. His mind was racing with the possibilities and the realities. The reason Ulambach's lights had not gone out for centuries was that the Emperor was not dead. He was lost someplace. Where? How? Theo passed guards in the halls of the palace that was now his. He should be thinking about the war that Jerome was going to hit him with, but if the Imperial army lived, if Tyrell lived, if Theo could bring them back, Jerome would have a whole new war to think about. It was all he could do to not race to the Cathedral of Ishtell in the city. He couldn't help but feel like he was running out of time. If the angels would help him, it would be Ishtell, the father of his own line and patron of Owens.
Ah, Your Highness,
Senator Ambren said, stepping into his way.
I was hoping I would be able to have a word with you. It's about Harold.
I am really in a hurry at the moment,
Theo said, annoyed at the man.
Yes, well, we think that it is very inappropriate for a man who is already questionable for his magics to further it by being unmarried with not even a mistress.
Theo stopped in his tracks.
I will remind you one time that as long as I am around, Owens will heed the laws of Owens, the laws and ways carved in the stone of our mountains, and fully accepted by the angels themselves. Marriage is redefined and falls back to the traditions and laws of old. A man need not have a woman to be a man, and he need not want one to be a good man. Harold has proven himself and earned his place. He could marry a troll, and I would not stop him. I cannot see he would, but you take my point. You think about it very carefully. Do not challenge the laws of old, or think you are about to enforce the laws of the current Lord of the Church. Do not forget Jerome was far too close to our former queen for him to not know what she was. If Harold is assaulted for his manner or his choices, I will find those responsible and personally drive a sword through their guts and let them bleed out. Now, I am in a hurry and have far more important things to do than educate you on the fact you are an Owens, not a Purton, and you will follow the laws of Owens.
Theo stepped around the stunned senator and hurried to the church. Once he was there, he went to the altar. He put his hands on the fine silk cloth, bowed to the powers of light, kissed the cloth and sank to his knees before it. He was already slipping realms as his knees touched the stone floor, and then he was standing in the utter whiteness between realms. His mind called out to Armand, begging audience. He remained waiting in a place where time was meaningless. It was not Armand who came to him, but was indeed Ishtell. The angel stood before Theo. He folded his hands behind his back.
Theroden.
He spoke Theo's name, bowing his head to his heir.
Armand is occupied, as all of us are right about now. But for you I can spare a moment. What brings you to your knees, my king?
Theo was a little stunned to have the angel who had come to Owens during the Great War stand there and call him my king, in a personal and intimate, possessive way.
The child, the egg, whoever it is that Armand gave me to protect, he says he knows the Empress.
Yes.
He says her soul lingers, that she has turned to stone and dwells in the darkness.
Yes.
The angel nodded.
When Tyrell's army was attacked, a gate was opened, but the assault was too much and it was dropped. Grunda the dwarf called on his gods to aid him, and so aid Pert. The dwarven gods answered. When the gate opened with all of them inside the terror itself, the dwarven gods turned them all to stone in order to save them.
Where are they? Can I find them? Bring them out.
If the gate was reworked, they could be put back into Ullambak. That was the target. Yes, it could be done. You personally and alone do not have enough power for that. It would take an archangel or a lesser god for that. I think, yes, you could find them. I cannot tell you where they are. I do not know exactly. Many powers are very focused on keeping them hidden. I am not one of those. My power and focus is on other things.
He smiled a little.
Do not think for a moment we have left you. This war is far beyond mere crowns and the lives of those in the world.
What have I pulled you away from?
Theo asked, trying to imagine what an angel does all day.
I wish I could tell you. I wish you could aid me consciously in it. It is very hard and very painful to do what I am doing. The others did not think they could do it.
He sighed.
So I assumed the task alone.
Is there anything you can tell me that might guide me?
Ishtell bowed his head a time. Theo waited. Perhaps a moment, perhaps years. He did not know. The angel lifted his head with a weary, sad expression.
Oh, the pain he is in.
Ishtell shook his head.
This is not an easy task I am set to. It is like resetting a bone in a child's arm. It must be done, but to inflict such pain is shattering to the heart.
He drew a slow, deep breath.
Through the bonds created by the angels, now limited to the priesthood, energy flows in all bonds. That is the key. The dying can stay alive, the injured can be healed, healers become wizards, and wizards become healers. Pain can be shared and so become manageable. Grief can be vented out of a shattered heart and wept away by another. Through the bond, energy flows, and energy is life. Energy created all things and can repair all things. Bonds are rarely broken, but they can be. Bonds are rarely shifted, as it is very painful to those involved, but they can be. Remember, Theradon, through bonds energy flows. Think of that, and perhaps you can aid me in my task. I cannot say more than that, but put that thought before you and listen to the words of your friends. They do not understand yet, so the pain is very hard to deal with. Shannon begins to, and is fighting it. He is very scared to hurt those he loves. Keep that in mind as well. He needs a friend, just a friend, an equal, and you are as close to that as there is. Once you offered up your deepest pains to aid him, gave your energy to him. That is not what he needs now, but an embrace might help.
Should I seek those who are stone?
Yes,
Ishtell said strongly.
By all means. Should they return, Pert might yet survive into the next stage. And if you manage it, back up the Empress. We are all very displeased with Tyrell. His actions caused more grief and pain than any one soul should be held responsible for and not be damned. If she does not denounce him, you must. I will back you up on that. But it cannot be done until he stands in Ullambak and is held accountable for his actions. If he had not done what he did in the last moments, if he had not tried to save Tyrell, if he had not risked his life to save his army, he would be damned. Such is my anger toward him. Such is Armand's.
I will back her up,
Theradon said, bowing his head.
I will not falter in that.
Thank you.
The Angel of Owen said with a breath of relief and seemed to grow calm.
I must go now. They need me.
Theo opened his eyes to see a light burning over the altar. It was like a flame, and yet not. It held steady, the strong and legendary fire of Ishtell. A pillar of blue fire that burned without fuel or wick had returned to Awen's. Theo rose slowly, letting it sink in that he had been truly answered by the warrior angel Ishtell, the father of the line of lords, the angel who had carved the very rules he now tried to restore to Awen's. He turned, feeling oddly detached from his body. The place was filled. Hundreds had gathered and were kneeling, a few with tears on their faces. Others held beads, staring at him. Some seemed lost in prayer. Vin rose from the first pew and brought Theo a crystal glass with water. He offered it to his king. Theo took it, realizing he was very thirsty.
Why are there so many people here?
Theo whispered, taking a sip from the glass.
You have been in trance for 3 days.
Vin whispered back.
They are saying you have been with the angels.
I have been,
Theo whispered before he drank the water. Vin caught his arm and helped him walk from the cathedral back to the palace halls and to his room. He helped the king lie down. Vin eased off his master's boots and covered him with a light blanket.
A storm hit while you were in there. The streets are icy, but the lights of the city have relit, and the old magics are working again for the first time in over 1,000 years.
Vin said excitedly.
Do you want me to get you any food? Anything?
There is hope for Pert,
Theo said, trying to stay awake.
There is hope.
End of Chapter 30. Continue with Chapter 31, Immerish. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 31, Immerish. The stink of the fire still hung heavy in the lower areas. Smoke curled up and lingered over the great pile that had once been the bodies of the dead. The reek seemed to stick to the clothes, penetrate the skin, and make grit on the teeth. Hair, bodies, clothes, all of it burned into nothing but charcoal and ash. The pile would smolder away for days, possibly months, until nothing was left. Buried in the hill above the funeral fires, the weapons were placed to mark the passage of the warriors and the battle they had fought. There had been far too many to hope to build a tomb for all the people. Ivan wished there had been a way. They deserved it. The best that could be done was to substitute weapons for men. Camped outside the ruined village was a small army, Ezran warriors, all of them. The drinking was past, now grief, and the pains of deep hangovers loomed over them. Men sat by the low fires with heads drooping, waiting for breakfast teas and bread to get hot enough to choke down. Ivan felt displaced, as if time had spun on him and he caught himself looking for familiar faces. He would not find any of his friends. They were the grandfathers and great-grandfathers of these warriors, not these warriors themselves. He alone of all of them had seen what a war against the church was like, and he alone had sat through such days and nights as these.
And what have you learned from that? In all these years, what have you learned?
Ivan looked over at a man who stood looking familiar somehow, and yet he could not place the name. He was a tall man, even by Aziran standards. He was a warrior, with weapons unchanged by time. A great braid contained his beard, while he wore more braids in his hair. He had shells and bones strung as jewelry. Teeth and claw made belts and bracelets. Ivan smiled faintly as he saw the skull of a hobgoblin as a belt buckle. Grief and lack of sleep had driven Ivan out of sanity, and his mind played tricks. He looked from Luhun, god of fatherhood and family, back to the army of grieving warriors below.
I should have trusted myself and stayed in my bro.
Truly. Do you think that would have saved them? The army of the church was already here, Ishtavan. Had they walked home with the weapons they carried, what then?
They would have been wiped out,
Ivan had to admit.
If you had not been here to buy time for the others to arrive, what then?
They would have fallen.
There was no doubt.
Did you think for one moment the war was over?
No,
Ivan admitted after a moment of honest thought.
So why then did you come home, if not to lift up your sword again?
My sword is under the massive weight of Grunda, crushed into the bones of the earth.
Ivan sighed and dug his thumbs into the fur of his belt.
They are children. They do not know of war and death, of gods and magic. They do not understand the pain and terror Jerome can inflict on those unfortunate enough to live in defeat.
That is why they have you,
Luhun said softly.
You are their father, their king, their god. Lift them out of the pits of despair. You have fought this war before. It failed when you moved as Molochs in a stampede. So how else might you haunt your enemy?
Ivan considered what he knew, how much he had learned. Shannon came to mind. How had the man retaken Norwood with but a dozen men? How did he hold it?
Like a ghost in the night,
he answered himself.
Like a stalking moorland wolf,
Luhan agreed.
Use what you have learned. Set your father free. His soul screams to me for release. Go, lift up your sword and take back Azir. We will meet you at Immerish.
Ivan looked over to ask him what he meant by set your father free, but he was standing alone. He sighed and shifted. He felt the weight, the pull, and the shift on his belt. With his heart pounding, he reached and fingered the worn leather grip, the copper thread bindings, the spiked pommel. His sword was on his belt. His sword, the one he had buried with his sons. He caught his breath and nearly choked on tears, but a deep calm rose up. He was not alone. His God stood with him, and he was where he needed to be now. Now was the time.
Like a moorland wolf, to Immerish we go,
he whispered, and headed slowly down the hill. He could feel the ground under his feet, feel the breath in the air, taste the fires, and he felt something shift deep in his heart. He was not just the son of a king who could turn into a bear if angry or scared enough. He was Ishtell, king of Azir. As he neared camp, he saw Tasale waiting for him. Ivan reached the Purton and wondered again just who he was. Why was he here? Was it his gods or the angels of Pert who had put the wizard at his camp?
Who was that?
Tasale asked.
I thought I knew all the men of the nearest 3 villages.
You saw him?
Ivan asked.
Yes,
Tasale said, a bit perplexed.
Was I not supposed to?
No,
Ivan said after a moment.
If you had not been meant to, you wouldn't have.
Ivan smiled faintly.
That was Luhan.
Oh,
Tasale said, clearly not understanding what that meant.
Well, I know things have just changed. The world will know soon and war will come to the hill. I wanted to offer my services. Once Pert had an ambassador of every great race and nation to serve the Emperor and sent one back as well. If you think me worthy, I would stand with you wherever you go as such a man.
Ivan looked at him a long moment before he answered.
I would be honored, Kill-Abben. You will be the voice of the true Emperor of Pert for me. He, of all men, I wish could be here to advise me, but here he cannot be. So I will trust that your gods and mine sent you here to take his place.
Tasale bowed his head and bent a knee in a graceful ancient motion.
I will serve the king of Azir as truly as I would my own father, king, or emperor. This I will do until my death, or until I be called home by the true emperor of Pert and none other.
Ivan dropped a great hand on the slender shoulder.
I don't even know how old you are, my friend, but to me you stand now as a man and warrior, counselor and aide. Let us go talk to our warriors.
Ivan and Tasale walked slowly to the center of the camp. People began to gather silently, waiting to hear the voice of their king, the man they had prayed to come to them, to stand where he stood. Ivan gave them time to gather. He waited until Kenar limped out to join them as well. Ivan looked for a moment at the son he had never known, then drew a breath and began.
Soon the armies will come. Jerome will respond with anger and force. He will send demons and black magic against the hills and kill all things he finds, man, woman, child, and beast.
He let that sink in a little and looked around at the solemn faces of the men.
That is why we will not be here. That is why we will burn every hut and home, scatter every herd, and like moorland wolves, male, female, and pup alike, shall move. The hobgoblin has invaded our territory. We will go to his den, we will tear into him, we will devour his flesh.
He let that begin to sink in. Light was coming on in their eyes and breath was stirring deep in the chests of the men.
We go to Immerish to reclaim our capital,
he said firmly. The fires in their hearts were beginning to build.
All war has loss, all war has blood, but when that blood is spilled for nothing, then there is grief. Let not the blood of the past, nor of this day, be spilled for nothing. We go to Immerish. To pave the way, Jerome must think he has us here, cornered, with all his eyes kept on the hills. Who will go to the foot of Grunda and draw the eye off the city walls?
I will,
Kenar said as he stepped forward.
I am old. I have lived long.
and my prayers have been answered. I held the house in your absence, and now I turn it back over with relief. I am injured. I will never recover and will never make Immerish. I will join my brothers on the high moors and do so with fire in my heart.
Ivan didn't want it to be so, but he knew it had to be. Kennar was going to die anyway, and better to do so as a hero and for a good cause than slowly and painfully in a bed.
Who will join him?
I will!
Another old man whom Ivan didn't know stepped forward.
I will join him and fight against Jerome, taking as many of Jerome's men with me as I can.
As will I,
an old woman said.
I cannot swing a sword now, but I know the name of the gods and of bear and wolf. The men who serve Blackheart will fear me before I am taken down.
Let he who will hunt out the invaders with me set fire to his home, gather his family, and race across the hills to Immerish. There I will meet you before the great hall. Those who will stand with Kennar in the hills, let them join him here and follow him to the halls of the gods.
Ivan paused, then nodded.
To Immerish,
he said.
To Immerish,
Tasale repeated.
To Immerish,
Ivan said again with more force.
To Immerish,
the men began to whisper.
To Immerish,
Ivan roared and lifted his fist in the air.
To Immerish,
they roared back. Ivan turned, nodded to Tasale, and headed out at a run toward the city he had not even mentioned in nearly 800 years. End of chapter. Continue with chapter 32, Kaullie. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 32, Kaullie. Kaullie Lords slowly drew her hand over the basin before her. Magic swirled under the motion and made smoke mist off the living blood. In the corner, still bound and alive, was the man whose blood she used for her magics. He was a pretty young thing, and better yet, had whispers of the line of angels in him. He whimpered as he felt his energies being pulled out of him and into her spell. Wizard-born were so much fun. Normally she would have smiled at that point, but things were far too serious for her to even notice. She whispered the name of the man she needed to talk to. She waited. Time hung, and she received no response. This was the third time she had sought to summon him, and gotten nothing. She waited, trying not to snarl. How dare he ignore her? Her offering would not last much longer. His death would mean she would have to start all over, and that took time. Plus, she had hoped for games. Things far more fun than this would happen with the boy if he was still alive later. She was just about to collapse the spell and use what energy was left for other ends, but the blood in the bowl swirled and began to glow. It took only a moment, and he stepped out of the air. First, he was nothing but mist, but he condensed into a form that seemed as solid as any. She knew he wasn't truly there, but he held a form that could feel solid if he wished it. It took more power, but sometimes it was worth it.
Why have you ignored me?
She demanded, standing from her work at the table.
I do not answer to you, my dear,
he said, almost amused.
I'm also a busy man and unable to simply jump off to answer blood calls. What has you so ruffled?
He sank into a chair at the table, with only a glance at the man bound and dying in the corner. He had no more response than if the man was a sleeping cat. He looked back to the former Queen of Owens.
Tyrone.
She snarled the name of her son.
He set me up. The little bastard. He took the throne.
I am aware,
Jerome said coolly but not surprised.
He did it rather well, actually. You have to give him that.
He attacked me!
She half screamed.
Jerome, he attacked me. He used a focus on Harold of all whelps and attacked me. I know it was him. He banished Otagusk.
Tyrone banished him?
Jerome asked, lifting an eyebrow, a tad impressed.
A complete banishment or just a dismissal?
Complete. Otagusk is nothing but swirling mist now. He may as well be shattered.
That has got to piss you off,
Jerome almost chuckled.
You have to stop him.
Yes, I do,
Jerome said, with his eyes going dark and angry.
I do, but not for you, dear. I have given you every resource, and you just got dethroned by a man you should have had broken to your will. If he was truly behind the attack, I would wonder how you missed such power in him. It would be to admit he outsmarted you from the day he was born.
She snarled as she poured herself wine. She knew if she let her true anger show, Jerome would mock her and leave. She drew in a sharp breath and forced herself to retake her seat.
You were nearly as much his teacher as I was. How did you miss such power?
My interest in Tyrone was far more for amusement than power. You bred him for power, and apparently you succeeded.
You are pontiff and emperor. Denounce him and remove him from my throne.
That is not as easy as you think.
His face twisted in rage that he rarely let show.
He has been keyed into the wells. Pert has made him a true king.
What?
She gasped in shock and fear.
How? Tyrell is...
I had reason to think Tyrone had been in contact with Shannon, but now I am certain he has chosen sides, and it's not my side he has chosen. I will take Tyrone down even if it costs me this tiresome mask of priestliness.
Shannon is not emperor. How then? He could be Shannon's personal concubine, and still that would not be enough. It must come from Tyrell.
If Tyrell is still alive, somehow I doubt very much he is sane enough or aware enough of who he is to make such an act. And how would Tyrone have any idea to even look for the Emperor?
You need to find where that gate went.
I am aware,
he said with cold anger turned at her. His eyes burned with dark hatred and rage. She shifted, knowing very well that it was a bad place to be with Jerome's anger aimed at you, even if you were his mistress.
Tyrone is hunting out all my fortresses and depleting all my power bases.
Of course he is. He hates you and always has, even I know that. You can force a man's body to love you, but you cannot force a man's soul to love you. You go up against a strong enough soul, and not even 500 years in hell under the torment of a king demon can always break a man.
He ran his old, long, bony hand along his jaw, scowling with his own thoughts.
Tyrone is easily crushed. I just have to cut off his harbour and starve him out. I can come at him from Forley as a heretic, and in a few months he will be exposed as an evil sorcerer, and the lights a trick of black magic. It would be just that easy if Tyrone stood alone, but if Norwood backs him up...
He growled and muttered under his breath. He lifted his gaze back to Kaullie. He flickered a moment as he would if he had to deal with things back where he truly was. It didn't last long, and he refocused on her.
I have a task for you,
he said.
What is that?
I need you to go to Azir. Apparently Ishtell has come home and thinks to be king. It seems my old partner still has the means to inspire people to noble foolery. I want you to go there and kill him at all costs. I will deal with your son.
Azir?
She shuddered at the idea.
Kill him and bring me his heart, and I will make certain you sit on a throne, and that both of your sons are on their knees before you begging mercy.
She couldn't help but smile with evil pleasure.
Now I need to tend to more pressing matters. Do not contact me again until you have killed the bear of Azir. Make it as public as you can. I want them left with no hope.
He rose and vanished. Kaullie turned her eyes to the man on the floor. She smiled at him.
Now for some fun, my pet.
She rose with plans to turn that man's body into her own toy until he died. Then she might well try to resurrect him. She had the power in her blood. She just hadn't mastered it yet. Jerome stepped from his meeting with Theroden's mother and swore under his breath. Stupid woman. Maybe she would pull off dealing with Azir. Awans was far more important to him. Tyrone could not be allowed to be king. He snarled at the fact he had missed seeing so much power in the Prince of Awans. How had Tyrone gotten in contact with Tyrell? 5,000 years, and Jerome had not been able to find where the gate that had been shattered had gone.
It's drawing close.
Jerome lifted his eyes to the man across the room. The man stood young, with chestnut hair, a hunter's green leather, and a soft glow of divine light about him.
You should not be here,
Jerome said, leaning on his desk. The younger man smiled faintly and sadly.
Careful how you move. You could tip things too far in the wrong direction.
Jerome snarled and glared at the hands that were old, gnarled, and had done many horrid things.
Tyrell cannot be found. I need more time. Tyrone must be taken down, or he will mess everything up. He becomes a sorcerer and a racial king. The magic will see that. He might belong to Pert, but he is Awans, not Perton. He forces my hand,
Jerome yelled at the young handsome priest across the room.
Go away, you should not be here. The demons act without consulting you. They worry you take too long. They will move soon. You must set things in motion. I tried,
Jerome roared.
I gave Ray everything he needed. I gave him all the elements he'd need to bring the barrier down, and all he did was wipe out my army. Not all the elements. You missed a race and the Prince of Pert. He needs the blood of Armand to take down the barrier. Did you think he would sacrifice the sailor boy?
Jerome snarled and punched the desk. It had gone too far. He could not see any of it working. It had taken him too long to put the pieces together. He looked back up to his younger self.
What do I do?
Young Jerome took a step forward, but the door opened and the man called Bennick entered the room. He wore the body of a man, but the demon was master within him, mocking all things by being in a cardinal's robe.
You need to remind your partner that Pert belongs to you,
he snapped.
Shannon has meddled too far.
What has happened?
Jerome asked, not certain what could be worse than having Theradon be a true king.
He has the heir of Oirion, Cain, and Valrine all in his hands. To make matters worse, it seems that he has an Imperial Guard with him.
Jerome hissed. So Shannon was emperor now. Tyrell must have finally died in whatever limbo he had been in.
Are you certain?
The demon snarled in cold rage and threat.
They are in Valrine, even now.
You cannot attack them if they make it to the ShaHaNon estates. The magics will protect Oirion from you.
I am aware of that.
The demon roared, making the glass in the room tremble and threaten to break. Once such a roar would have brought Jerome to his knees. Now it was merely annoying and insulting.
If I had known who the heir to Cain and Oirion were, I might have had them safely out of his reach. You should have told me.
Eldwar, father of Orion's partner. Orion's partner, James, will be heir after the healer dies. Those two must be brought down.
I will deal with Oirion,
Jerome said firmly.
I will also deal with Riddell. Why don't you go ask my good senator to hand over the heretics?
Bennick snarled at him, showing his true nature for a moment.
I suggest you send Shannon a warning and slow him down. If he takes them into Norwood, things will get very complicated,
Jerome said.
While you're at it, why don't you go back to the task of finding me the Pusan King? The last thing we need is for him to join up with Norwood, or worse, with Theradon. Go be useful. I have work to do.
Careful,
Bennick whispered.
I serve you only so far.
You serve me as far as I wish it. You are mine as long as the deal stands. I might answer to your masters, but you answer to me. Go find Vinagdar.
Bennick spun and left the office. Jerome sank to his chair. His younger self was gone and would not be back for some time. That was too close.
All right, Riddell,
he whispered.
You force my hand.
He closed his eyes and reached inside, seeking the bond. He never had a hard time grabbing it. It was like an aching tooth, hard to not poke at. He lied about his ability to reach Shannon. He hid it as best as he could. He made it seem very difficult, but Riddell was about to mess up 5,000 years of work. He reached for it, ready to make his partner fall to his knees, gasping in pain. He reached and grabbed, but something was different. Something had changed. For a moment, he saw Shannon, saw his partner standing at the doorway of a large building, likely the Tasale train station door. With him, he could see Oirion clearly, and glowing faintly to the side was Jamie. Jerome breathed in sharply. He should not be able to see them this way. Angry at them both, he attacked Shannon again. Again, nothing happened. Oirion shoved a man forward, as Shannon turned his eyes on Jerome and saw him clearly. They held each other's gaze a moment before Shannon drew up his hood and stepped out into the rain, and Jerome lost his grip.
Dear God,
Jerome breathed.
He's got Oirion shielding him. How in the hell did he manage that? Bennick,
he yelled. It wasn't long before the demon returned.
Forget the Pusan,
Jerome said.
Tell Burdakdar that they are in Tasale and Oirion needs to die. Somehow Riddell has figured out how to use him to block me. Kill him.
It's about time.
Bennick bowed.
Oirion will suffer for his treason against you.
Just kill him, I don't care how.
Jerome grabbed a glass of wine and took a sip as the demon left with a smile. The demons were not allowed to kill his children, not even the ones who held the blood of kings in them without his direct order, and he had just given it. The protection he had given Oirion was now removed, and he knew the death facing the bishop was going to be horrific and painful. He blinked away tears and swore. He was losing control. He took a shaking sip of wine. He needed to distract himself. He drained the wine and headed for the cells. Maybe the screams of whoever he killed tonight would drown out the screams he knew Oirion was about to offer up.
Damn it all,
he snarled.
Oirion, you idiot!
End of chapter 32. Continue with chapter 33, Tasale. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 33, Tasale. The city of Tasale had once been a major hub of the trains going east and west, as well as north into Norwood. It was ancient and grand. While the city itself no longer held its former glory, the train station hinted strongly of the past. It was built with the grandeur and grace of all ancient imperial buildings. It was stunning. Over the great causeways, skylights let sunlight flood down into the space, with trees and gardens planted down the center of the floor, complete with fountains and little finches that made the place feel rather like summer, even in the depth of winter. It was warm and smelled of fresh things the moment they stepped off the train, almost like a warm summer night. The cold rain outside was quickly forgotten. The power and glory of the past whispered here like it did in few places. Once this had been one of the prides of the House of Valreen, a place where the king might come to dine at one of the eateries, or stroll the walkways to escape the long, cold winter, or take his children to the theater that stood at the far end of the station. Here, where winters could be long and brutal, the walkways and lights of the train house offered a great escape from the cold. The station was almost a city in itself, with its own police and jail, as well artisans, residency, eateries, and healers' hall. Shops lined the causeway, and trains went in and out all day and night, even now. This was where Oirion had been forced to go to work beside his father and grandfather as a boy. This was where his brothers had teased him and left him to try to keep up as they ran away with the other boys of the station. The place was full of memories Oirion had rather not run into. Somehow, here he was, getting off the train, hood up to hide his face in case anyone might know him. He was half afraid his brothers and father would be waiting for him at the train door, as they had when he was young and coming home for holiday. The crowd they met, though, was all hurried and moving about with faces weary from the late night and the long ride on the train. The magics of the trains was fading. Without the true emperor and with the ban on magics, the trains had neither the wells to recharge the train stones or for anyone to even know how. Soon the magics would fail altogether, and the roads into Valreen would be blocked by snow and freezing rain for at least 3 months of the year, possibly more. With no train, trade would collapse, and much of the kingdom would be hard-pressed to survive. Jamie stepped off the train, taking in the beauty of the place with a barely hidden gasp.
Wow,
he said softly.
This place is amazing.
This was how all the stations once were, but with the light of the king to add to it,
Shannon said.
ShaHaNon might serve in Jerome's court, but he is the rightful king of Valreen, and it shows in places such as this. Despite his politics, he almost redeems himself with the care he takes with the old places.
Can we get going?
Oirion muttered, shoving Eldwar forward as an outlet for his own displeasure.
They will be here looking for us, and we all know it.
Too many weeks, months now, he had been actively hunted, and being here felt like walking into a trap.
Lead on,
Shannon said softly after a pause. He pulled up his hood, casting a sharp look to Eldwar, who bit back his retort to Oirion and walked with them, snarling under his breath.
I need a drink,
the Purton healer said as they passed a small tavern-style shop.
It's been days.
You're a healer. Deal with the withdrawals,
Shannon said coldly.
I'm also a drunk and I need a drink.
Oirion grabbed the Purton by the elbow as painfully as he could, driving a thumb into a pressure point, and jerked the man to him, whispering in his ear.
Give me a reason to be rid of you, and by God I will make it as painful as I possibly can. When Shannon says no, the answer is no. You do not argue with the king of Norwood.
He shoved Eldwar hard enough that the man nearly fell before he caught his feet. Oirion was already stalking ahead and away from Jamie's father.
Defending Shannon now?
Jamie asked as he joined Oirion.
I appreciate you dealing with him for me, but Shannon can take care of himself.
I know,
Oirion grunted.
That's not the point. I want out of here, and the more your piece of trash father understands the severity of things, the sooner he might stop being such a burden.
We could just kill him,
Jaime said cheerfully, and clearly loud enough that his father could hear.
I can make it rather painful, but quick enough. Maybe drop him into a living death, so they can burn him alive in the crematory. Maybe his pain would grant him mercy in death. God knows it'd make me feel better.
Oirion chuckled at Jaime and relaxed a bit. They were all tense, tired, and on edge, but no matter how upset he was with things, Jaime had to be feeling a lot worse with Eldwar there.
Right, let's just vanish as soon as we...
Oirion stopped when he saw a massive poster of himself and Jaime. They looked rather grand in their hunters' uniforms with the gold chains and sashes of the ranks of bishops. The image capture was clearly a masterpiece and relatively new. Under it read, "The Champions of Valreen."
Damn,
Jaime said, stopping.
My hair never looks that good in real life. It'd take a lot of time and the right products to get the frizz to obey even close to that.
That had to cost a pretty pinch,
Gallus said in awe of the size and skill of it.
I can't imagine my grandfather would have put it up there,
Oirion said.
He's not a fan of such displays.
He didn't,
Shannon said, motioning them to keep moving.
And you know that how?
Oirion asked.
Because I paid for it,
Shannon said.
What? Why?
Oirion asked, shocked.
To help deal with the public relations problems you have. Valreen needs to keep you firmly in their minds as the hero you are.
Oirion snorted and jerked his hood up tighter.
I'm not a hero,
he said under his breath.
And drawing attention to me doesn't help. It makes the church want me removed.
Now you're just being childish,
Shannon said.
If you care to have me point out all the things you have done to make yourself a hero, then I will. If you continue to carry on like a spoiled prince, I might have to tell James a few stories. I'm certain he would love to hear about what you did at the Battle of the River or on the ship.
Stop,
Oirion cut him off.
I act without thinking, and we both know it. Heroes are men who consider what they are doing and do it anyway. That is not me.
Shannon actually smiled.
We could argue it all night if you like,
he teased. He put his hand on Orion's shoulder and stepped closer as he passed him.
Watch the rear. We're being followed by someone new,
he said softly and discreetly.
We had better walk,
Shannon said, despite the carriages that waited in hopes of offering rides. They were headed to Orion's family home. The house of the Earl of Hennon was outside the city, and several miles inside the walled border of his private estate. Oirion didn't care to walk that far at night or in the rain, but he knew Shannon would have a reason.
What is it?
Oirion asked, concerned by Shannon's hesitation just outside the door.
There is a Grim. We will fight him before we reach the estate.
You can beat the Grim, can't you?
Oirion asked.
What is a Grim?
Gallus whispered to Jaime.
It's a type of demon,
Jaime said. Shannon looked at Oirion.
I suspect so, but I seriously doubt I will be able to hide who I am for long in such a fight, and Jerome knows we are here. He could send others.
Why is that such a bad thing?
Jaime asked a bit nervously.
Maybe it will scare him away if you reveal yourself.
If the Grim is here, he's not alone. Do not touch the Grim. Do not get in between me and any demon. And Oirion, you stick with James.
Right,
Oirion muttered.
I'm not so sure why you want to fight him alone, but if that's your wish...
I won't,
Shannon said.
I have Gallus to help me.
Me?
Gallus asked a bit nervously.
Oh, I don't know. The thing is, I am not a fighter, and I might just faint again.
No, you won't,
Shannon said.
And you'll do fine. All you have to do is banish it.
I've never done anything that powerful,
Gallus pleaded.
I really do not want to face it. Please don't make us go out there.
We walk,
Shannon said.
We have no choice. It is hunting one of you and will not stop.
Shannon adjusted his hood up as he stepped out into the rain with the others following. It was 10 miles out of the city, to the edge of the Hennon estate, and Oirion was not at all looking forward to that rather long and uphill hike, but he trusted Shannon on his decision to walk. Of all of them, Shannon had the most reason to not want to fail in this. The city was dark and quiet, with the late evening and the rain. Random street lamps burned oil, making small pools of wavering light. But they were little more than just street markers. The streets, sidewalks, and building fronts had once been well lit when the city had run on the power of the king's key to the wells of Pert. The entire empire had once been a glory that no other peoples could compete with. But now it was dark and cold. There was not the power to light it up any other way. The dark at least made Shannon able to blend in rather easily. They moved out of the city, far too fast for Orion's liking. As once out of the city, they were in a wooded area with no light at all.
Oirion, light,
Shannon said softly. Oirion cast a blue light up ahead of them on the road, enough for them to see by, but not enough to make them easily seen from a distance. They crossed the bridge, where Oirion had been shoved off by his brothers when he was 12 and nearly drowned under the ice. It was the first time his father was ever angry at the younger boys, and they were punished for that. Oirion had nearly died, once in the water, and then again from the sickness that followed. The healer suspected that he would be sterile and never father any children for the fever he endured. The river itself was on the ShaHaNon estate line and marked the southern border of it. The smaller river here would join up with the Valreen River, just before it poured over cliffs into Silver Lake to the east. Oirion shivered despite himself and pulled his cloak tighter as they crossed the long, slightly arched bridge, their footsteps hollow on the old wood. On the far side, the trees opened up off to the right, fields where once great tournaments were held for horsemanship, arms, and wizardry opened up in contrast to the close trees. Now the fields were used by the locals for their goats, sheep, and a few horses that were let out at times to graze during the summer. This early in the year, it was mowed low and empty. It was the perfect place for an ambush. He tensed and tried to stay calm. They all felt the scans sweeping the area, and the chill that began to gather was more than just the rain. Shannon drew a deep breath as if he was plunging into cold water. He strode forward along the road, not pausing as the others did. Oirion felt sick and his stomach tightened, but he followed.
I feel ill,
Jamie muttered.
I haven't been so scared of a fight in a long time.
Let's keep close,
Oirion said softly. He glanced back. Oirion prayed that it was just the Grim tonight, and this worry was all for nothing. But nightmare flashes of the last fight he had been in with Shannon kept coming back. He did not want Jamie to have any idea how close he and Shannon had been in that fight, but less did he want to repeat any of it. Still, a part of him knew that if he was needed that way again, he would offer himself up to save Shannon, and it ate at him. They had only gone a few yards further when the Grim appeared on the road. He wore a long, dark cloak. His pale face and eyes glowed green from under the deep hood. Jamie stumbled away from the unholy reek of the thing, but was knocked back hard as the Grim targeted him, hitting him with a magic that used the weak points where the parasite had been. Somehow the Grim knew that Jamie would be an easy target and ignored Shannon altogether. At the attack, Eldwar fell back, terrified. Shannon slammed up a shield over Jamie. The healer stumbled with relief, gasping for breath, barely keeping his feet. Clearly Shannon had not expected the attack to be at Jamie and looked momentarily annoyed and a little angry at not having seen that coming.
You interfere.
The Grim jerked his attention to Shannon.
It is unwise to do so, Perton. Bow before me and beg for my protection,
he snarled.
I think not,
Shannon said as he shifted to prepare for a battle. Oirion felt it more than saw it. Whoever this Grim was, he was dangerous, and something about Shannon's caution warned Oirion this fight was going to cost a lot. Oirion feared he would, at the very least, end up having to offer up energy to aid Shannon in this battle and to keep him from losing control of his darker side.
You truly are a fool, then.
The Grim bowed with mocking acceptance. He swiped the air behind him as he spun about into his own defensive stance. His claws tore the night, opening a gash into a realm of darkness that was like swirling oil. Sick green fumes boiled out of the rip and rolled out onto the ground. cold so intense their breath froze in the air, warned of the power of the demon who was about to appear. A wicked grin showed the Grimm's horrific teeth. The Grimm fully expected to win this battle.
Not good!
Eldwar gasped as he staggered back with panic. Breathless, he collapsed with weakness in the road. Oirion grabbed James' hand and locked up a shield with him, as they had learned to do as teenagers and had done on a daily basis. It had been decades since they had needed it, but Oirion knew at the appearance of the demon that this was going to get serious. Shannon was right, the Grimm had come with backup. The Grimm alone was bad enough, but this demon was no low rank. It was rare for such a partnership, but not unheard of. Oirion cleared his mind of all questions to focus on the moment. The Grimm disappeared and reappeared right in front of Jaime, and shot his hand out to rip Jaime's heart right out of his chest. The Grimm's hand hit the shield that Jaime and Oirion held as one. They were knocked back with the force, but the shield held. Oirion was up first. He reacted with a power and speed he never showed in public. He shot white flames out of his hands at the Grimm. The Grimm blocked with a shield and hissed at Oirion. The attack had not stopped the Grimm, but it had to have hurt him. Shannon stood waiting for the demon to move. It stayed still a moment, realizing whom it faced, then moved with a fierce hope to gain the power to obtain the rank of King Demon by beating Shannon in battle. Shannon slammed an extra shield up just as it reached him, knocking it back. Shannon moved in with his hands to strike the demon. He chose the method of the battle, and it was hand-to-hand with power driving up through every motion. It was a fight in this realm, by the rules of this realm, and that was to Shannon's advantage. He just hoped that Gallus would find the strength to move. Shannon could win this, but not quickly, and the Grimm was nothing he wanted Jaime or Oirion to even be near. If he had been alone, he would have dealt with this differently. But with the others here, he had no choice but to fight. The Grimm moved in, meeting Oirion and Jaime with physical force. At the same time, Shannon and the demon stepped into their own fight. Oirion was forced to fall back out of the Grimm's reach. He was feeling the strain of the fight far too early and realized there was no way he could win it. The Grimm was toying with him. Oirion swore and hoped Shannon would quickly beat the demon he fought and come to their aid, but from the sickness and nausea that Oirion was feeling, such help was not likely to be the case anytime soon. The magic of priesthood was not an aid at this point, but was making him weak with sickness, causing him to feel dizzy and off balance. Demons had long ago learned to use their reek against priests, and the Grimms were masters of it. There was nothing Oirion could do about it, except to choke down the nausea and keep moving. Jaime was so sick he was barely able to do anything but hold onto the shield he and Oirion had. The Grimm again came at them in a rush, and the distance that the last decade had put between Oirion and Jaime caused their lock to give way. Their hold on each other snapped when the Grimm hit the shield. Oirion was knocked back, tripping over Jaime, who couldn't get out of the way fast enough. Oirion was stunned. Never in all the years he had known Jaime had they ever tripped over each other. Not once, not ever. Even before they were bonded, they had never faltered in their ability to work together. The emotional shock was almost worse than the physical pain of having such a deep and powerful shield snap, but with both at once it was all Oirion could do to blink it away and stay conscious. From behind them, someone drew up great power, just as the Grimm crouched for another attack, an attack that would have been the death of either Jaime or Oirion. The energy rose up out of the earth as a vortex of blue-white flames and light, coming between the Grimm and the two stunned men. The man from the rear leapt over Jaime and Oirion, right through his own magic, landing between them and the Grimm. The man was suddenly transformed, armored in white light that was laced with streaks of blue lambent flames, all of it glowing with stunning power. The stranger wore his magic. The Grimm fell back a step at once. Fear flashed over his face. The man didn't even pause, but moved with a sword of light and attacked the Grimm. It fell back with a shout and tried to escape. The man threw a blast of power at it and drove it to the ground, stunning it out of its chance to flee and forced it to fight. The Grimm had no chance. The man moved in, swinging the sword around, slicing off an arm that the Grimm had raised to protect itself. Flesh and magic were sliced like mist. The arm fell and turned to mummified flesh, black and shriveled. In a step, the man drove the sword through the Grimm's chest and sent a blast of power down through it. The Grimm screamed as it was set on fire. Roaring white flame flared up blindingly hot. It was brilliant enough to blind Oirion and Jaime. Oirion shouted and threw all he had at the demon that fought Shannon. If Shannon was not prepared, and maybe even if he was, such light and fire would seriously mess with the vampire side of him. Such magic was horrifically painful and energy-draining for Shannon, which might cause him to falter a moment. In such a battle, it could cost everything. Oirion fought to get his eyesight back even as he was moving to help Shannon. Shannon was hurting, and Oirion knew it. Somehow, he knew very well that Shannon was burned, blind, and in pain, so bad he could barely keep from screaming. Oirion threw up his arm without thinking, and shouted as once he had. But then he had done it with another man's power. This time it was his own. The banishment demanded so much of the soul, it dropped him to his knees, stunned and shivering. His bones were as fragile as glass, ready to shatter at a touch, but it had hit its mark. A lesser priest would have had his body burn away, or his heart give out with such a powerful banishment. The demon whirled from reaching to Shannon and screamed at Oirion just as the banishment hit him. The demon shattered into nothing but tiny fragments of black crystals that blasted away in smoke that evaporated quickly. Oirion could see Shannon struggling to get up off his knees. He was still blind and off balance, blood running out of his left glove. Oirion had one moment of relief to think they had won. He almost took a step forward to help Shannon, but at that moment, the air tore again, and the archdemon that Oirion knew from those years ago stepped out of darkness. Oirion recognized it at once. He was sick and utterly cold inside at its presence. It came as a mirror image of Shannon with a smirk on his face. Every fear Oirion ever held seemed to have just stepped out with grace beyond words. If they had struggled to beat the lesser demon, there seemed no way to escape now, and victory was beyond possible.
Well now, already on your knees. What a nice surprise.
The demon purred at Shannon. He looked up from Shannon just as the man in white armor swung his sword in a rush at him. The demon had to drive up a shield and throw an attack. The man was hit and staggered, but was not put down. Oirion tried to comprehend how much power that man had to hold to withstand the touch of the demon who had been Shannon's keeper in hell.
I thought I had hunted all you little maggots out.
The demon snarled.
Not quite,
the man said back coldly. He spat blood from the hit he had taken. He swung the sword around. The demon smiled.
You cannot beat me,
he said calmly, and hit the man with enough force to hurl him back off his feet. The demon looked back to Shannon, who was stumbling as he tried to get to his feet. With an almost amused expression, the demon looked to Oirion.
What saved him last time will be his end.
The archdemon walked to Oirion, who couldn't even get up. He was frozen, caught, and unable to even raise a shield. He tried not to panic, but he felt like a mouse in a lion's mouth. The demon lifted his hand. The pain was blinding, and all else was gone. There was no warning. Oirion was just consumed and mute in the agony. He felt the demon rip at the bond that was Jaime to get at the deeper bond that was hidden within, the bond that was access to Shannon. He heard both Jaime and Shannon screaming. All Oirion felt was utter hopelessness and shocking grief at failure. Just as he felt his soul about to break, another voice roared into his mind and he saw a flash of light. The pain dropped off. Oirion collapsed back limp and trembling. He had no strength at all and hit the ground as if dead, his body utterly devoid of response. Jaime was there weeping and pulling at him. As the demon roared, they could see that the mask he wore, the mask that was the image of Shannon, was being shredded to reveal the putrid thing of darkness and unending hunger that it truly was. A new presence stood solid before it, unwavering. Burning with golden power, the new attacker raised his arms. Wings of light flared out with white robes blowing in winds of divine might. Oirion could only think it had to be an angel. Maybe Gallus had been telling the truth, and Armand had not abandoned Pert, but was here now to save his forsaken son from going back to hell. The demon was smoking black, and the green fumes were no longer burning off him as he tried to move. He snarled in a voice no longer even trying to mimic Shannon, but of hell and pain. The man in white armor was there, reflecting the golden light, aiding the one in robes of white. Oirion reached out with his last mental strength and threw his own power into that of the angel, all of it being sent at the archdemon in a single attack. They had to stop that demon at all costs, and Oirion felt his life was nothing compared to that. Jaime held Oirion in one arm, weeping, and reached up with his other hand, sending all his power to assist the angel as well. The figure in white light flared even brighter with Jaime's aid, as if somehow doubled in might. The archdemon roared, his voice like the howl of a million tortured souls, like thunder that never ended, and threatened to scatter all the binding energy that held matter together. The world seemed to waver in an effort to remain intact. The man in robes of white with the golden power shouted back at the demon in words Oirion never could recall, but which seemed to snap all things back into focus. The demon's roar of rage was cut off as he exploded into nothing but fragments of darkness. Millions of little black crystals showered down on them. Oirion couldn't even blink his eyes, but watched with fixed gaze as the angel dropped and staggered. The light of power faded, and the man nearly fell over. Weeping, he turned and dropped down to Oirion, becoming Gallus, shaking and gasping for air. Gallus reached out and touched Orion's face.
Oirion?
Gallus pleaded that the man be still alive. Oirion couldn't move his eyes to look at Gallus, who had a moment ago been an angel, but watched as the man in white armor got up to help Shannon. Shannon was on his knees, shaking. He held up a hand to keep the man away from him. Oirion had seen Shannon in that condition before, and it was very bad. He wanted to tell the stranger to stay away from Shannon, to not touch him. Shannon needed shields, not a hand up. Oirion wanted to ask someone, anyone, to shield Shannon, but he could not even get his eyes to blink. Shannon tried to get up, but just as he got a foot under him, his strength gave out, and he dropped to his hands and knees with a sob. Oirion felt Jaime's grip on his hand and knew he had to act fast no matter how bad it hurt. If Shannon didn't get help, he would lose all mastery, and Riven was not here this time. No one here had the power to aid Shannon, and yet be someone Shannon could let go of. If the demon that Shannon was got hold of a healer or a priest as golden as Gallus, he would not be able to make himself surrender such power. Oirion had to protect them. He had to protect all their souls, and especially Shannon's soul, from Shannon doing something horrific. Oirion reached up to reopen the bond with Jaime, who responded with a rush of relief. But just as fast, Oirion was hit with a storm of screaming pain and consuming grief. That was Shannon. It almost suffocated him. Oirion knew that Shannon could feel himself slipping and that he was helpless to stop it. Oirion was focused and had expected nothing less. By willpower alone, he sent all the energy he had left through the bond to Shannon. He held on as long as he could, but the pain was too much, and he blacked out. Oirion stood just to the side of the road, watching from a very strange perspective. He could see himself in Jaime's arms, his graying hair falling back in far longer wavy length than he had thought, his eyes staring blankly up at the sky. Blood had run from his nose into a gray beard that had grown in the last few weeks. Jaime was yelling at him, but he heard nothing of it. It was just too far away. Gallus was smoothing Orion's face, weeping, trying to convince him to come back. Oirion looked at Shannon and saw him. He was Shannon as he always was, but he wore a band of weak white power around his brow with a tiny gem in the center. It had once been white or clear, but was fractured with lines of red pain through it. More than that, Shannon was revealed. Black icy mist flowed off him. The robes of abyssal power and wings of blackness were visible. He was terrifying, he was stunning, and he was staggered. Shannon had fallen back to sit on his heels, his hands over his heart as if his chest had been crushed. The pain and shock on his face was something Oirion would never forget. Through the raw bond the demon had torn open, Oirion could feel the utter pain, the grief and wrenching loss Shannon felt. Somehow it was so much deeper, so much more painful than the sudden sense of merely being abandoned and helplessness that Jamie felt. The pain Shannon felt was far worse than Jamie's. The man in glowing armor stood looking at Shannon in a helpless desire to aid. The man saw Shannon, truly saw him, and saw the mark of rank he wore in this realm of power and insight. He stood looking at Shannon. He saw. He knew who Shannon was, and Shannon knew he did. But at that moment nothing mattered to Shannon but the sudden loss of Oirion. The man slowly turned from his prince to where Oirion was cradled in Jamie's arms. He moved over one step at a time and knelt beside Jamie and Oirion.
"He's gone,"
the man told Gallus, putting a hand on Gallus's shoulder. Gallus looked up a moment, then over at Shannon. Gallus closed his eyes and looked up to heaven. Oirion could almost hear his prayer, but it was as if it was a language he did not know and just out of hearing range. Gallus bent and lifted Orion's head in his hands and blew into his mouth. Oirion understood then. He was dead, and Gallus was trying to bring him back. The words of the Holy Writ rose in his mind. The pontiff of the church and holy disciple of the god of Pert would battle king demons and cast them to shards upon the earth, would raise the dead, and would hold the power of the angels in his hands, so he would be known, and so he would be honored. Whatever battle Gallus had fought within himself to find the strength to raise his arms to the demon had been the last test of soul, and God had chosen a true pontiff. Oirion felt himself beginning to change, to be as ancient as the stars, as deep as the furthest reaches of the universe, and a terrible calm started to sink into him.
"Oirion, don't,"
Shannon begged, such a tiny, distant whisper, but so terrified, so desperate it could not be ignored. Oirion knew that in a moment he would recall himself as truth. But as he looked upon that face, he knew Shannon would be utterly alone, and that darkness and grief would consume him. Shannon's grief would reach beyond all things, and would swallow the world, the galaxy, and in time, all creation. Oirion hesitated as he felt a tiny golden thread reach for him. Darkness closed over his mind.
"Oirion."
Shannon's voice pleaded to him, calling him back with desperation and fear. That voice was so close, so intimately in his mind, it woke him with a jolt. He did not expect the pain that he was jarred into and heard himself gasp.
"Oirion?"
Jamie's voice was closer somehow, and yet distant, in a way Oirion could not understand. Oirion blinked painful eyes that burned and spilled over. He tried to see, but there was only darkness and blurring tears. He felt Jamie's hand on his face.
"Oirion,"
Jamie said again, crying himself.
"Can you hear me? Would you say something, please?"
Oirion swallowed his gasping breath and the pain that caused it. He blinked away what tears he could. He did not cry for nothing, and even though this was very painful, he found his strength and comfort in mastering himself enough to catch his breath.
"Oh,"
he said.
"I really hate that demon."
The whole group around him let out a shuddering sigh of relief.
"Oirion, can you sit up?"
Gallus asked. Oirion tried, and with a little help did so. A faint light rose up, allowing him to see before him the man who had been in the glowing armor. The stranger moved to help. He took Orion's face in his hands, turning it this way and that, and then pulled out a cloth to wipe the blood off Orion's face.
"How do you feel?"
Gallus asked. Oirion looked at Gallus and saw all his clothes were bleached white. Oirion knew he should be in much more pain. Carefully he reached inside and touched on the bonds that the demon had ripped into, and found them sore and painful, but not torn.
"Better than I should be. Thank you."
Gallus smiled a little.
"Thanks, Shannon. He taught me the banishment on the train ride up here."
"That wasn't what I was thanking you for, Father,"
Oirion said. Gallus lost his smile and looked about, ready to cry. There were other things more important at the moment that needed to be taken care of before events got even worse. They had to get up and move. Oirion accepted Jamie's help to get to his feet. Eldwar was trying to get up but was still sick and shaky. Oirion looked to where Shannon stood, back on the outside of the group, more hurt than any of them. Oirion had to make certain the vampire was under control. He didn't want to think too much about how painful and strong a reaction Shannon had endured at Orion's death. But Oirion would never be able to forget it. He wanted to deny it, to try and think it played only one way, that Shannon affected him, but not that he affected Shannon. The truth, however, was shown in the tears on Shannon's face.
"You all right?"
Oirion asked Shannon.
"I'm as all right as I ever am,"
Shannon said, collecting himself, the mask of stone-cold self-control taking over. He took several steps over to the others and tried to say something. He was shaky, and he was struggling to stay steady on his feet. Oirion surprised himself and moved quickly to catch Shannon by the arm, offering support. He was in little shape to be helping anyone, but he feared for anyone else to even be close to Shannon, let alone to touch him. Shannon didn't pull away from him.
"It's gone now, you know,"
Oirion said.
"Gallus destroyed him. That thing is gone. It will hunt you no more."
Shannon nodded. He wiped his cheek, then made a sound of disgust as he smeared his own blood from his hand over half his face. He grabbed the hem of his tunic to wipe it off.
"Let's try to get to the estate before this place is swarming with the curious,"
Jamie said.
"I, for one, do not want to try to answer questions to the local troop."
Oirion thought about the long walk to the estate and doubted he could make it. The rain didn't help at all. He was soaked and shivering. He looked at Shannon, who looked no happier than he about the long walk. Shannon had said he was all right and the vampire was under control, but he could not be feeling so well right now.
"We could cross the fields and reach the market inn,"
Oirion offered.
"There is safety at the Earl's that we may need,"
Shannon said wearily.
"I can help,"
the new man offered softly to Oirion. He would take over aiding Shannon if Oirion needed it, but Oirion kept hold of Shannon's arm. Shannon had already proven he would not hurt Oirion more than once, but Oirion doubted anyone else had such an assurance. The deal Oirion had made in Norwood was his shield, and he knew it. He wondered if Shannon had suspected one day it might matter, and so bound himself from ever harming Oirion.
"No, I don't think that's necessary,"
Oirion said back just as softly, when he felt Shannon's arm tightened against the hand supporting him, as if to not be let go of. It was such a small gesture, and yet Oirion felt the power in it. Shannon did not trust himself yet, and Oirion knew it. They all stopped to look at the newest arrival now. The man gestured up and cast a soft white light among them as the last light of the fight faded away. He was a handsome enough Perton man with a wicked scar down the right side of his face. He was dressed in studded travel clothes, likely a mercenary of some sort, his age showing in his hair and about the corners of his eyes.
"James?"
He nodded to Jamie.
"Grim,"
Jamie said with a slight nod back.
"What are you doing here?"
The man wiped blood off his lips.
"Helping. I figured you wouldn't mind the backup without proper hellos first."
Jamie grunted.
"We need to get off the road,"
Shannon said softly. His whisper dropped for the weary voice of a man too tired to hardly stand.
"Talk as we walk, if you must."
Gallus reached to take Shannon's other arm to help him walk.
"Don't touch me, Gallus."
Shannon flinched back, almost falling into Oirion.
"Please, just don't touch me."
Gallus stepped back.
"Sorry, I only meant to help."
"I know, but you can't. Let's just get to the inn."
He moved with Orion's help to get off the road. Oirion felt Shannon trying to not lean on him, but unable to move without the support. Oirion recalled a time when he had leaned on Shannon almost exactly that way, as they made a slow walk down a snow-covered mountain. It had been very hard for Oirion to accept help from Shannon, and he was fairly certain Shannon accepted his help with no more ease. The others followed them off the road. The man named Grim tried to talk to Jamie, but Jamie just held up his hand.
"Shush,"
was all he said. The others just fell into step with them. Jamie let them walk ahead and caught his breath. He was so shaken inside he could not even begin to think straight. Any sort of power was out of the question. He was in a type of pain he had never endured. The bond with Oirion felt rather like it had been shredded and then crushed back together and was bleeding. His sides ached, his head pounded, and he couldn't even begin to heal, as his healing core was the source of most of his pain. He did not understand what had happened and was not sure he wanted to. He just walked mutely behind the others through the rain, through the pain. There was so much going on inside him that he could not even begin to understand it. All that, and now Grim was walking with them. Of all people in the world to happen upon, it was that one. He just wanted to rest and be still inside. He needed a drink. The Market Inn was not far from where they had been on the road, but no one except a local would be able to find it in the dark and with the rain. Oirion took the lead through the trees, along a path that was more mud than not. They reached a paved road that took them to the large inn built over hot springs. Once it had been on the trade route into Norwood, but now was a hideout for locals who were there to drink and eat or to soak in the hot pools for a reasonable price. No one noticed the men who entered the tavern room from the rain. Everyone there was wet, muddy, and in hooded cloaks. Most of them were workers on their way home who often stopped to eat, or those who had ducked in out of the weather. Oirion picked a booth in the darkest, most private section of the building. It was oddly quiet, and the lights here flickered faintly. There were no bards tonight, no dice games, nothing but a low murmur and uneasy tension. The battle that had just been fought was being felt, and they all knew it, but no one said anything.
"We should not stay here long,"
Shannon said softly. The man Jamie had called Grim went to the bar at once. The others sank into chairs, so sore and beat up it was all they could do to try and hide it.
"How far to your family's place?"
Gallus asked Oirion.
"Several more miles. We might be able to hire a carriage from here, though,"
he said, running a shaky hand through his hair to get the wet curls out of his face. He had a lot to think about. He could not deny what he knew now. He and Shannon had a bond every bit as real as the bond he had with Jamie. It worked exactly the same, and was enough that a demon could use it to get to Shannon. If that was known, he felt sick at the thought of how much of a liability he was. Oirion tried to think if he had ever heard anything about a man having two bonds, and nothing came to mind. In the far past, it was said people could pick up a new bond if a bonded partner died in battle or some such. But two bonds, never. It would be too hard for the soul in the middle. He could not even begin to understand the magic involved, or why it would happen, why the angels would allow it to happen.
"Who is that man?"
Gallus asked of the man who had joined them on the road, and was now talking to the woman at the bar counter.
"I have never seen magic like that."
"He is an Imperial Guard,"
Shannon said in his weary voice. His head hung, his hands in his lap.
"The magic is not learned, it is given. He has to be, at the very least, several thousand years old."
"How do you know him?"
Gallus asked Jamie. Jamie shifted uneasily, looking over to where Grim was.
"I met him when Oirion was missing. The last time I saw him, I broke his jaw, among other things,"
he muttered.
"Not friends, then?"
Gallus asked. Jamie shook his head.
"It's a long story. My head hurts. Gallus, can we not talk about it?"
"We need to get to the estate,"
Shannon muttered.
"This place is about to erupt with demons and the like. I'm bleeding, and we do not want another fight. For these people's sake, we need to leave. I need to get to the Valrine lands."
Grim returned.
"There is a carriage coming around to the front,"
he said to Shannon alone, as if the others were not even there.
"It is hired for people here, but he will take us to the Earls if we hurry."
They didn't argue, but made themselves get up. Shannon pulled his hood up, hiding under the black leather he wore. He held his left hand to his chest, moving stiffly and clearly with pain. Oirion would have offered help again, but was so sore himself that he was having difficulty just trying to walk. His balance kept spinning and his chest hurt. Somehow they all got out of the building, hurrying back through the rain to a carriage that had pulled up for them. The drive wasn't that far. It felt very long, but they reached the border of the Earl's land in under 10 minutes. They went through the gates to the estate and across the great wide bridge into the ShaHaNon lands. The river that roared under it was a barrier and a defense. The bridge could be pulled back and the lands kept safe if need be, but few recalled that now. More than once in ancient times, the bridge had done just that. Great forests rose up on the ShaHaNon side of the river. It had been kept clean of deadfall for millennia, and the massive trees were kept thinned, allowing them to gain fantastic size. They rose a good 100 feet taller than the trees on the south side of the river. Dense moss and great wide-leaved plants grew with patches full of berry bushes and brush for the wildlife in the summer. It was quiet here and felt very much like a different world. The wall of misting rain only made it feel more so. No one spoke, and no one noticed the surroundings until they passed through the second gate and the trees fell away. Rising up was a low mountain range that was seen as a skyline against a flickering storm. Great hills rolled up toward the mountains, with thorn hedges and fields of grapevines and swaths of stubble of the harvested wheat and barley. Overlooking it all was the house of ShaHaNon. It was a Perton palace whose halls were once walked by the kings of Valreen. It was awesome, and even from a distance the size was clear. The great towers and halls were all of the ancient architect of the Third Von house. The style called for high-arched peaks and soaring buttresses. It was an impressive thing in any age, and with it being unsoiled and so well kept, the closer to it they drew, the greater and grander it became. Not only was every stone cut to fit without mortar in both the walls and the pavements in the walks, the stone was melded in the manner of old, where there was no seam or line to be seen. Once through the palace gate, the world outside was lost. They were surrounded by what felt like a private garden. Ancient trees, with moss hung in draping lengths off gnarled limbs that rose upward toward skylights, dominated the space. Banks stood with a lush growth of thousands of years of collecting leaves, compost, shrubs, and flowers. The road wound through this garden of ancient design and perfect care. Jamie looked around with a sense of awe.
"Wow,"
he said softly.
"Someone has taken care of this place."
The carriage turned off the main road and went up a slightly narrower one that wound steeply upward and into a carriage house that appeared out of the wall of shrubs and a great boulder garden. Inside, the carriages were parked in neat rows. The floors were paved, and various men were working at different tasks in the upkeep of the Earl's property. The carriage they were riding in was pulled around the others to the back and near the door. A maid and several young teenage boys waited for them. The only luggage the travelers had were small packs they all still wore. The young men took the things from them and hurried away. The maid, an older woman, looked at them all a bit surprised. Her eyes settled on Oirion, and she smiled a little.
"I will take you to the Earl,"
she said. Oirion almost objected but let it go and followed her into the foyer of the palace despite how tired he was. With a heavy sigh, both he and Shannon looked at the stairs that wound up several stories out of the hall. At the top was a great chamber, enclosed with massive skylights. Light poured down from set stones along the ceiling, almost, but not quite, making the storm outside hard to see. An ancient cherry tree grew up out of the floor toward the light that would be cast down into the hall during the day. The leaves of the cherry tree were just appearing, tiny specks of green, hints of new life. Grim touched his lips and made a small gesture that was almost unnoticed, but Jamie saw it, as did the maid who had looked back at them. Another maid came down the stair in a hurry. She was a young woman with a pretty face and a quick foot.
"Governess,"
she said.
"the Earl has just received word from the constable and he has to go at once. He bids the guests to be given baths and clean clothes while they wait for his return."
"Thank you, Mandy,"
the older woman said and gestured to them.
"Please, this way."
Oirion sighed heavily. He knew the way to his own room and headed up the stairs, holding onto the rail. He took one step at a time, and the others followed, none of them feeling well. At the top of the stairs, instead of climbing another level up, the governess took them down a side corridor and through a great hall with tall stained glass windows, with the angels of Pert in the artwork. A great rose window dominated the far end of this grand hall. They passed through a doorway under it and into a long corridor. The woman gestured to an open door for Gallus.
"Please, bathe and change. There are clothes in the room for you and your pack as well. Your things will be washed and returned to you, so empty out your belongings and separate that which you do not wish washed by staff,"
she said.
"Say that fast 5 times,
Grim muttered as they went up the corridor to the next open door. She pointed to Grim and gestured to the room.
Please, bathe and...
I heard you the first time,
he said and went in, closing the door abruptly. The next door was for Shannon with the same recitation as she had for Gallus, and again for Eldwar. She led the way up the corridor and another short flight of stairs to a double door room at the top. One door was open. She bowed to Oirion.
I expect he will not be longer than an hour. Try to sleep if you need to.
She left Oirion and Jaime at the door. Oirion scowled, but went in. He walked to his bed without aid of light. He dropped face first into the great soft bed and groaned. He hurt so badly that the lack of pain earlier had to have been lingering effects of Gallus's magic. He was paying for it all now. Jaime looked around at the massive room. It seemed to belong to a younger man than Oirion. Several trunks that were clearly out of place were set at the end of the bed. They were old, battered, and locked. The rest of the room was flawless. Bookshelves lined one wall, great windows were draped, and along the back wall, stunning furniture was set about for small gatherings to be hosted in comfort. Jaime ran his hand along the back of a chair that stood in a small group. His fingers touched on gems that were set as nailheads to hold the fine, soft leather padding to the back.
This where you grew up?
Jaime asked him.
No, I got this room when I turned 14. It was a reward for staying alive, I guess. My grandfather insisted on it.
They take your toys away?
Jaime asked as he picked up a small statue of St. Tyrone that stood on the bedside table. There were several new candles there, as well as a small gold box that was likely to hold holy oil.
I had very few toys growing up. Books. I had a lot of books. Jaime, I don't feel very good. Can we not talk? Just lie down and rest.
Jaime sat on the side of the bed, very quiet.
Oirion,
he said after a long time. Oirion tried to open his eyes. He was almost asleep and wanted to escape the pain in his head and his soul, but knew Jaime needed to talk or he too would be lying down.
What just happened?
I'm not real sure exactly, but it hurt.
Oirion made himself roll over.
Please lie down, Jaime.
Jaime made himself lie down next to Oirion, but he was not about to sleep. His cores were shifting, burned and in pain. Shields were sparking and flashing through him. He was half afraid to even try to work a healing right now for fear it would fail, even cause him permanent damage.
Oirion?
I know. Jaime. This is bad. I just don't know what to do.
Oirion.
Jaime scowled a little, staring up at the ceiling.
What, Jay?
Oirion asked, his voice muffled in the pillow he had pulled to himself.
Why didn't I get my own room? The others did.
I told you, they think you're my partner in more than one way. They don't understand that the bond is like having a twin brother, not a matter of romance.
If it's so offensive to them, why not force me to have my own room?
I can call for one if it bothers you so much.
No, I've been sleeping next to you for 70 years, Ori. I am just trying to understand the politics inside this house.
Don't waste your time, there's a reason I left.
They both fell asleep for what felt far too short a time, before there was a knock that made Oirion roll to his feet. He hit the floor, unable to catch himself when he reached the edge of the bed. He forced himself up and staggered to the door, while Jaime sleepily got up.
The Earl is back,
the governess at the door said.
He will see you.
She looked him over with a bit of disgust.
You didn't bathe.
I'm sure it won't matter,
Oirion muttered. They followed the woman up more stairs and down a long hallway that opened up in many places to a balcony lined with windows. A storm was thrashing against the glass, the thunder a low, almost constant rumbling. They entered an office away from the balcony wall. The office was darker than Jaime would have thought. It was lined with books behind locked glass doors and had various artifacts set along the shelves. Behind a great desk was a Perton man, clearly old. His hair was white, without so much as a black hair to it. He wore it cut short in the current fashion of the Empire, but his clothes were the same line and cut of the Empire from thousands of years ago. He wore dark, almost black leather, studded with silver rivets. He was wet from the storm, but his cloak had been removed. In a chair to the side was another man, fairly heavy, with curly red hair, balding on top, and almost shockingly bright clothes. Clearly this man was more human than not, and looked somehow older than the man behind the desk, but with none of the wisdom or power in his eyes. The fat man was sipping a hot drink, while the other was going through papers on the desk. Both men looked at Oirion when he entered. Oirion stopped halfway to them and bowed. Jaime copied, but was sure he did so with far less grace. It was old-style honor, and nothing Jaime had ever seen Oirion do, not even for Shannon.
You didn't even bathe?
The fat man demanded in Valreen.
What were you thinking?
The old Perton demanded.
Do you see what you have done?
He pointed out the door at the storm that was crashing outside.
I have spent the last 3 years trying to recover the weather in the area, and you do this. What were you thinking? Pert is on the verge of famine because of the weather, and you start throwing magic around like that. Have you lost your mind and all sense of compassion for your people?
If I had not been attacked, I would have used no magic.
You, Oirion, are about a breath away from being on the Pontiff's heretic list, and yet you think it wise to come here.
Oirion didn't say anything, but stood staring at the front of the desk, just as he had as a kid before the abbot when in trouble.
Of course you have nothing to say.
The fat man threw up a hand.
You never do. It's all about you, isn't it? You run off in your adventures and then get famous with it and deny us to show up here when you're filthy and look like you have been on the run. Did you have to bring your...
He gestured at Jaime with disgust.
Friend?
I do not think we will be long,
Oirion made himself say.
If I had not been attacked, I would have used no magic at all.
I will be cleaning this up for a great while,
the old man said firmly.
Why don't you go ahead and get something to eat? I will deal with this,
he said to the fat man. The fat man got up and looked at Oirion with clear dislike.
You have been nothing but trouble since the day I laid eyes on you.
He left the office, not even looking at Jaime. When the door closed, the old man folded his arms over his chest.
Are you all right?
He asked in a far different tone and with concern in his eyes.
Your shields look like hell.
I'm alive,
Oirion said simply, with a hint of irony in his voice.
That was not what I asked. I have a dozen men gathering up demon shards. What the hell happened out there, Oirion? You set off such a storm that no magic is working well. I need to know what happened if you hope for me to have any chance at protecting you.
We were attacked by a Grim and a couple of very powerful demons,
Oirion said.
We decided to keep our souls and fought back. Bishop Gallus decided to end the fight and deal with the situation a bit more powerfully.
Gallus did that? Gallus of Broston? He shattered a demon?
Yes, of Broston, and yes, I am pretty sure. I think I was on my knees screaming at that point, but I'm pretty certain he did it,
Oirion said with a slight shrug. The old man sighed with almost weariness.
Oirion.
Does the Pontiff know yet?
Jaime asked. The old man looked at him for the first time since they had entered the room.
No, the storm has made it very hard to use any magic, and for my part I'm cleaning up as fast as I can. What's going on? I have demon shards all over my front yard, and you two show up looking like you just crawled out of hell,
he pressed.
It's a very long story,
Oirion said.
I imagine it is.
A servant entered with a cart, bringing in a meal for them. Just behind him came the others of the group. They had all cleaned up more than Jaime and Oirion had. Shannon entered last, and looked like himself for the most part. His face was white as snow, and his eyes seemed a bit bloodshot. His hair was not newly braided, and his clothes were not perfect, but few would have noticed. The Earl opened his mouth to say something, but stopped when he saw Shannon. The Earl shifted on his feet and folded his arms over his chest. He seemed a bit nervous as he watched the Perton in black. Shannon moved to take a seat at once. He still moved a bit stiffly and sat with the care of one who is in great pain.
I am doing everything I can to clean up the weather outside and all the magics of what happened last night, but soon I will have to explain it all, and I do not know what happened well enough to do that. I have to know. I cannot get caught in a lie and keep Jerome out of Valreen. Someone please tell me, what in the hell is going on?
They all stood silently. No one spoke. The door opened to the fat man who entered again. He took a step and stopped. He gasped as he saw Shannon.
You!
He hissed.
Again!
Shannon looked over at the man, not amused at all.
Do not pick a fight,
the Earl told the fat man.
Everything started when he showed up. He put some sort of spell on Oirion. Oirion was a normal boy until he fell into his hands.
Enough of that. Please, go have breakfast and let me deal with this.
I
will deal with it,
the Earl said firmly.
All for the better,
the man said.
I have no wish to deal with Oirion anyway.
He left the office again.
Will you tell me what happened?
The Earl asked Shannon. Shannon looked at him a long moment.
Had we known you were going to be here, we might not have come. I am certain none of us have any wish to burden the Lord Senator of Pert with our troubles.
The Earl almost twitched. Oirion was certain he had never heard Shannon sound so cold with anyone but himself. He had to wonder how much each knew about the other. The question had never even occurred to him.
The Senator of Pert still has his family line and house,
the Earl said firmly.
His political stance is not necessarily that which it might seem. I am trying to keep that line alive, and Oirion is already under enough focus. He does not need to be found running across Pert with you right now. Jerome is already questioning what to do about my grandson, and I would rather he not draw attention. Will someone please tell me what has happened?
A Grimm is hunting Father James,
Grimm said.
He came armed with a demon that he called on to deal with the others in the party. That in itself was no real issue. Between us, the matter was well in hand until the archdemon, who was the main force behind the events at the Palace of Rasha, attacked as well. I would say things were about to go very badly when His Holiness,
he gestured to Gallus,
had quite enough and shattered him. So the real event you need to worry about is that a true pontiff has been revealed, and it sure as hell is not Jerome. Oirion had very little to do with it at all, being more of a bystander who got caught in the middle of a very old war.
And you are?
They call me Grimm,
he said.
I am nothing real special. I excel at killing Grimms, and thus the name. That allowed me to stay alive when others didn't.
Truly?
The Earl asked Gallus.
You shattered an archdemon.
I guess I did,
Gallus said.
It takes more to reveal a pontiff. Who died? You all seem to be pretty sure on the truth of the revelation.
Oirion,
Grimm said.
It happens when a demon rips through your soul and you give your last breath to another.
The Earl stood a long moment with his hands folded.
Oirion, I need to talk to you alone. Please, the rest of you eat.
He gestured.
I had it brought here so you would not have to deal with Orion's brothers.
He motioned Oirion to follow him out a side door, hidden behind the bookshelf. Oirion left them to follow his grandfather out of the office, down a narrow hallway to a door that took them out to a balcony over the cherry tree courtyard. Outside the sun had risen, but the storm was still slamming against the glass and keeping the lights on. The old Pertan stood with his hands on the rail a moment.
I am a very old man, Oirion. I have seen a great deal.
I know.
He turned and leaned back against the rail, looking at his battered grandson.
I am also a master of illusion. I do not truly look like this. I am old, I am scarred, I am ill,
he said sadly.
That is why I came home. I suspect I am being poisoned at court, and I claimed to wish to come home to die. The weather and the failing crops was another good reason to excuse myself from Ulaanbaatar. This storm is going to push my very limits, though, and people will starve.
I did not mean...
Oirion started to explain, but dropped it. They stood under the storm that was unheard, except for the rolling of the thunder. Oirion didn't know what to say, and he gave up trying. He had already said it. It seemed odd that his very old grandfather was ill. Why would they poison him? Would he recover? Why in Orion's lifetime? The Earl was a full-blooded Pertan and a powerful wizard. He should have far outlived his grandson, who was already nearly 5,000 years younger than he. So many years of his life, Oirion had spent angry and hurt by his family. He didn't know what to think when faced with the fact he was almost scared of the thought of his grandfather's death. He had fled from his family, but perhaps not his grandfather so much. Still, the old man served Jerome in the highest of offices. He felt confused and upset, tired and battered.
Life is complicated, Oirion,
the old man said with a faint smile. He ran a hand over his hair with a very troubled look.
How would you sum up your childhood?
Unpleasant,
Oirion said, folding his arms over his chest.
If you had thought as a 10-year-old boy that you would be a great warrior, would you have believed it?
No,
Oirion said.
I was very uncomfortable in my body, and it showed.
I suppose it felt rather like you were stuck in someone else's body.
He looked at his grandson.
I felt terribly out of place and still do at times. So what?
The old man gripped the rail and leaned a little out, looking down at the yard as several servants walked across the room below and out a side door.
I have devoted my life to sparing one child at a time from hell as well as I could. I wanted no other child to watch his family be tortured and murdered as I did. I still wake with nightmares, hearing my father. I figured the closer to Jerome I got, the better chance I would have to spare the children of his victims. One child I failed was Theradon Lords, Jerome's apprentice.
He rubbed his eyes.
How he did not break, I don't know, but that man has the will of a god to yet hold on to his soul.
And you needed to bring me out here to tell me that?
Oirion asked, as he caught himself from his knees, giving out.
It is very complicated, but you are not who you think you are,
he said softly.
You are my grandson. That much is true.
What do you mean?
Jerome is almost obsessive about making the bloodlines of kings have his blood in them. He has hunted them out and killed the male heirs, raped the women, and made the line of kings all carry his blood. Your mother was taken by him, but she already carried a child. You.
He looked over at Oirion with a sad expression.
He missed something along the way, and he already had the line. She was his granddaughter, so when the demon scanned and was asked if the unborn had his blood, the answer was yes. He thought you were his son. He thinks you are heir to the kingdom of Amdor as a von Assi, and you might well be. But you are the son of my son, not of my daughter. You are truly the heir von Valrine. The only human blood in you is that of Jerome a couple of generations back.
But
Oirion gestured to the house with the people he knew as brothers and parents in it.
That is not...
He couldn't even find the right words. It seemed too far-fetched to be real.
They are not my parents.
No, your mother, Jerome believed, was the princess of Amdor, and was most certainly a rebel. That was how she knew your father. He supplied weapons and information to them. Jerome knew him, but didn't know he was my son or that I was behind him. They were both taken in the same battle, and your father was killed. Your mother was taken to Jerome, and I am quite certain she did not go willingly to him. After you were born, I took you and offered to hide you here as my daughter's son and make you heir. Jerome agreed, thinking it grand that you would be in a position to be the king of Valrine. You did not, however, prove to be the heir he wanted. You proved to be very difficult.
The Earl sighed.
You are also very little human. The older you get, the more the Purton will override the humanity in you and make you more Purton. I have laid magics in and on you since before you were born to hide that. To be hidden from Jerome, you must seem to be at least half human. You have no idea how much work it was to hide your red hair. It took me decades to master that trick. Red Purtons are rare, and you just had to be one.
He sighed again.
The magics had strange side effects. Part of that was the incapability of your body to work quite right. You were nearly blind, you were a fat little kid, you had health problems and all the rest of it that you felt from the inside. I felt terrible about it, but had no idea how else to protect you.
You're telling me I am the great-grandson of Jerome?
Oirion asked softly, scared that was what he was being told. The old man nodded.
When you were little, you were such a bright little child. You loved me once.
The old man sighed.
I don't know what happened, but I was told you fell in the river. They said you were brought home by a Purton dressed in black. You were never the same. You became shy, scared, cried a lot. Your body began to reject the magics, and it was all I could do to keep Jerome from sensing the illusions on you. If he had, both of us would have had a very ugly end.
Oirion didn't know what to say. He wasn't even sure if he trusted the old man. The Earl did work for Jerome. He felt sick in his gut, though, and wanted to go curl up and be left alone.
If you are hit by the right magics, your illusion will break, and at that time, Oirion, you won't look like you at all. You might even find your magic will change and your very course will shift. It will also change your energy signature. For all intent and purpose, ShaHaNon will die, and the Prince of Valreen will appear. That might save you someday. It might send you to hell.
Oirion didn't care at the moment. He wanted to go lie down. He hurt inside and out. This information was just too much.
Can I go now?
Oirion asked.
I'm about to pass out and need to lie down.
Yes, I have said what I meant to.
Oirion left at once. In the office where the others sat eating, he didn't even stop.
I need to talk to you later,
he muttered as he walked through.
Was he talking to me or you?
Jamie asked Shannon.
I am not sure,
Shannon said, too tired to even lift his cup of tea. End of chapter. Continue with chapter 34. Brothers. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 34. Brothers.
Who is that?
Gallus asked Jamie. Jamie leaned on the rail of the balcony over the grand hall below, looking at the painting on the wall across from him. It was a painting of a boy who was not quite a teenager. He was a chubby, unhappy-looking child. Red hair, freckles, and glasses. He barely even looked to be Purton, and yet the painting hung on the wall with the princes of Valreen.
That,
Jamie said with a gesture to it,
is Oirion.
He half smiled.
I remember the first time I saw him. I felt sorry for him, stumbling over his own feet and dropping his books. Then I found out who he was. Did you know he was the only one in the whole academy to have a private room?
That had to be hard to deal with,
Gallus said.
You, struggling to even get a chance at a life, and here he was, handed it.
He sighed.
Never thought you'd be his best friend, did you?
I certainly didn't make his life any better,
Jamie admitted.
I was horrid to him. I should have been expelled. I took all my anger and frustration at the unfairness of the world and punished him for it. I was a very mean young man.
He's forgiven you.
Jamie shrugged.
I'm not sure about that. I remember not so long ago, just us out in the woods doing what we did. I loved it. I felt like I had a place and a family, a purpose. It's hard to know it now, but once we might well have been twins, a breath away from being able to meld on a whim. Maybe if we had had a reason to need to, we might have, but we never did.
He looked over.
I didn't mean any harm when I left camp,
Jamie said.
I just wanted to talk to the old man, vampire, I guess, and find out the truth. Oirion was so focused and so set in the law.
Jamie shook his head.
I don't know what happened that year, but he was never the same. What we had was broken, and I guess both of us had too many secrets at that point to tell each other. How sad is that? We outlived our jobs as hunters only to lose it all to something so petty as lack of trust.
I think you don't give Oirion enough credit,
Gallus said.
I think he trusts you so much, he forgot to consider that you might not tell him things. He is still trying to not be that kid,
Gallus said, looking at the painting.
I cannot imagine trying to compete with you. I think on that level, it has to compare to Jerome trying to compete with Tyrone. It might well drive a man crazy.
Oirion is a prince.
His bloodline says prince, but his body and face and heart do not.
Gallus folded his hands before him.
I think also that you are trying to be what you think you should be. I think you need to let go of the concept of whatever that is, and let it be what it actually is.
Gallus smiled.
I want you to come with me and listen to something. It's sort of sneaky, but I think you need to hear it.
He motioned and led the way. Gallus went to Oirion's room, where the man was sleeping on the top of his bedding, still in his dirty clothes. Jaime waited just inside the door, taking a seat in a butler's chair. Gallus got clean clothes for Oirion, filled a copper drinking cup with water, and went to him. He sat down on the bedside and touched Oirion's shoulder. Oirion groaned.
Oirion,
Gallus said softly. Oirion made himself roll over just enough to see it was Gallus.
Thought you were Jaime,
he muttered sleepily. He rubbed his eyes.
What did you need?
I need to talk to you.
Oirion pulled his pillow under his head.
About what?
You and me, Jaime, Shannon.
That's awfully vague.
Ha ha ha.
Gallus chuckled a little.
All right,
he said.
I need you to tell me about Jaime.
Oirion closed his eyes.
In what context? I don't understand what you're asking. I am half asleep, Gallus. What are you asking for?
I do not understand what is going on, and I do not understand Jaime. I hear stories of how great you two are, and then I meet you, and the two of you barely talk. We can start there. Here, I brought you water. Armand sent me here to help, and I don't even know what is going on. No one is talking to me.
Thank you,
Oirion said as he sat up on his elbow to take a drink and then lay back down.
No one is talking and you come to me?
He almost laughed.
Jaime and I have a very complex relationship. We don't talk much anymore because I don't talk. He is a thinker and I am instinct. He knows I don't think like he does, and I think he got tired of talking at me. I try to listen, but...
He yawned.
Jaime and I don't even need to talk about some things. We know each other well enough to just react.
Is that why you're both so happy?
Oirion rolled on his back and rubbed at his eyes, trying to wake up.
Are you asking as a friend or as a holy man?
I suppose both. I would like to think we have become friends, and you would talk to me about things, but I also feel I need to know what is going on.
I don't think things through. I react. I stick my hand into the fire far too often and I keep getting burned. Unfortunately, one of those things was to take off when I lost track of Jaime for a moment, and we both took a lot of damage to our hearts and souls. I look at it now and I think we were both just trying to protect the other from the effects of that year. But while Jaime's demon has gone away, mine is resting down the hall. I can't just let go. I don't have a choice. The very best I can pray for is that Jaime does not get strung into it too much. That is what happened on the road yesterday. Jaime got hurt in the deepest parts of his soul because I had stuck my hand in a fire and got myself put right in the middle of a war that I am not so sure I am fit for. I do not have the mind Jaime does or the strength of soul that Shannon has. I am just paying the price, stumbling around in the dark like an idiot.
Let me see if I understand this right.
Gallus took a slow, deep breath as Oirion took another drink.
You somehow ended up dealing with Shannon some years ago, and somehow you two tangled with an archdemon, the same one that was on the roadside. I'm guessing Shannon was attacked back then, and you stepped in and saved him. In the process, there was some sort of magic that linked you to him somehow. But this time, the demon was able to use it to get past Shannon's shields. That link, however, was also a direct link to Jaime.
That's pretty close,
Oirion said. He sat up, slumped forward with how tired he was.
It's more complicated than that, but like I said, I'm not the thinker.
You gave Shannon your last breath. You died, Oirion, to give him energy. Why?
That fight would have robbed him of everything he had. In his case, that is very bad. Half of Norwood is warped by what happens when Shannon slips. I gave him the energy to remain in control.
You chose with your last breath to save him, at the cost of Jaime.
Gallus said. Oirion drew a deep breath and ran a hand through his tangle of grey, loopy curls.
If Shannon was to lose control, who do you think would be the first he would reach for?
He looked at Gallus.
Jaime has the cause exactly as Shannon once had. The very perfume of a healer of that power has to be incredibly hard for him to even be around, let alone make it a healer priest.
He shook his head.
Even if my death had killed Jaime as well, dead is better than the end that would have been.
Gallus rubbed his palms.
Do you know, truly know, who and what Shannon is?
Yes.
Oirion nodded.
Yes, I do.
Tell me then. I want to hear those words with no questions left.
Oirion searched the man's face a moment.
Shannon is the soul energy, the bits and parts of a hellbound body, and the mind of Tyrone von Armand.
Gallus nodded.
And who are you, Oirion?
Oirion laughed a little.
God only knows, Gallus. I thought I knew once and I was wrong, and then I thought again that at least I knew my name and how I got it, but it seems I was wrong about that as well.
He shrugged.
I don't know.
One last question,
Gallus said.
Do you think that between you and Jaime you could heal Shannon?
Heal him? You don't understand. All he has is the charred remains of a body that was burned away. He is not a mortal man, and he does not have a normal body. You cannot heal clay. He was molded, made by demons to be able to dwell and hide in this realm. He is not a man as you think it. Yes, he feels pain and his body suffers because demons understand that. They can make the shapes of bones and such, but he does not feel the wind on his skin. He does not need to breathe. He fakes it, and now it's a habit. He does not eat. He does not feel physical hunger. He is a lot of things, but he is not a man as you and I are. He is not who he was once, the same soul, very different reality. I tell you that because I know who you are. Like it or not, you will stand toe-to-toe with Jerome. He is in your throne.
It is not my throne,
Gallus protested.
I cannot be pontiff as you imply. I have no partner. The magics demand it.
Magics change.
Gallus looked at Oirion a long time, just thinking.
Maybe you two should both tell each other what happened in that year and be honest about it.
He rose from the bed.
I'm going to go and pray for your grandfather and for you.
He left Oirion sitting on the bed. As Gallus slipped out the door, Oirion only then saw Jaime. They didn't say anything. Oirion just sat looking at him, not sure what to do about the fact that his partner had likely heard the whole conversation. Jaime got up eventually and walked over. He folded his legs as he sat on the great bed, dusting mud chunks, which had dried and fallen from Orion's clothes, off the blankets.
I got drunk, a lot. I locked areas of my cause so I could drink myself into oblivion.
Jaime half smiled.
Family custom, I guess.
He twisted the ring he wore on his left hand, almost guiltily.
I was sleeping in the street. Grim hauled me home and made me eat, bathe, and let me sleep in his bed. I had a job as bartender at the place he worked. The better friends he and I became, the more I missed you until I thought I was going to go crazy.
He sighed with a great deal of weight to it.
2 things happened. One was that Grim got too close. He misunderstood some of my actions, and I reacted very poorly. I owe him an apology at very least. The last time I was with him, I am pretty sure I shattered his jaw. He was bleeding and nearly dead on the floor. I turned around and I walked out to a very bad part of the city and tried to get hold of you. I found a demon summoner and thought to contact your soul through him. Only you weren't dead. It didn't work so well. It was pretty ugly, and I lost the keys of the magics of the priesthood. I felt it,
he said, shaking his head.
But I knew then you weren't dead. I went back to Norwood and started trying to find you. I did. A month later.
Oirion held his hands in his lap, looking at them, trying to think that maybe they weren't even his. He let Jaime's story sink in. It was likely he had told it because Grim was here and possibly going to tell it from his side.
I saw you go. I knew it was a vampire and I froze. I stood there too long, and when I tried to find you, the trail was lost. At that point, I didn't think I wanted to find you, just in case you had been turned.
Oirion spoke softly, knowing the conversation had to be had, and at least right now it was not in anger.
I was going to go home. I didn't know what else to do. I got on board a ship, but it was blown off course. It went through the barrier and a little raft of us crashed on the north shore. We had to hike across the continent to try to get to a place where we might get back across the barrier and escape.
Oirion folded his hands together.
I was not in a good mood. I didn't even have my sword.
He shook his head.
I was set off by Shannon. Everything about him made me angry and upset, and I didn't do well in hiding it. A lot happened, Jamie.
He shook his head again.
But I suppose the part that matters first is that I fell off a mountain. I hit a river and shattered my back. I was being stupid and acting like I had never hiked a mountain before. Maybe, though, I thought death might be better than dealing with what I assumed had happened to you. Shannon ran after me and caught me in the river. My God, I was in pain. That was what happened to my back. I reacted as I do and reached to hold on, to live. I guess I stuck my hand in the fire and grabbed on with more than my fingers. I could hear him praying to God for strength to endure.
He shook his head.
I thought it was an angel praying with me. It took a long time for me to admit that it was a link, that it was his voice in my head.
Oirion rolled his shoulders to try and relax.
It was a terrible year. I fought zombies, was healed by orcs.
He ran a finger over a ring with a lavender stone that he wore.
Went to war against the church, fell into rivers, was captured by elves, beaten, sold as a slave.
He shrugged.
A lot of things happened, but in the end, on the ship, as we crossed the barrier, that demon came.
Oirion closed his eyes, trying to not see it, but the memory seemed to rise up like a magic about him. He could taste it, feel it, and inside his gut, he could feel the bond ties that were linked to Shannon.
He was terrified,
Oirion whispered.
We were defeated, and even as scared as he was, he stood there trying to protect us. I reached out.
He tried to think of how to explain without thinking about it. The memory of it made him shudder at the sheer pain and trauma to his soul.
It was just a reaction. I provided a chance and he took it. He banished the demon back to the abyss, through me. I felt his ribs crushing in the demon's grip, felt the realms being ripped apart, felt...
Oirion actually gagged.
I woke up in bed with you sitting in the chair and didn't remember any of it until we were in Norwood.
He shook his head once again. Jamie sat very still a long time. Oirion went on.
I was just told by my grandfather that I am not the son of the people I thought. I am his grandson, but I am also Jerome's great-grandson. My grandfather has been installing illusions on me since before I was born. Do you think that by being Jerome's great-grandson it might somehow be what ties me to Shannon?
Jamie had that look in his eyes that he got when he was thinking about something truly interesting. Oirion actually felt better for it. It had been years since Jamie had gotten that expression.
That would explain a lot,
Jamie said, suddenly understanding something he should have understood before. It seemed obvious to him at that point.
It's possible,
Jamie said with a slight scowl.
I don't know. I would have to look at it closer, and I am not sure I am up for that at the moment. I'm not sure you are either. I'll think about it, though. I should go talk to Shannon as well. If you are leaking energy to him, it might explain a few other things that have been going on. Like the fact your eyes are getting so bad again.
He leaned forward, rubbing at Orion's stubbled face.
You should get up and go bathe. You look like hell, Oirion, and you don't smell real great either.
Ha ha ha.
Oirion laughed at his partner. That was the Jamie he knew.
As ordered,
he said. End of chapter. Continue with chapter 35. Lasting effects. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 35. Lasting effects. Approaching Shannon was not easy. It took Jamie all his willpower to make himself knock on the door. His heart pounded in his chest, the reality almost too much for him to accept as what was truly happening. He was flooded with relief for a moment when the door wasn't answered at once. He was about to let out his held breath and retreat when the door opened. Shannon looked at him a moment, left the door open, and walked back into his room. Jamie took the door and stepped into the rather grand room that Shannon had been given. It was twice as large and nice as Orion's. It was larger than most of the homes of the people of Pert. His sister's healing house could fit fully inside this one chamber. It also had great windows looking out at the stormy afternoon. The storm was calming down some, the lightning had stopped, but the sky was dark and most of the house was lit by wizard lamps. Shannon had no lights on in his room, though. He had pulled off his long surcoat, showing the black leather vest and the details of its fit, and the black silk blouse under it. The man had no skin showing and still wore his gloves, but the lack of the one layer seemed oddly personal. Shannon had left the door to go back to where he was making tea. Small leaves of some sort were being carefully sliced with a delicate white blade and added to a little pot of boiling water.
Did you do it on purpose?
Jamie asked. He had not meant to ask that. The question seemed so petty and small, but it had come out when his mind was filled with 1,000 other questions.
Most things I do on purpose. You will have to be more exact than that, Rochelle.
You tie into Oirion on purpose?
Jamie asked, following his thought as if he had meant to ask it. He felt anger and jealousy, which he had not realized he had, building up in his chest. It was definitely there. He also refused to react to the use of his name.
No,
Shannon said. Jamie wasn't sure he believed that. He stood watching Shannon work with speed and skill as he made his tea blend. Jamie had to think about why Shannon was doing something with leaves and boiling water, and the fact that Oirion had just said Shannon didn't have a real body.
Is that all you wanted to ask me?
Shannon asked Jamie after a long silence.
No, I just can't decide where to go from there. What are you doing?
Making tea.
Why? Thirsty?
The energy in the leaves of the plant can be made into a tincture that can be absorbed in a usable way. It is a form of energy that can be made to appear as basic wizardry. It is a necessary element to my shields. It throws off priests and hides some of the other realm signature.
I don't quite understand,
Jamie said, thinking as a healer.
Oirion said your body is not quite... Well, what do you do with the tea if your body does not function as normal?
Shannon smiled a little as he glanced over.
Oirion talking to you, is he?
Gallus sort of set him up. Well, what does your body do with it? I have seen you drink, never eat, but drink. Where's it go?
It is absorbed,
Shannon said, sweeping the last little bit of leaves into the hot water.
The energy of it is absorbed, not so much the water in its own form.
How?
Of all the things you want to ask me and deal with, you're going to ask me how my body works?
Shannon asked. He looked over at Jamie.
You did not knock on my door for that.
Curiosity. I was trying to understand what is happening to Oirion, and you are behind it all. The better I understand you, the better I can adjust to the situation. I think Oirion is feeding you a trickle of energy that is perhaps making your reality shift without you even knowing it.
Shannon almost laughed.
Haha. Oh, I am very aware of what Oirion is doing. He is not sending me energy. It is just moving.
Shannon covered the little pot.
Despite my efforts, his energy is still being transferred.
He turned from his work and looked at Jamie.
It is not pleasant.
What's it doing to you?
It touches on the core points. The cores are beyond repair. All it does is bring up flashes of the moments that were involved in their destruction.
What is it doing to Oirion?
He has nightmares.
He's always had nightmares.
It is the same thing, only now it's more direct and more personal. His childhood was less than pleasant. He had nightmares brought on by contact with me and the interference of various other forces. He would pray to Saint Tyrone for aid, and I would give it, but that in turn made it worse for him. He went to the monastery to not be attacked by demons in his sleep. These nightmares are mine.
Contact with you. I thought you only met him a few years ago.
I found him as a baby once, nearly drowned and nearly frozen. I brought him home. I did so again when he was running from an abusive man and right into a vampire I was hunting. I went to great lengths to make him forget that day, and me.
Jamie looked at the man who should have ruled Pert, the man who was once in line for the Holy Throne, a healer who had been the most powerful in the world in his day, the man who had fought so hard to make equality between races.
You know who he is?
Jamie asked.
How do you mean?
Do you know why he is linking into Jerome's bond threads? Why Pert is able to tie him into you despite both your efforts?
No, I do not.
He is Jerome's great-grandson.
Shannon didn't breathe for long enough that Jamie had to admit that Shannon likely didn't need to breathe at all. To not even notice he had stopped seemed to confirm that Oirion was right and had to know Shannon very well indeed to see it when a healer had not.
That would make sense,
Shannon said finally.
Now you tell me why you brought my father along with us.
He is the bloodline of Gaullerant and Cain. If Pert was to be restored, and it was up to me, you would be king of one or the other. I would not give that place to him for the crimes he committed against you, but as long as he lives, those behind the demon rings in Broston will seek him before they seek you. He is your safeguard.
Shannon looked back to his tea.
I will keep him alive as long as I can, for both your sake and Orion's, not for his. He has to be alive, but no one said happily.
Isn't it up to you, according to Pert?
I am not so sure about that.
If not you, who would be then?
Another.
Shannon lifted the lid to smell his concoction.
You realize you are stealing Oirion from me, and I don't think you mind it all that much. I think you like it.
Shannon poured a cup of tea, held it a moment, making it cool in his hand, before he took a slow, careful sip, swallowing with care, and only slowly looked over at Jamie.
You know what I have learned in my life. Hope is dangerous. It will betray you. It will make your judgment faulty, and when it shatters, hope will rob you of strength you could have used in more productive efforts. I do not trust hope. Know only that I am well aware of how things heal, and I do not wish at all to face the scars I carry. If you want to know what happens when I get flashbacks, go to the north of Norwood and see how that warp suits you. To say I enjoy this seems very strange, and more so since I know you have been to Russia. There is also what happened on the road, and if you think that was something I enjoyed, you are very wrong.
Jamie walked over to him, his own emotions getting the better of him. He stood at the table Shannon had worked at. For a moment it did not matter who he was talking to. It only mattered that this man was taking everything from him, and Oirion would be the one most hurt.
Tell me, you have not begged God to be mortal again. Tell me you do not wish to feel the wind on your skin, or to stand in the sun without every inch covered. Tell me you do not want to feel the support of a bond, or to have the strength that is Oirion in your heart.
Shannon looked at the man, showing no emotion beyond the fact he was silent so long.
The very small bit of energy that I gain from the link with Oirion does not even recover what it costs me to block you out at this moment,
Shannon said softly.
You do not want to get in an argument with me. I can handle Oirion well enough because he is not the same thing as you are. Do not attack me, James. I have been pushed quite far enough the last few days. I do not think I could hold my hand in check if you really worked to provoke me.
Jamie stepped right up to the tall Purton and faced him, more angry than anything else at the moment.
You're going to break your own rules,
he challenged.
I hate to tell you, but I know how to get to you. You attack me, and I am going to show you I also have a cruel side. The only way you're taking me out is if you really want to, and I don't think you do. I promise it'll hurt and you'll have to be very motivated to push. You want to test it now? Or should we wait for a less convenient time?
Shannon set the tea down on the side table carefully.
Do you honestly think a hunter could take me down?
He asked almost kindly.
Or that I would use an attack on you?
He looked at Jamie suddenly. Jamie felt the power of the lure hit him. It was incredible, and part of his mind was very impressed and wanted to truly feel it to understand it. However, he was a hunter and been dealing with vampires for decades. Yes, the magic was beyond anything he had ever felt, but it was still a vampiric lure. He reacted as if hit with a sweet drug that makes the body tremble with pleasure. Shannon took a step closer, making Jamie have to fall back a step. Slowly, Shannon backed him up by simply pushing forward just fast enough to keep the man off balance. Jamie was brought up short by the wall. His mind was still trying to move fast enough to slip the lure.
I have been doing this for a while now,
Shannon whispered in Jamie's ear, so close Jamie could feel his breath. That struck him as odd for a moment, as Shannon didn't have breath. Somehow in that moment, Shannon seemed to. It came as a touch of erotic pleasure.
It may well be a great mercy to us both that you lost your priesthood. I'm not so sure I would be so calm if you had the golden light bleeding in your healer cause.
Jamie swallowed hard, trying to make his voice work, to break the spell, and yet it was exactly what it was supposed to be. He felt a touch of power on his emotional cores and shields. Blocks and guards he had built after his reaction to Grimm all began to slip away, and his emotions started to rise up and choke him. In the distraction, he began to lose the mental focus he had held up until then. He suddenly understood Shannon was serious. This was not a test. He felt, more than saw or heard, Shannon catch his breath and almost shudder himself, as a hint of fear escaped Jamie and reached Shannon as a sweet energy he breathed in. Jamie let the vampire reach into his energy. Once that touch was made, Jamie hit Shannon with healing energy directly into Shannon's cores. It was the last attack Shannon might have expected. It was not an outright attack or anything to do with the priesthood. It was sheer healing light aimed at the lower cores that could not be healed. Shannon made a small gasp of pain. The books Shannon had given him had revealed the truth about how to beat Shannon. It was his own handwriting that had given Jamie the knowledge of it. No fighting ability and no skill would save a person once Shannon hooked him. Jamie just had to create enough pain for Shannon to let go on his own, and this was going to do it. Shannon grabbed Jamie's arm to keep his knee from hitting the floor. Jamie let him hold on. Part of him wanted to let go of control, to let Shannon have his way. The lure was enough that Jamie was out of breath and shivering for the echoes of pleasure the vampire promised. He held on, directing the energy flowing into Shannon. Jamie had to hit his head back against the wall to try to clear it and think past the magics they were crushing into each other.
You stop and I'll stop.
Jamie managed to get out. Shannon couldn't hold in another small gasp of pain. He fought down the lure. Jamie could feel the lure waver in Shannon's effort to get control over himself, but also his desire to win the fight. It was an inner war within Shannon, and Jamie knew it. That didn't help Jamie feel any better. The magic was no less real for Shannon working to pull it back into control. Once Shannon caught his breath, Jamie stopped the flow of healing power and slammed up his own shields against the power of the lure Shannon had laid on him. Shannon was shaking and still gripping Jamie's arm for support when the door opened with a quick knock.
"I hate to interrupt,"
the Earl said, pausing a moment when he saw them. Shannon stood before Jamie, his eyes closed, not breathing at all. After a moment, Shannon made himself draw in a deep breath and turn around to face the Earl.
"Then don't,"
Shannon said coldly. The Earl almost said something more, but stepped back out and closed the door softly. Shannon walked to the table, picked up his tea, and took a shaky sip. Jamie could see the shake in Shannon's hand from where he stood. He could also feel his own knees about to give out, and his entire body seemed to be vibrating.
"Forgive me,"
Shannon said in his true voice. Jamie wanted to say he did, but his voice didn't work. He was still shivering and trying to catch his breath from the touch of Shannon's power. He hated to admit he was not angry, not revolted, and part of him was excited by the fact he had the ability to make Shannon lose control. He choked down such thoughts and tightened his shields. Shannon took another drink of the tea. Jamie wanted to apologize for the attack, for the pain he had caused, and the energy it must have burned up. To Shannon, the healing energy must have felt like hellfire in his ruined cores.
"I'm sorry,"
was all Jamie managed to get out. He knew it came across as an apology for not being able to forgive, and that was not what he wanted. He was starting to feel sick and had to choke down his stomach. Shannon finished the tea. He picked up his surcoat and pulled it on as he headed for the door. Jamie made himself step away from the wall.
"Tyrone,"
Jamie said, half surprising himself. Shannon stopped but didn't turn back. Jamie drew a deep breath and cleared his throat.
"I'm sorry."
He tried again, but couldn't find more words than that to say. Shannon almost looked back. He almost said something, but went out the door. Jamie followed, still feeling echoes of the lure. At least he and Shannon both knew it would not be pleasant if they got into a fight. He had to wonder how long he would feel the effects. It was possible, he knew, that it would be like an addiction. It might whisper at him for the rest of his life. The idea made him feel small and weak for his jealousy at Oirion. To have an actual bond of any sort with Shannon would overwhelm most souls, but Oirion stood his ground and was ever loyal. It only made Jaime feel less worthy of his partner and a fool for being so petty. End of chapter. Continue with chapter 36. Of course. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 36. Of course. Shannon entered the office of the Earl of Valreen and waited for the man to look up. It was, after all, the man's home. The Earl lifted his gaze from the papers before him.
"You came to see me?"
Shannon said, in explanation why he had come to the office. The Earl rose to his feet.
"Wine?"
he asked.
"No."
The man studied Shannon a long moment before he made up his mind to begin.
Oirion was supposed to rule Valreen. Can you imagine the power he'd have held? He might have been able to end Jerome. He was a happy child until you held him. What did you do to my grandson? And was it worth it?
Shannon almost laughed. That was not really what he had expected the Earl to want to talk about. To go from fighting with Jaime to this was not how he had hoped to spend the day. He needed rest to find energy, but this close to Norwood, he could wait another couple of days. The Earl raised an eyebrow at Shannon's near smile.
"Your grandson has always defined our relationship. He finds me, he calls to me, he reaches out, he forces his way in."
He was a child when first you held him. I saw the image capture of you. I saw you.
"Then you were wise to not let Jerome see it. It was also good for you that I found him when I did. Jerome would have been most upset had you allowed his heir to die of the cold."
"What did you do to him?"
the Earl demanded, his voice rising. The anger breathing off of him was almost like perfume to Shannon. He resisted the desire to provoke more and breathe it in to recover the huge blow Jaime had done to him and the loss of energy.
"Do not raise your voice to me, Valreen. I'm not one of your political rivals to be bullied by your age or your tone."
"I don't know who you are, but I do know something changed in Oirion when he came back from Norwood as a child, and I know you are behind it. I have waited nearly 80 years to confront you, and I want the truth."
"Which time, Hennon?"
Shannon demanded right back, jabbing at the man's pride with the name given him by Jerome.
"I carried him home more than once. Which time that I saved his life would you like to know about?"
"I protected him as well as I could. You have no idea what I risked to keep him safe and hidden."
"Don't I?"
Shannon asked, almost with a laugh. He suspected the man knew he was a vampire. The Earl had to know, and that meant he knew what Shannon must have endured to safeguard a child as powerful as Oirion had been, even as a toddler. Such pure and powerful energy could drive a lesser vampire mad. The Earl stiffened and drew in a sharp breath.
"I have ignored Norwood and its border. I have let Norwood be and laughed off Jerome's concerns about it. I should have earned at least enough respect from your king to have my grandson be unmolested by one of you."
He gestured angrily at Shannon, not sure what to call him. Shannon took a moment to strengthen his shields against the man who should have been king of Valreen. Part of him truly did respect the old Perton who had been a solid presence on the border for thousands of years and had never tried to break the barrier Shannon had raised. The Earl had the right to be upset about the fate of his grandson.
"You have no idea the things Oirion endured at the hands of your staff and family, do you?"
Shannon asked, ignoring the fact that the Earl made it clear he did not know who Shannon was, only part of what he was.
"He was a happy child until he was in your hands. He was never the same."
"Your daughter threw him into the river as a baby, and you're blaming me for him having trust issues and nightmares."
"You make that up,"
the Earl said angrily.
"No, why would I?"
"How would you know that?"
"I was an empath once. I can read emotions like a wizard can read a truth spell. She was terrified of him and wanted him dead. She raised her sons to hate him, and only her fear of me kept her from killing him outright after that."
The Earl stood very still.
"I still want to know what you did to him,"
he said, his anger changing to a deep cold smolder, but no longer aimed at Shannon.
"I wrapped him in my cloak and used my energy to bring warmth back into him." I carried him home and handed him back to his would-be murderer because he was the son of Valreen.
You gave him your energy.
He was a baby. I couldn't let him die. There was no other way.
And when he was 13? When he ran away? He was gone for 3 days, and again, I am told you brought him back.
He was fleeing the priest you had here. I caught the man pinning your grandson down, tearing at his clothes, and I snapped the man's neck before I killed the cull that was hunting them both. I blocked Orion's memory and carried him home.
Father Don was sent here to protect him.
He did not do a very good job then.
Why are you back?
He fled to Norwood again. Jerome's pets were on his heels and blocked his route here. He had some unsettling news about Broston, which we are returning from investigating. It seems your boss has been killing the bloodlines of kings to use their blood energy in a rather powerful demon coven. Likely a bloodstone that will have enough power to make a man into a god, or very nearly one.
Or break the barrier into Norwood,
the Earl said softly to himself. He looked back to Shannon from his own thoughts.
Why tell me?
Your other grandsons and your daughter are carriers of Valreen blood, and so on the list.
They will be safe here,
the Earl muttered, thinking.
Oirion does not recall you, yet he travels with you. Does your king have an odd sense of humor on the matter?
Oirion and I know each rather well,
Shannon said.
He's not a toddler now. I don't treat him as one, and he and I have been friends for over a decade.
The Earl looked at him with a slight scowl.
He's a priest,
he said, as if shocked at the fact a vampire and a priest might be friends.
I am intimately aware of that,
Shannon said.
You're why? When he vanished?
That was not my doing. That was Jerome's. I just happened to be with him at the time.
There were rumors he and James...
The Earl looked even more confused.
But he's bonded to James.
And why would that matter?
The Earl held up his hands to stop Shannon from saying any more. He leaned forward on his desk and looked at Shannon.
There is a rumor that the King of Norwood is a vampire.
He is, if he is anything.
There is a rumor he is Tyrone von Armand.
The Earl studied Shannon's face with almost hope, almost fear.
He was called that once.
Did he? Did he go mad, as they say?
No. Jerome betrayed him. You know that. You saw the man who claims to be holy murder your family as well.
The Earl dropped his eyes and nodded.
Jerome is an evil man, but part of me thought perhaps it was the effect of Tyrone going insane.
No.
The Earl nodded his head, but didn't look up.
If you get a chance, please tell him I am not his enemy, and I pray for him. Valreen is conquered, but everything I have done has been to try to salvage what I could and keep hope alive.
Shannon debated a moment with telling the old man the truth of who he was, but saw no real reason to do so.
And all I have done has been to protect Oirion. I have never desired to hurt him in any way, and as far as the King of Norwood is concerned, you are Valreen, king of your lands by the blood in your veins and the love you hold for the people and old places. He might not be able to key you into the well, but you are indeed responsible for your kingdom.
The Earl looked back up.
Why doesn't he stop Jerome?
There was such pain in the old Purton's eyes that Shannon almost winced as the old man's voice broke.
He can't. He has hope. Tharadon lords might find a way, but he himself has not that power. If he could, he would.
Orion's grandfather let his gaze fall again and leaned on the desk, weary and burdened.
Do you love my grandson?
The old man asked after a moment, not looking up.
If I love anyone in this time, it could only be him.
Shannon surprised himself by admitting such to the Earl.
And you swear you would never hurt him?
I'd rather be cast back to hell,
Shannon admitted softly, trying to offer the Purton before him a bit of peace through the truth.
Then please take him with you to Norwood and beg your king to let him stay. Jerome will destroy him.
He looked up.
And you can call me Ty.
He gestured vaguely.
Be welcome as kin in my house.
Shannon bowed to the man at the huge gesture he had just made, then turned and left him. He was a little surprised. He had not meant to make the old man think he and Oirion were romantically involved, but looking back at his words, it might have easily been taken as such. He couldn't help but almost laugh at that. He needed to get letters out to have his agents begin searching for any members of any bloodlines and to protect them as best they could, or better yet, to get them into Norwood. Just because he was in pain, it did not mean he had the freedom to not be king. Oirion couldn't sleep. He had gone to see Jaime, but Jaime and Gallus were playing tiles together. He had no wish to see Eldwar or Grim, so that left only Shannon. He knocked, but didn't bother to wait for an answer before entering the room. Shannon was at a table, just sealing up a letter. Oirion went to the wine cabinet and poured 2 glasses before he dropped into a chair at the table and offered a glass to Shannon.
"I'd have thought you'd sleep for a week,"
Shannon said, as if such a visit was totally normal.
"I would have thought so as well."
Oirion took a sip.
"Who are you writing?"
"I am King of Norwood, Oirion. Just because you stole me away does not mean I don't have duties and or the need to send orders to my staff."
Shannon shifted his hand, and the letter in it vanished. He leaned back with a heavy sigh and took the glass of wine.
"I want them to try to snatch up all the members of any royal house they can find. What blood is left needs to be saved."
Oirion swirled his wine, watching the colors reflect off the surface and the sweetness clinging to the sides of the glass.
"How much energy are you using to block your pain out of my head?"
"A lot,"
Shannon said honestly, and took a sip of the wine.
"How long can you last before you need to get more?"
"A couple days, certainly not more. We will be back in Norwood by then, and there are people trained for that."
Oirion sighed heavily.
"What did you and Jaime talk about earlier today?"
"You felt that?"
"It woke me up and haven't been able to sleep since."
"He's not pleased that he has to share you, and we sort of had a shoving match."
"A shoving match?"
Oirion asked.
"What's that mean?"
"I hit him with a lure, and he set fire to my cause. I think we both made our point."
"Which was?"
Oirion asked, looking at Shannon, confused and uneasy.
"Neither of us really want to hurt the other."
Shannon shrugged.
"And we both love you."
Oirion stared at him, a little in shock at that. Shannon scowled at his own words and shook his head a little.
"That's twice today. I've said something like that."
"Who else did you say something that odd to?"
Oirion asked, disturbed. Shannon chuckled.
"Ha ha ha ha, your grandfather. I'm pretty sure he thinks we're lovers."
"What? Why? What did you say?"
"He asked if I loved you and if I was about to hurt you, and then he said I could stay here as kin, and asked if I'd ask the King of Norwood to offer you a safe escape from Jerome."
"He asked you if you loved me?"
Oirion asked, confused, upset, and even more disturbed by it all. Shannon looked over and smiled.
"What did you say?"
Oirion asked.
"That if I loved anyone, it'd be you. I'm not sure that's the right word, but ha ha ha."
He laughed softly at Orion's pained expression.
"Is it that bad to be cared about?"
"You're losing it, Shannon. You're scaring me a little. Are you sure you can make it a couple of days? I could go fetch one of my brothers for your use."
Shannon chuckled softly at Orion's reaction and expression.
"I am all right, Oirion."
"Then why are you—"
Oirion gestured vaguely.
"All emotional and not the cold in control ass you do so well."
Shannon took a slow, tiny sip of the wine, thinking about it honestly.
"Something changed."
"Obviously."
"Seriously, Oirion,"
Shannon said.
"Gallus is the chosen pontiff. Armand hasn't forsaken Pert."
He set the glass down and folded his arms on the table, intent on Oirion.
"You understand, if I had doubts."
Oirion felt very self-conscious with Shannon so close and looking at him so intently. They had stood toe-to-toe and held wars of willpower, but there had never been this sort of mutual respect before.
"Gallus can't be pontiff without a partner."
"Odd concern from a man with 2 partners."
"It's just the energy of Pert trying to heal you. The slumbering power of the wells think I'm Jerome and are trying to mend the bond, that's all."
Oirion tried to convince himself. Shannon shook his head ever so slightly.
"I considered that. You can say what you want, but I am well versed in the magics of bonds, and like it or not, we have one. A strong one,
Shannon said.
And it's older than 10 years.
Oirion looked away, glaring at the far wall. He wanted to object, but he could feel it as solid as steel and both older and stronger than the golden cord he had with Jaime.
That's not what I came here to talk about.
No? Then why are you here?
Shannon leaned back.
You missed me, Oirion,
he said after Oirion didn't answer.
You might hate me, but you missed me all the same.
I don't hate you,
Oirion said with a heavy sigh, but he didn't look over either.
You know you have to come to Norwood. I can't risk you getting killed. I can give you anything you want, but you're stuck with me.
Oirion wanted to argue, but he knew it. He understood why. He had understood the moment he had become the way for a demon to get to Shannon. He didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to get along with Shannon. He didn't want to be involved in any of this.
Where's Carver?
Oirion asked, changing the subject.
He jumped ship with you.
Back with his people. He was taken back before I was even in Norwood.
And Elliot?
He and Tavia slipped the barrier several years ago.
You make them forget?
No. Jerome has no reason to hunt them, or to even know who they are.
Oirion sipped his wine without much in his head, just a sort of shifting through of memories that seemed so much easier to recall when Shannon was around.
Theo sent me an invite to Eowyn's. Tharadon Lords sent me an invite to Eowyn's last month,
he corrected.
You think he remembers?
I wouldn't be surprised, really. Theo is a very powerful man.
He'd be honored to hear that from you.
Oirion, he blew up an island. He gated on his own. He saved me more than once.
Shannon sighed heavily.
Funny, I'd have thought if Pert was to give me a partner, it'd be a necromancer or a sorcerer, and since Theo is both...
He scowled at Oirion.
Without thinking, Oirion, just answer one question.
What?
Why you?
Because I can. Maybe for whatever reason. I don't know, Shannon.
Shannon took a slow sip.
Why are you drinking that, just to appease my sense of normal?
No. Alcohol blurs energy lines, and it helps soften and diffuse pain. I just have to sip it slowly, so it can sink in.
I don't know if I like you being so comfortable with me,
Oirion muttered.
You came to see me, remember?
Shannon whispered as he leaned closer, but then stood up and moved from the table. Oirion twisted the cup in his hands.
Theo is going to need our help. If ever he moves, Jerome will crush him. We owe him that.
I know,
Shannon said from across the room.
If it comes to war, I will send him an army, but I cannot fight openly. You know that.
I've seen you fight openly. I find it hard to think you'd lose, certainly not now with that demon destroyed.
He was a jailkeeper, not the one in command. Jerome does not stand alone, and if he learns, he can get to me through you.
Shannon shook his head.
He is already angry at you. I'll kill Jaime first, so he won't be hurt by your death, but I will kill you before I let Jerome take you.
I'm not sure that's a comfort, Shannon.
It'll destroy me, you know.
He shook his head and went to the window, troubled and upset.
Why now?
He muttered and took a sip of wine. They both turned to a soft knock. Oirion got up to answer the door once Shannon began to move toward it. He held it open for Grim, who slipped past him and waited for the door to shut. Grim moistened his lips with a hint of nervousness.
I just wanted to make sure you knew that I know. I saw...
He glanced at Oirion.
And while I don't understand it, I also know that you're bonded to Oirion.
He paused and then continued.
I'm the last one. I have no apprentice. Please don't ask me to leave now that I've found you.
Shannon sighed and turned his back on the man.
You never thought to go to Norwood?
Shannon asked.
We did. We saw Rasha.
Grim blinked away tears in his eyes.
We searched every day for you and your parents for centuries until there was only me left. I had to hide. The magic cannot be replaced. If I die, it's gone forever.
How old are you?
Shannon turned back to him.
I was a new apprentice, 10 years old when you were murdered.
Shannon almost laughed.
So you saw that as well? You have no issue serving a ghoul who is cursed to also be a vampiric demon?
It was not your flesh I swore to serve, but your soul.
Shannon studied him a moment, then looked back to the window.
The Earl does not know who I am. He thinks I'm a border guard, and it needs to stay that way, but maybe it might offer him hope if you told him who you were.
Shannon paused a moment.
There are suitable apprentices in Norwood to be had. You can have as many as you think you can train at a time.
Grim bowed and slipped out.
Who is he?
Oirion asked, refilling his glass.
An Imperial Guard. They wear the armor of angels and yield some very serious magics. I assumed they were all wiped out. Most were hunted by stalkers and grims. Many were turned into wraiths after centuries of torment. They are bound to the Imperial House, as much so as if it was a deal.
Rather like the deal you made me take,
Oirion asked.
Serve and never harm sort of thing?
A little more extreme, but basically the same. Yes.
I need to go,
Oirion said.
Why?
Shannon asked.
I moved over here.
It's making me very uneasy having you seem so normal.
Oirion left the room with his glass of wine. Shannon slowly turned from the window. He had lied to Oirion for the first time. It was just too much. He needed energy, and he needed to get it now. He set the glass of wine down and gave Oirion enough time to get around the corner before he slipped from his room. It was time he go have a talk with Orion's mother. End of chapter. Continue with chapter 37. Mother. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 37. Mother. The family dining hall reminded Jamie of the place where he had eaten with Oirion in Broston, but on a smaller scale. It was beautiful and captured the eye. It was impossible not to follow the lines of architecture. It had none of the gaudy wealth, and yet seemed just as impressive.
Never seen a real house before?
Trey, Orion's youngest brother, asked with a hint of mockery and arrogance to his voice as he brushed past Jamie.
Oirion ashamed to take you into public?
Jamie watched the man who was dressed in all the current fashion of the highest courts and smelled of elven cologne.
I've always wondered.
Another brother, Kylan, said from the table where he already waited.
Did you finally beat Oirion into submission, or did he buy dominance?
Oirion used to come home and cry about you all the time.
Trey chuckled.
Funny how he's got your name on his titles.
Jamie didn't even know how to react to the hateful and misplaced words.
I can't believe he thinks for a moment a golden rat from Kill-Abben could ever manage even a parcel of Hennon lands.
Garrett, the other brother, said with cold disgust.
Yeah, that's right, Father James,
he said with a sneer.
We remember what you did to pay for your tuition. I think that information might just find the world if Oirion refuses to drop his titles. The great Father James, hero of the northern border, known to be the whore he is.
Jamie felt himself blush both with shame and anger, but he shifted his own magics to stop it from going too far.
What? You have nothing to say? Typical half-breed elf, beds his way to wealth, then has nothing intelligent to add to the conversation.
They laughed as Oirion entered the hall behind Jamie. Oirion put a hand on Jamie's shoulder.
Your wife doesn't say much?
Trey laughed to his elder brother.
Or does she just speak Gaullerant slang?
You three are idiots,
Oirion said, moving to take his chair across from his father, next to where his grandfather would sit at the head of the table.
You knew that, didn't you, Oirion?
Garrett asked as everyone else arrived almost as one.
Your partner paid for his school by using his little gift to pleasure men in the privy.
Jamie nearly choked, as he knew his father was with the others. Oirion took his seat with utter ease. He looked at his brothers calmly.
You are all idiots.
You said that already,
Trey said.
You forget how to speak Valrine?
Oirion,
his mother whispered as she took her seat next to where her husband would sit.
that man, he's a vampire.
She gasped, as if terrified he might overhear.
He knows.
Shannon was suddenly there, his hands on her shoulders as he leaned down to whisper in her ear.
You have no idea how well he knows.
Shannon,
Oirion said, a bit startled by Shannon's behavior toward his mother. No, not his mother. His aunt, he reminded himself. Shannon lifted his gaze to Oirion, then stood slowly before he circled around the table. His mother stared at Shannon, her breath short, face utterly white.
What did you do?
Oirion asked in Bracken. Shannon smiled a little, amused, as he passed behind Oirion and let his fingertips trail across Orion's shoulders.
She and I had an unfinished conversation about the treatment you got as a child.
You bring your harem to the table?
Kylan asked, disgusted. Shannon moved with grace as he took the seat next to Oirion and across from the terrified woman. He turned his eyes on her sons.
I vaguely recall you telling me once, I could use your brothers, should I get too ravenous.
Oh, stop it,
Oirion told him firmly.
What did you do to her?
Shannon looked over at Oirion, his humor gone, replaced with seriousness.
I scared the hell out of her,
he said in Bracken.
Isn't that obvious?
Why?
She deserved it.
Did you have to do that? You said you had several days before you needed any energy. Stop.
Oirion pointed at his brother, who was about to shoot another jest at Jaime, who unexpectedly found himself between his father and Shannon.
Or what, Oirion? Your wife might cry?
Garrett said, and then with a startled look he suddenly stood up, grabbing at his chest.
You little pricks best learn your place,
Eldwar said.
One never knows when you might need a healer to save your life. I hear heart attacks are most unpleasant. They can kill you,
he said sweetly as he took a seat.
Stop it,
Jaime hissed at his father.
The last person I need to defend me is you.
Garrett collapsed back into his chair, gasping, shaking, and white-faced. Shannon lifted an eyebrow.
You tried to kill me,
Garrett shouted once he had his breath back.
Oh, no,
Eldwar said coldly.
If I had tried, you'd be dead, you little bastard. I merely slapped your wrists for being an idiot.
How dare you?
Garrett yelled.
Do you have any idea who I am?
Do you have any idea who I am, you little fink?
Eldwar shot back.
Stop,
Jaime demanded under his breath.
Things are bad enough. Don't make them worse.
Another word and I will disown you,
the Earl said coldly to his grandsons as he entered.
He tried to kill me,
Garrett objected.
Please, father.
Orion's mother gasped.
Is it not enough Oirion brings his partner here, but also a vampire? Please make them go.
She reached for his arm. The old man jerked his arm away and turned cold eyes on her.
Oirion is my chosen heir,
he snapped at her.
He's not even your blood.
She started.
Another word and I'll cut your tongue out.
He yelled at her.
But,
she wailed.
Enough!
He roared and hit the table with his fist, making the dishes jump. Silence descended on the room. The old man sank to his chair, glowering at his daughter and her sons. Staff came in to serve them as if nothing had happened, and then stepped back to wait to jump at the slightest task. Eldwar ate little, but kept his wineglass near at hand. Jaime ate and wished to leave as soon as possible, but it seemed one course was followed by another, and he was trapped. He could feel the brothers glaring at him, making it all worse.
Oirion,
the Earl said.
You have James on your titles. You wish to keep it that way?
Oirion sighed heavily and set his silverware down.
Yes, please.
I was just asking, and I was hoping to convince you to have at least one child for the line of succession.
Now?
Oirion asked him.
Here? Really?
You will be going soon, and I may not get the chance to mention it again.
You have no idea what I am dealing with right now. The last thing on my mind is the bloodline of Valrine as my duty to carry on. Why don't you go have a couple of children and leave me out of it?
I'm an old man, Oirion,
the Earl objected, almost hurt by that.
Do you think I haven't tried?
I don't want to know. I want to eat a meal and then get out of here.
Because we aren't good enough for you?
Orion's fat father asked.
You have better places to be. You give too much to the duty of priesthood. You mock it with your love affairs and yet run away while real duty lingers here.
He is not my lover,
Oirion yelled in desperation, with a gesture down the table toward Jaime.
For God's sake, can you people just for one day listen to the things I tell you?
You've always been overreactive,
his father snorted.
You think you're so grand just because some bard made you the topic of his songs.
You have no idea who Oirion is,
Shannon said, almost in shock at them.
None of you.
He included the Earl.
He is the King of Norwoods.
He shook his head and rose.
You all need to grow up very quickly. That storm outside is not the weather of angels. It is of war and magic. And you're all about to have to pick sides very soon.
We already have.
Trey said coldly to him.
I have already sent word to the Emperor that my runaway brother keeps company with vampires, and is here with his heretic lover and the felon Gallus of Broston.
You did what?
The Earl asked in shock.
Once he gets that letter, he will gate in, and you...
He pointed at Oirion.
...will burn in hell for your crimes.
Shannon grabbed up a knife from the table and threw it. It struck Trey in the throat. Trey stared at Shannon for one moment before he sagged. His mother screamed, and his brother leapt back.
Murderer!
She screamed. The Earl rose to his feet in shock.
Forgive me,
Shannon said to the Earl.
But there is one less burden for you to try to protect from the Bloodhunters.
But...
The Earl gestured helplessly and looked to Shannon for a desperate explanation. Oirion was already on his feet.
We have to go. If he knows we are here, he'll cut us off. He'll send those...
Too late.
Shannon almost snarled as his scan found the way to the border blocked with magics already.
Time to go,
Jamie said, almost with relief.
Trey!
The woman sobbed and rocked with her son. The servants just stood in place, uncertain what to do, looking to the Earl for orders.
Shannon,
Gallus objected.
Fools don't deserve death.
A quick death is a mercy compared to what I might have done to him, Gallus. He must not get hold of you. We need to leave now.
But...
The Earl stood at the head of the table, still trying to understand, not sure what to do.
Blame it on Oirion,
Eldwar said.
The Emperor is already hunting him. Tell him you were tricked and the proof is your dead grandson.
He's still the line of Valrine.
The old Purton appealed to Shannon of the dead Trey.
Now, Shannon, we need to go. Can't you jump us from here? Your boys should be able to help.
Oirion said shortly.
Not after how you were attacked the last time. We will be taking a carriage and going.
As the others all headed for the door, he paused and looked at the Earl.
Just go,
the Earl said.
Take Oirion and just go.
They didn't wait any longer, but ran with their packs, leaving the estate as fast as they possibly could. End of Chapter 37. Continue with Chapter 38, High Moors. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 38, High Moors. The sunrise was stunning over the high moors. Mist rose off the river below and blended with the fog that poured slowly down from the hill to the north. Ivan sat on the hillside watching the sun lift over the horizon. Its light turned clouds to pink and gold. He could hear the call of the white geese as they prepared to launch upward to continue their migration north to the tundra fields that spread out at the feet of the Grava Mountains. Snowmelt would create lakes and ponds that offered the perfect landscape for the birds of the north. Spring had truly come to his ear. Tasale stirred in his fur cloak and stretched. Ivan let the Purton wake up at his own speed. They had been running hard, and today they had to cross a dangerous river. He wanted to cross it well rested. Somewhere off to the south, a snow fox started yipping, announcing that she had crawled out of her den. She called her kits out to see the sky for the first time. Tasale knelt beside the small fire and blew on the embers. His breath alone made flames curl around the bottom of the teapot. He poured himself a cup, then added more water before he joined Ivan on the hill. He wrapped his fur cloak about him and held his cup, looking out to the sunrise. Ivan glanced over and again was reminded of his friend Shannon. He wished for the quiet man's counsel and wisdom. Ivan wished for the chance to tell Shannon he still loved him like a brother and comrade, that no matter what hell might have done to him, Ivan didn't care. He sighed heavily and sipped his own little cup of tea.
You know,
Tasale said,
when I sleep, I dream. I remember things. I dream that I am home, that my mind is clear. Then I wake and it vanishes.
He sighed a little.
Sometimes I wonder if that's not better. Maybe I shouldn't know who I am.
A man is who he is by his actions, not by the name he was given as a ball of trembling flesh and gasping breath. Pertons change their names at times because of that very thing. You are surely not the man you were when that gate opened, and maybe that's the point. If you knew, you would be so homesick you would not be here in mind.
Tyrone nodded.
I was trying to figure out how long I had been in Azir. At least 4 years, I think. The first while is a little blurry. I think all the years had shut down a lot of the energy in my brain. It could be longer, maybe a decade. Maybe that is why I can't seem to learn the language. My brain is just a little damaged.
Or maybe the gods woke you slowly so the shock did not hurt you too much. Shannon spoke with the whisper you use, you know. Most of the time anyway, but with friends he would drop it now and then. You don't have to use it with me.
You're a king, Ivan, of course I do.
He shrugged.
Besides, if I spoke without it, my voice might leave an energy signature that could be followed. I would not want something so silly to get you found.
He took a sip of tea.
Does it bother you?
It just reminds me of Shannon, and I worry for him. He was in very bad shape when we parted. I pray for him to the gods of Azir and try to send love beyond into the god of Pert to reflect back to Shannon, to just let him know he has a friend in the world.
I would like very much to meet a man you respect so much,
Tyrone said.
You will,
Ivan promised.
I am certain he will let you go to Norwood, and it'd give me a reason to as well. I would like very much to see the past. I can only imagine the glory of his city with all the lights still glowing, and the magics of Pert still alive.
Pert has fallen dark.
For a very long time,
Ivan said. They watched a flock of stone canes fly past them at their eye level, following the river below to their own nesting grounds.
Shannon is a very dark name. If you say it as ShaHaNon, it means inconsolable grief.
I know.
Ivan got up to refill his little cup.
If the city glows, then he is the true line of Norwood, and given the keys by the Emperor. How is that if the Emperor is lost?
Shannon was Tyrone von Armand before.
Before what?
Ivan was very slow to sit back down, deciding if he wanted to tell the young Perton what had happened.
I don't know the whole story, but his family, his wife and children, were all butchered before him, and when they didn't break him, they sent him to hell. He's not a mortal man anymore, and I don't think he ever can be.
Tyrone,
Tyrone whispered the name. A great sadness crossed his face, and he bowed his head.
What?
Ivan asked.
Sometimes it seems I can hear echoes of the past, but when I turn to listen, it is gone. I don't know why, but just saying that name makes me very sad.
He looked out at the land of Azir.
We should get moving soon.
They collected the small camp up and put the fire out. Ivan set the sod back in that they had cut away for it, making the fire pit all but vanish. They headed west, over the hills and toward the river Nanutuk. It was a rough river at all times, but this time of year it would be raging. They could hear it long before they reached it. Mist rose up from the crashing waters. Reaching the brink of a hill, they looked down at what they needed to cross. It looked like an endless, in-rushing tide. It roared down the gorge it had long cut. Boulders and deep stone walls contained it, but barely. They were not the only ones there either. Down near the water, a small camp of Azirans had set up, likely wondering how they were going to cross the raging torrent.
That's...
Tyrone shook his head, not even sure he knew the right word to do it justice.
Nanutuk,
Ivan said.
It translates into wild woman or something like that. Untamable female power maybe is better.
I would not like to know a woman named such,
Tyrone said.
I think I like more peaceful sorts.
Ivan chuckled and dropped a hand on Tyrone's shoulder.
Ha ha ha, you might change your mind if you did. A woman so wild hides such power in her heart, not on her face. A river is more free to express itself openly. All the best are houses of such glory. Come, let us join them.
They reached the camp just as the meal was being passed out, and without a hesitation, Ivan and Tasale were given a share. Durak met them with a smile and gave Ivan a strong embrace.
How did you beat us here?
Ivan asked, surprised.
We know the way here well enough,
Durak replied.
There is a small gold mine we have just upriver a little. The bridge has been cut, though.
He gestured to the stone pillars that should have had the twisted rope bridges that were used all over Isir.
Not the time of year to try and cross at all, but without the bridge, we aren't sure what direction to go. There is a bridge further north, but to the south there is a place where the river can be forded. Several days either way.
Perhaps we can think of something,
Ivan said, trying to get his mind and heart to accept he was speaking to his grandson. He looked to the pillars as the meal of bread stuffed with meat and roots was complemented with a mug of ale a young man handed him. He and Tasale walked to the pillar.
The rope has been cut,
Tasale said.
The churchmen, I would guess. No Eziran would do such a thing. Lives get lost running such bridges over rivers like this.
How do we cross then?
It will take us days to get to another place, and that might also be cut off.
We don't have days if we plan to make it in time for the festival.
No, we don't, and others behind us have even less time.
Tasale knelt down and put his hand to the ground and closed his eyes. He was still for a long moment, his meal forgotten in his hand. He rose slowly with a slight scowl.
I can build a bridge. It will take me a day at least to set up, and it will certainly leave an energy mark, but it will get the men over.
How much magic?
Not too much of a mark. I think I can use the river to hide much of it, but I will need a day to rest after it's built.
Do it.
Ivan nodded. Turning to his grandson, he said,
Tasale will build us a bridge. We cross here.
He can? How?
I'm not certain, but if he says he can, I trust he can.
Tasale ate the meal he had been given, then gracefully ran through a set of training forms to settle his energy and prepare his mind. He sank down to sit cross-legged beside the stone pillar. Ivan stood and watched the young man, who did not move at all.
He is in a trance, I take it,
Durak said, as he joined Ivan with a skin of mead. Ivan took a swig and passed it back.
Yes.
You watch him very closely.
He reminds me of a friend. Had I watched that Perton and his magics more closely, perhaps much of the pain he endured would have been preventable.
You know many Pertans.
Not many,
Ivan said.
Just one, really. But as he is the king of Norwood, I think he qualifies as being rather remarkable.
You know the king of Norwood?
Durak asked, shocked.
The Shadow King. You know him?
Shannon,
Ivan said.
Yes.
He looked over at the younger man.
No soul alive is of greater honor and strength.
And our young wizard reminds you of him?
Durak asked doubtfully.
Greatly. The more I see him, the more so. Does he not seem so to you? You risked lives to find him and bring him in from the storm.
The seeress commanded it. She sent us to find him when he first appeared, and demanded he be treated with all honor due a great wizard. But all he has done for us is light fires and bring down Jerome's men on us.
He fought in the battle, Durak,
Ivan said.
He was half the magic there.
The man who came with the staff. Who was he? We thought he was the magic of the battle.
He is Tharadon Lord's king of Awens, and my adopted brother. He was half, and Tasale the other. Whoever that young man was in another life, he is indeed a powerful wizard.
Ivan stayed and kept watch until Tasale rose just after dark, looking very tired.
It's almost ready,
he said, and stumbled to the fire. He sank down and sagged forward, dozing off almost at once. Ivan woke him to offer him tea and another meat bread roll late that evening. Tasale ate and drank, then lay over and fell asleep. Ivan gathered him up and moved him to the bed he had made for the wizard and covered him.
You should not be doing that,
Durak said when Ivan returned to the fire.
The boy might well be a wizard, but you are king of Azir. Have one of us do it if it's your will it be done.
Ivan folded his arms over his chest and noticed the young storyteller, who had stood at the fire in his yard not so long ago. He had a scar across his left cheek that went down to his neck. It was still mending and swollen, proving the young man had fought and nearly died.
Jerome, the Black Heart hunts the true Emperor of Pert. He sends demons and warlocks of all dark powers. He torments him through the torn and burned fragments of the bond once blessed between them. I have seen the Prince of Pert lift his hand to turn aside warp storms, bring stars down from heaven, and stand in defiance of the masters of hell, and I have seen him lift a child who has fallen and carry him on his shoulders. I have seen him starve so that others might eat. I have seen him kneel beside a peasant woman and cover her with his own blanket that she might sleep better. If Tyrell von Armand, the Unbreakable, can pause to put up with a stupid gladiator from Dakan so he doesn't end up dead, it is the least I can do to care for one of his people who clearly has been sent here by the gods. Humility is not a weakness. It is a strength, and true humility comes by choice.
Von Armand is dead,
one of the men said.
Perhaps he is,
Ivan said.
But I have seen him nonetheless, and fought beside him and starved at the fire next to him, shivered in the cold and crossed the lands of Bracken with him. I tell you, Norwood's king is Shannon, and Shannon is Tyrell, or was before Jerome took him to hell.
They stood quietly for a while before Ivan turned to find sleep beside Tasale, as both guard and friend. He really had nothing more to say to them, and he was tired. He was one of the first awake in the morning and built the fire up, started tea, and waited. Tasale joined him, looking a little tired. He took the offered tea and smiled weakly.
Didn't sleep well?
Ivan asked.
No,
Tasale replied.
Dreams.
He shrugged and sipped the tea, letting the last of his sleep fade before he went back to the riverbank. Today he stood, settled his feet, and closed his eyes. With the slightest gesture of his hands, he began to shape and shift energy in his mind. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Then the ground sort of shivered. The Azirans gathered to watch, and the young storyteller pointed it out first. The very boulders in the river were lifting, sort of stretching like soft clay. Evenly spaced across the river span, pillars of stone began to lift upward. It was slow work, but they all stood transfixed in awe. As the pillars began to reach the height of the hilltop, they began to lean outward toward each other. Power burned like deep molten lava inside the depth of the stone, and the more they moved and flexed, the stronger, bolder, and more visible those lines were. When the reaching stones met, the lines flared and the building sped up. Stones began to thicken, arches settled, and walls of solid rock along the edges of the newly forming bridge top lifted up. They were not just blocky and useful, but gracefully matched the pillars that held the bridge above the torrent of water. Out from the ends, stone lifted up through the sod and created sections of road, binding the solid stone of the bridge deeper into the land, so even over time, erosion would not separate bridge and land. Tasale lowered his hands and collapsed to his knees. Ivan was there at once, offering support.
I need to lie down,
Tasale said. Ivan helped him back to the bed and covered him. Tasale was already asleep. Ivan walked back to the bridge and watched the glowing line of fire begin to cool and turn dark, but the lines themselves remained there, visible as if carved into place. Ivan looked to Durak, who stood in awe.
I'd let that cool overnight,
Ivan said.
But thanks to our Pertan wizard, we can cross now and for 1,000 years or more to come.
How?
Durak stared, still in disbelief of what he had seen. Ivan put his hand on his grandson's shoulder.
Never underestimate a Pertan.
The camp was empty. The men had left just before dawn, letting Ivan stay with Tasale. As Ivan made a small meal for the two of them from supplies that were left, he watched the river roar and rush under the great bridge of Nanunuk. It was beautiful. The stone was flawless, smooth, and sculpted. Not only were the lines from the magic still visible, there were images all over the bridge of the Bear of Azir, snow cranes and white geese, muklux, and the village of Kenar next to its silt-field river. Warriors in battle, Izirans about a fire, children at play with wolves were beautifully displayed. It looked as if some dwarven master had spent 100 years to carve it all in with the faintest lines, just enough to see when the sunlight hit it just so. Tyrone slept all day and was still asleep when another group of men arrived just after dark. They were men Ivan had never seen before, but clearly his people. They seemed to be from a village farther north and had not been at the Battle of Kennar. They greeted Ivan and joined him, unaware he was the king.
"So that's the Sirius's boy?"
one asked as he turned a goose on the fire.
Tyrone,
Ivan said.
He just built the bridge.
He gestured.
Needed a day to rest, so I stayed while the others ran ahead.
The men were suitably impressed, but they were hungry and sat down to talk of home, hope, and food. Ivan listened to them and enjoyed the pointless chatter. The men went to bed early and took off before dawn, while Tyrone slept on. The young Perton woke with the sun and joined Ivan to get a cup of tea.
Feel better?
Rested,
Tyrone said simply. They cleared the site as best they could before taking to the bridge. They crossed the solid stone.
You didn't have to make it pretty,
Ivan said.
I didn't exactly. When you touch the magics of a place like this, it is hard to master fully. It wants to express itself in the things of that place. Only a master can make stone flow smooth. It was all I could do to try to keep the demands of the architect of a strong bridge in my mind. It did the rest. You could say the stone took energies out of the air and expressed them through the images in my mind that matched. If you ever go to Pert and you see the smooth walls, you will understand the utter command of mind and magic the masters of old held. To control your mind that clearly is impressive enough, but to do so while holding such power is beyond anything of this age.
Thank you. I am fairly certain Azir has nothing so grand. It stands as a true display of the friendship between Azir and Pert. There is a certain power to it being out here.
I hope it helps.
They paused near midday for Ivan to dig edible roots and for Tyrone to get in a quick nap to help his further recovery from the great expenditure of energy used in creating the bridge. He was still asleep when he felt the scan and the magic building up. Rolling up, he shook off doziness.
Ivan?
He called out as he got to his feet, not seeing anyone near. He felt magic building and knew at once it was not holy. He ran from where he had napped. Over the rise of the hill he saw Ivan with several other Izirans. They were all on their knees and clearly in pain before a woman. He immediately knew she was a blood wizard, a sorcerer, and hinted at the magics of a necromancer. Tyrone gathered his own power as he raced down, just as Ivan collapsed forward, fighting to not transform into the golden bear despite his pain. If she forced Ivan to reveal his true power, she could feed on that instead of just his flesh. Tyrone slammed power at her to knock her off balance and shatter her focus as he ran. She stumbled and turned her eyes on him. He hardened his shields as he neared. Her power slammed into him, driving the air out of his lungs. But he didn't miss a step and came into a defensive stance before her, in between her and Ivan. Tyrone instinctively reached into the vault and felt a sword in his hand. He didn't even think about it. She was going to have to fight him both in magic and physically. She was, without a doubt, Awen's and powerful. She sneered at him.
"Stay out of this,"
she told him in Awen's.
"Step down and I will be merciful."
He shook his head at her and answered with a blast of power, which cracked down at her as lightning, nearly shattering her shields, forcing her back. He didn't let up and hammered on her, blast after blast as he came at her. He'd drive a sword into her if he couldn't break her magics. She yelled spells at him as she desperately waved a wand. She didn't stand a chance. Tyrone shattered her shields. The magic came as an explosion of fire that Tyrone had to shield himself from. He could smell that his hair was singed and his face felt a little hot, but he didn't let up. Her next magic was a little more powerful as the air tore and a demon rushed him. It sank its claws into the shield and ripped at them. The weight of the demon was suffocating and nearly dropped him to a knee. His magic felt weighted down, as if he was trying to lift a weight too heavy with his arms pinned down. Gasping for air, Tasale reached deeper inside than he even had dared with the bridge building. There inside his chest he found his deeper reserve and drew it up until he was certain he had enough. Then, as he began to see spots from lack of air, he unleashed it as a burst of strength, freeing his arms. The demon was hurled away, and Tasale was on it without pause. Magic engulfed the demon, drawing it into Tasale's grip. The tables had turned, and the demon was caught, snared by the magics that seethed around Tasale like vines of light and lightning. Tasale forced the demon down at his feet, stepped over it and drove his sword into it, pumping golden power into the darkness of it. The demon screamed and thrashed for a moment before it imploded into shards of black crystal and smoke. Tasale lifted his focus to the woman who stood with both shock and fear on her face. She took a step back. Tasale moved to rush her, to cut her down. She stumbled away and vanished into a portal just as his sword met her. He staggered and nearly fell, but his sword had blood on it. He turned, allowing his magics to settle and calm. He reached a hand down to Ivan, who took it shakily, his nose bleeding and eyes bloodshot. Ivan put Tasal's hand to his forehead in a massive gesture of respect and gratitude. He got up, still shivering from the magic used on him.
Who was she?
Tasale asked.
A vile woman,
Ivan said.
Sent by Jerome to kill me, thank you.
Tasale looked to the other men.
Are they all right?
Ivan moved to them and helped them up to their feet. They bowed to Tasale. He nodded to them with concern.
We should move from here,
Ivan said.
Where did you get a sword?
Tasale looked at it.
From a vault, maybe.
Well, keep it.
Tasale nodded. He had already planned to keep it, and the blood on the tip would allow him to find out whom he had just fought. They left as a group to get away from the battle site. They hid the camp and set to running again. Tasale wiped the blood off the tip of the sword with his fingertips and water. He smoothed the flakes that were melting with the moisture between his fingers, like he would any object belonging to someone to find them in a game of hide and seek. He set the magics free. Closing his eyes, he saw her. He saw that he had cut her upper abdomen, but not deep enough to be fatal, and she had pulled on magics to heal it well enough. He could read her, know her, see things about her that only the touch of blood allowed. He used it all, burning it up to nothing, and flicked away the vile touch of it. He looked to Ivan.
Kaullie, lords,
he said her name.
Mother of Tyrone. She is an evil woman, Ivan. A very powerful and evil woman, and she will come again, but she will not be taken so easily.
Theo's mother. No wonder he ran away,
Ivan muttered.
Did you hurt her?
Another step and I'd have killed her, but she is alive.
We deal with our own king first, then we deal with her. If I have to hunt her to the depths of Pert, I will.
She has been dethroned,
Tasale said.
Her power base is shuddering as if she was tied into her very fortresses. Some sorcerers do that, but at the risk of losing a great deal if they lose their strongholds.
Good. Maybe Theo has her on the run.
Maybe or maybe she is desperate and hunting you as part of a deal. The blood of Ishhaven is no small prize.
She recognized you,
Ivan said seriously.
I saw it in her eyes. She knew you and was scared.
How could she? Maybe she just thought she did.
Maybe you looked like your family enough that she saw it. Or maybe she recognized the magic you used. Either way, she was scared of you.
Good.
Tasale grinned.
I hope she doesn't sleep tonight.
To Tasale!
One of the men exclaimed, lifting his mead flask.
Wizard of Azir! God bless him!
Tasale laughed.
Ha 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 ha, Ivan. I understood that.
Ha ha.
Ivan laughed and lifted his own skin.
To Tasale, my little brother.
They drank and relaxed as they shared the meal. None of them wanted to go to sleep, and none of them did. They stayed up until dawn, telling jokes and doing anything to forget how close to death they had come. They debated staying together, but to hide the energy of all of them heading toward Immerish, it was wiser to stay in small companies.
To Immerish!
They nodded to each other and set off. Ivan and Tasale gave them a head start, then followed at a walk.
You all right?
Ivan asked.
I'm good, Ivan. I am just worried about what she might try to do next. I need to think how to build up shields for you and for me. I do not like that she saw my face.
End of chapter 38. Continue with chapter 39, Canals. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 39, Canals. They left the higher fields of Ezir and reached the vales that were the ancient beds of glaciers long melted away. Ivan had looked forward to reaching this area of Ezir, as here trade was always active. Fires always cooked meats, and the riverbeds were lush and full of life, but when they arrived, his memory proved only that. The land had been conquered. Ivan stood looking at it sadly. Where once there had been stretches of wet lands, silt fields, and endless bounty of edibles, plants, and creatures, there was now turned-over fields. The water had been drained and forced to follow a straight-cut canal that ran directly down the center of the valley, spanned by stone bridges and flanked by roads and homes. Ivan remembered fishing in the waters here, and now there were only muddy fields and ugly rows of stone houses. All birds, all the fish, and all the life that had once flourished here had been stripped away. Tasale put his hand on Ivan's back, seeing the pained expression.
One thing at a time,
Tasale said.
A little paint, and it won't be so bad.
It takes centuries to make a healthy wetland. Look what he did to it. No crop grown here will compare to the bounty that once thrived by the grace of the land and the gods. Why? Why would you strip away the natural wealth to replace it with burdensome labor and not nearly as much food to be gained?
Why would a man beat a beautiful woman down? To prove he owns her, Ivan,
Tasale said.
Every person here was born here. This is the Ezir they know. This is the face of their mother. You can't just tell them it's ugly. Teach them to see with new eyes and find the true Ezir. You are their father. Show them a better way.
Ivan drew a deep breath and nodded.
You're right,
he said.
And I for one would like a bath, so down to the village we go.
They walked down from the hills and across a muddy field to the road that took them past a number of horrid little homes and to the larger village itself. They found a single-story tavern that they entered, kicking mud off their boots. The place stank of smoke, sweat, and long unwashed bodies. Nearly every chair was taken by the saddest-looking group of Ezirans Ivan had ever seen. They were all shaved of their beards with their hair chopped short, wearing worn and flimsy cotton fabrics that were stained, layered, and falling apart. As Ivan and Tasale entered in furs and leather, they certainly stood out. It was clear none of the others had come into the tavern by the looks they received. Tasale shifted, a little uneasy, as every eye turned to them.
We are going to be remembered,
he said to Ivan.
Can you sing?
Yeah, I guess.
Good. We'll be performers headed to Immerish for the festival. Just smile and trust me, haha,
Ivan said with a jolly chuckle, and walked into the place as if he owned it.
Brothers!
He nodded to a man who looked like he might spit at Ivan for looking so like a heretic.
2 meals and baths, ale,
he said to the man who controlled the food and beverage at the back of the room. He dug for coins and swore under his breath at his lack. Tasale stepped up and spun a silver coin on the countertop.
Tell him to buy the house around.
Around for the house,
Ivan cheered. The tavern keeper snatched up the coin to study it carefully, then nodded.
Aye.
He offered a wary smile.
Welcome in, strangers.
The crowd cheered up at once. A keg was tapped and the drinks started to pour. Ivan greeted the men and shook their hands as he leaned back on the counter next to Tasale.
Stay close to me,
Ivan said in Pertan.
I don't want them to think they can rob you.
I had the same thought.
Tasale forced a smile.
But I need a bath, Ivan, and so do you.
These stinking furs,
Ivan said to the man pouring ale.
You have a bathhouse about, decent clothes? Our costumes grow too warm with the turn in the weather.
Aye, bath in the back.
The man nodded toward a door in the back of the building.
Clothes I can get fetched while you bathe up.
Save us some ale, brothers.
Ivan laughed as they moved to the back door. The bath was a single large pool of tepid water that made Tasale pause on the idea of a bath at all. Ivan, on the other hand, stripped down and got in, grabbed up a worn bar of soap, and started scrubbing.
Ivan,
Tasale said, doubtful.
I can't bathe in that.
Why not?
It's filthy.
It's better than sweat and fleas.
Tasale muttered and threw his hand out. The water bubbled with power and started to steam. Ivan scrambled out in startled concern. The water settled clear as glass and steaming with warmth.
You can't just throw magic about, Kael,
Ivan objected.
They will find us that way.
I'll take that risk,
Tasale said, peeling off his clothes.
I need a bath and I am not swimming in a soup of Azyran skin flakes and sweat. Thank you. No.
Ivan shook his head and climbed back in with a sigh of relief at the heat of the water.
Oh, that's nice,
he said. They bathed and soaked until clothes were brought. They were better quality than most of the clothes in the room beyond, but the same style and fabrics. They changed and tied up their hair in tight braids that they tucked under their vests. The furs and old clothes were bundled and packed out. The room was getting rowdy, and everyone was relaxing. Tasale paid for another keg, and for the baths, clothes, and a meal.
It's nice to be clean,
Ivan said.
Very.
Tasale agreed, as he put his furs on over his clean clothes to ward off the chill the night promised.
So you boys headed to the festival?
A man asked them with a mug in hand.
Aye, indeed. Ha!
Ivan said with a laugh.
You're going to make it to Immerish as well?
No, it's time to plant, but we'll drink up a bit here on the day.
What role do you play?
Another man called to them.
Why not share with us on your way?
Ivan spread his arms, laughing.
Ha! It is I who paid for the ale, and now I must also sing the songs. Ha!
He laughed heartily.
Truly you are my brothers.
He held up a hand and took a suddenly very serious expression.
Have you heard of Ivan Ushard?
He asked them.
No,
several said.
Now Ivan, he is an Eziran. Born on the moor, he decided he hated farming, and so he set off for Dakan.
Ivan told a grand story of how the hero, Ivan, had arrived in Dakan not speaking the language and coinless, but how he had come to achieve the rank of gladiator and held more gold in his hand than most men do in a lifetime. The men applauded and cheered, and Tasale bought another keg.
And you, Master Pertan,
the owner asked him,
what do you have to offer?
Tasale could feel tensions that were being hidden under the ale and the laughing, but he could not quite locate it, and that meant magic. He needed to ease their worries and make them friends. There was someone with power there who needed to be convinced. He hopped up on the closest table and held his hands out. They slowly grew quiet for him. He drew a breath and began to sing in Norwood. Within a single line, the men were silent and caught up in it as he spun out the magic of his empathy, building a sense of trust and familiarity towards him. Once that was in the air, he began to offer out a sense of powerful hope and light within their hearts. He focused on the glory of the sunrise over the moors and prayed his song would work. At the end of it, they all stood staring at him with tears in many eyes and awe on their faces. Even Ivan was teary-eyed as he wiped his cheeks and began to applaud. The tavern exploded in cheers, table pounding and feet stomping. Tasale took an offered mug and held it up.
Here's to Azir, the land of the midnight sun where the men are as long-lasting as the winter and the women are as wild and untamed as the rivers.
The toast was met with roaring approval, and everyone drank. The cheer was spread and many songs were sung as people around the room took turns starting one after another. Ivan threw in several from around the world, all of them of women and various fun things to do with them. It was very late when they left the tavern, knowing they would never get sleep.
That was a powerful thing you did, Kael,
Ivan said as they walked.
It's very illegal to do that unless you have a Bard Guild badge and all that. It's absolutely a bad idea for an empath as powerful as I am to do that. I feel a little guilty about it, but it needed to be done.
So you did use magic then?
They needed to trust us. I am sure Armand will forgive me.
His smile faded, and he was quiet.
What is it?
Ivan asked once they were out of the village and back into the wilds along the top of the hill between vales.
My father sang that song. He used to sing to us in the garden. I remember him. The song woke the memory. I know I had siblings, but I don't know, Ivan. It's just been a long day and too much ale, I think.
Ivan put a hand on Tykale's back.
I will get you home, and we will unravel this riddle.
Thanks, Ivan,
the young Perton said.
Shall we run?
Ivan asked.
No, haha. I have had more ale in my belly than is wise to run with. I might have some healing ability, but I am not my father, and am not able to purge a drunk fast enough to run just yet. Give a man a few hours.
End of chapter 39. Continue with chapter 40, Torren. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 40, Torren. The city of Torren was ancient even by Pertan standards. Once it had been a fortress of power made of monolithic stones. Built by Awen sorcerers in time beyond recall, the stones were cut to fit so exactly not even a piece of paper might fit between the great blocks. Unlike the ancient cities of the Pertans, this one was not melded with magic into one solid piece or built of shaped stone. It had been left to hold itself together by the craftsmanship of the builders. It stood on the top of the Devil's Cliff, which ran north 100 miles along the Awens and Forley border, before turning east and running another 90 miles, marking the south line of Norwood. The grasslands of Forley swept out from the bottom of the cliff and clear across the kingdom, before rising into the mountains that marked the border of Noyon to the east, hundreds of miles away. Once a trade route had run from the Crenton coast on the far east of the continent to the coast of Awens in the west, cutting directly up the cliff face. The road switched back a dozen times on its way in a long climb to the highlands of Awens, in a more direct route than the train tracks that swung south and into Awens by gentler paths. The road was cut into the cliff in such a way that as it neared the fortress city, the native rock and the fortress walls rose up, overlooking the deep cut of the road. The road itself ran between the smooth-cut walls of the wild cliff face, making it a narrow and blind trek up to the highlands of Awens. At the top, it swung to the north, then back south to reach the gate of the fortress in a long, deep track that was further under the towers and walls of the fortress. It was built for war, and it showed in the path to it. It was said that in the wars before the angels came, there had been a great battle here, and the cliff was a result of the land breaking under the force of the magics used, and that was why Forley was so different from the rest of the northern kingdoms of Pert. Time had turned the fortress of Torren into ruins thousands of years before Jerome had even taken the throne. Left to its own, the roofs had collapsed, and the city about its base was little more than random lines of long-forgotten foundations. It had been left empty, except for hillmen, their herds, and wild goats. The king had given the ancient city to Theradon on his 10th birthday. The journey to Torren had been the first trip out of Awen's capital city, Kvish, that Theradon had made on horseback. He had gone with 12 guards and spent 3 days wandering the forgotten place. It was at that time that he had decided he liked it and felt somehow tied to the land of Awens in a way that was more than luck of birth. There he had met his first hillman, and there he imagined a day when he did not answer to his mother. The last decade had brought Theradon back to the ruins, and the construction had begun. Even as his mother had held a fortress, so too did he. The city was his secret, and a place where he hid those he snagged from the grip of the church. It was also where he had begun to build his power for the major stand against Jerome, because sooner or later it would happen. In that building of power, he had learned the reason the fortress had never been melded. The very lines of the cuts aided in the flow of magic, and was perhaps the same model the angels used to originally build the wells of Pert. Under the city, using the lines of the stones like culverts and dams, energy collected like rainwater and formed a great pool of power. Due to that source of forgotten power, Theradon had been able to add gates and magics to his fortress that would have been impossible without such a reservoir. This place was built by sorcerers for sorcerers, and rare would be the wizard who was even able to touch the power. Theo was master here. Here he did not need words, staff, or wand to work magic. And that freedom was incredible. Unlike a wizard with that freedom, this power did not come from his soul, and did not weary him as a wizard would weary. It came to him like water from a high-pressure hose. All he had to do was hold on. Should war come at him here, he would hold the upper hand without a doubt. He tried to stay away from Torren to help keep it secret, but things had changed. His mother had slipped out of Eowyn's, and he needed to know where she was. Having her on the loose was a bad idea, and he'd had confusing and terrifying dreams of the things she might do. Even his concerns and duties as the new king were set aside for the moment to deal with that fully. He had been about to head to Torren to seek her out and destroy her when Harold and Brian had been attacked. After the murder attempt, Theo had taken steps to protect them both and taken them to Torren as well. The moment he whisked them from the capital to his fortress, power had exploded in Valreen. From what he could see, a king demon had been shattered with divine energy. Someone very powerful had worked hard to hide it. A gate had been built, and a warp storm had crashed down on Valreen, hiding it all almost as fast as Theo had seen it. Now it was just a boiling storm verging on a warp, and several powers were working to stave it off, but Theo could not see who they were. It was like trying to see a face in dense fog. He feared that somehow Oirion was involved. Unable to see through the warp storm, he turned his attention back to Harold and Brian. He had always known a war would come to Owens, but he had not thought it would come from his own court and be aimed at his new right hand. Rumor of Harold's preference for men had come up, and Theo was certain his mother was behind it. Theo's promise to Harold to protect him had been broken, and it had nearly cost the man his life. Change was hard for all men, and more so for Pertins. The assault had been made right in the courtyard of his own palace. Unlike his mother, he did not lure men in with sweetness when he was angry. The court had caught a hint of his temper and power that day, and men had died for their crime. He was the undeniable king. His cities flickered with his light. No one could deny him that, but men did not care for his choice of right hand. Theo was still here in Torren, caught between hunting his mother, learning what had happened in Valreen, and concern for Harold. He knew he should get back to court, but he just couldn't go yet. He made his way to Harold's room, and knocking softly, he entered, half hoping Harold still slept. Harold turned from making his way back from the privy chambers to his chair. He looked up and smiled faintly. The fight had been unfair. Harold was so taken by surprise, he had no chance to fight back. His guard, Brian, was targeted as a guard and not more, thankfully. Brian had been hit hard, but still had managed to kill several of the attackers before he was taken down. Theo had felt it, raced to the yard, and had killed the rest of attackers without question. Several of them were the sons of members of the Senate, and the rage over it was bordering on civil war. Theo had stood before the court and chastised his entire aristocracy. He had done what he could to get the people on his side. He needed the population. A single lord, even an entire court, could be replaced, but the population made the kingdom. He had to remind them of that, and was desperate to find a way to make the people know how much he cared for them.
Sire.
Harold tried to bow a little. He still looked terrible with black eyes and a scar over his left eyebrow that would never completely heal. They had slammed his head to the edge of a bench so hard it should have killed him. Even with the healers who had worked on him, scars from the attack would remain.
"How are you today?"
Theo asked. He felt a little ill over the entire thing, as he had been so busy that he had blown off several comments that had been made. If he had addressed it more sternly and directly, perhaps Harold might not have been attacked.
"Better."
Sit,
Theo told him.
"How is Brian?"
"He is about recovered. He went out to try to help with the building. He was getting very restless. I hope you didn't come all the way just to check on me."
"No,"
Theo said, opening the side stand to pull out a bottle of wine. He checked the year and make before picking another.
"There was a massive storm over Valreen and I wanted a closer look at it."
He twisted in the corkscrew and looked over at the man.
"Didn't you feel it?"
"I've been working with the constable to build better shields into the walls and have had a headache for days. Maybe I did and just didn't notice. Is it important?"
"Everything at the level of power that was is important, and you should not be working on anything. You should be mending.
A soft knock was followed by the constable who stepped in.
Sire, I know you just got here, but we have company coming across the plains. You want me to let them pass, drop the illusions, or kill them?
He apologized for interrupting.
Are they shepherds?
No. They are coming in a rather fine carriage and on very nice horses.
Theo poured the wine for Harold, but took the bottle. He paused in the door to say something, but just nodded and followed his chosen constable. Down the hall and up a flight of stairs, he reached the high balcony and looked out at the plains below. Laying his fingertips on the low wall top, he closed his eyes and looked out across miles to the men and the carriage that were making their way across the plains of Forley toward his fortress.
Is there a horse ready?
One is always ready.
I will deal with them,
Theo said, trying not to smile. He took a swig of wine and picked up his pace. Maybe Armand had a reason for all things, and Theo was supposed to be here after all, not back at court. Theo took ramparts and catwalks all the way to the main yard and down to where the guards drilled. The constable whistled and waved to a young man who quickly brought him a readied horse. Theo left his hidden fortress by the main gate and took the road down toward the plains. He took his time and picked the spot he wanted, and then sat sipping his wine, waiting. He looked back to see Torren as it had been when he had first seen it. His illusion hid all the work done to the city. The mask had taken him years to set up. Every time he came, he made it stronger. He doubted even Shannon could see the illusion he had laid on the fortress of Torren. He shifted, trying to hide his excitement, and hid the bottle of wine in his cloak as he heard the carriage get nearer. Theo kept his hood up, well aware of the storm that was moving in from the east, which would make it seem expected. The clouds were low and dark with the power of the magics in Valreen from days ago reaching into them. It was rapidly getting colder than it should be, and the horse was skittish with the uneasy energy of it all. He waited in the road around a switchback corner, wrapped in his favorite worn and weathered gray cloak. He eased the horse with a whisper of magic and a calming touch. They waited as the carriage neared them with a single cloaked and hooded man driving it. Still wet from rain, they had to have passed through. On a horse, keeping pace with the carriage, was the reason Theo had come out. The carriage slowed as they neared. The man driving pushed back his hood. Theo wanted to jump up and cheer, but he didn't move.
You enter the lands of Tharadon lords. Who are you and what brings you to his lordship's domain?
Theo said, as roughly and accented as he could. He tried to sound like a bored and ill-tempered hillman. Oirion sighed and rolled his eyes with weary distaste. Shannon folded his hands on the pommel of the saddle and waited for Oirion to deal with the border guard.
You have to be joking,
Oirion muttered at Shannon.
No, I am not joking. Tell me who you are and why you sneak into Aewins on forgotten roads,
Theo said, catching Orion's words just fine.
We serve a strange lord and he wished to travel the old roads.
Oirion lied.
You lie,
Theo said as sternly as he could.
You do it poorly as well.
He gestured.
I should have you killed.
He let the border magics rise up enough both men would feel it. He was the true king of Aewins, and the magics of old whispered at him and stirred to his will. It might not come to a real battle, but it was enough to make those two men feel power.
Tell me who you are and why you have come.
The weary horses from the carriage started to dance uneasily, feeling the magics under their feet as well.
We are escorting His Grace, Bishop Gallus of Brosten, to have audience with His Highness, Tharadon Lords,
Shannon said, in a natural voice, not in the whisper he normally spoke in, but somehow not his own true voice either.
Ah,
Theo said.
Half-truths now.
He let the power rise up a bit further. He saw both men and the horses getting very uneasy, and felt several others in the carriage also start to build up magics into shields and possible attacks. Theo laughed to himself.
You can do better than that, Shannon,
he said.
Ha ha ha.
He got the startled expressions he had hoped for, laughed, dropped the border magics, and pulled back his hood. He shifted in his saddle.
Father Hennon,
he nodded with a grin.
You're late.
Theo?
Oirion asked, shocked.
Ha ha ha.
Theo laughed at the expressions. He had missed the men, and to know Oirion remembered him was a wonderful surprise.
I take it you two were behind the mess in Valreen. Come, tell me about it.
He turned his horse and let Oirion move the carriage back into motion. Oirion kept looking over at Theo to make sure it was really him.
So what happened?
Theo asked.
We were attacked,
Shannon said simply.
Ah, yes, that explains it all.
Theo said, as if a great wise mystic.
I felt it in Kavish.
He added seriously.
Can we talk about it when we stop?
Oirion asked.
You have a camp close?
You can say that. You running from the storm or something else?
Jerome,
Oirion said simply.
You know that carriage is not meant to cross rough ground. It's made for paved roads.
Yes, we know,
Oirion said a bit sourly.
It's what we had.
Why are you not headed to Norwood if you're hiding from the old bastard?
It's where they would expect us to go,
Oirion said.
Besides, Shannon wanted to see the King of Eowyn's and Jerome has the way to Norwood blocked.
Fortune smiles upon you,
Theo said, leaning forward to look at Shannon on the far side of the carriage.
Your heritage is starting to show, Theo,
Shannon said without looking over. Theo laughed.
Yes, I am handsome and intelligent. What a lovely thing to say. So, how have you been, Oirion? I heard you were made a bishop and then sent to go kill rats in Kos. How was that?
What are you doing out here?
Oirion asked.
Oh, I was coming to see what happened in Valreen and to check on a few things. You look terrible, Oirion. You feeling all right?
No, I am not feeling all right.
Oirion shot Shannon a cold look.
Then it shall be oh so pleasant to see you again,
Theo said cheerfully. Rain started all at once. It came heavy and straight down. The water was cold and forced them to pull up hoods and hunch into their saddles. The ground was turning to mud rapidly, and the tired horses struggled the last few yards to the gates of the ruins. Theo led them into the gate and through the magic's barriers. They went from being outside cold, long-forgotten ruins into a walled city. They were hit with smells, sounds, and motion. Activity moved about them. The front yard of the city was a trading point full of people and goods. It was also home to several herds of small goats and sheep gathered together under the roof of a small sheltered building, offering them a safe place to rest, with great tall X-frame mangers that could feed the herds for months, if need be. Horses of the guards and wagons full of construction goods were there, groaning and rumbling as they moved through the yard. The sound from the construction in other parts of the small city could be heard as well. People moved in all directions, talking and shouting to one another in a friendly, open manner. The carriage horses startled and snorted at the sudden change. Theo led them up the main street and past the buildings that had risen up. Armories, food stores, homes, and all manner of shops of those who lived here lined the streets with clean order. Everyone here had been chosen carefully, and many were here to hide the fact they used illegal magic. Theo was certain there were more sorcerers in his fortress than anywhere in the world. Even before Jerome was alive, and before the persecution of sorcerers, it was unlikely so many had been together since the turn of the last age. They passed a shop that was openly named Scrolls and Stones, and others called Spell Scribes, Letter Senders, and Wand Repair. Not since the Emperor Tyrone had such shops been in Pert openly. The weather had driven most inside, but the city still moved with the tasks that needed to be done, despite the weather. They reached the home of the king where the constable waited.
Why don't you take the carriage and clean it up?
Theo said, handing the man the reins of the horse he had ridden.
The horses look like they need a good rub-down as well.
Of course.
The man nodded.
This is Rowley, constable of Torren,
Theo said.
Oirion Hennon.
Theo motioned to the man as he stiffly got down from the seat.
Shannon.
He motioned to the man in black. The others got out of the carriage, just as stiff as Oirion was. Jamie had clearly been asleep before they had run into Theo and was rather wild-looking. Eldwar was as unpleasant as always, and Gallus looked as if he had been arguing with the man.
Your Grace.
Rowley bowed to Oirion, caught his hand and kissed the ring.
Welcome to Torren. Should I make them a house?
He asked Theo.
Maybe. For now they can just stay with me. Shall we get out of the rain then?
He led them up the stairs to the great doors and inside to the warmth and dry of the fortress proper. In an upper study on the 5th floor they pulled off cloaks. A servant was there to take them, but Shannon didn't let go of his.
Will they stay for meal?
The woman asked.
Oh, several, I hope. Rooms for them each, and set to making baths, and try to find them all clothes to change into. Put them along the rampart wall.
She bowed and left them.
I am Theo,
Theo told the group.
I know Shannon and Oirion, but not the rest of you.
I am Gallus,
Gallus said with a smile.
This is Jamie, Grim, and Eldwar.
Gallus of Broston,
Theo asked, going to the cabinet for glasses and wine.
Yes.
I heard you were wanted for possible involvement in some rather unsavory murders.
Ah, yes. I oppose them,
Gallus said.
Lies and exile to follow.
Theo pulled the cork from the wine and poured glasses for them before he brought out another bottle and poured a small short glass with a golden-colored drink. He brought that to Shannon first.
I don't...
Shannon started to object.
You need to learn to trust me, old man,
Theo said.
Try that before you talk to me like I'm a stupid boy, would you?
He went back for the other glasses. He carried them all with skill and set them down for everyone as they sank into the chairs.
So, what attacked you and how did it go?
The same fellow who attacked us on the ship,
Oirion said as he carefully sat.
He had a bone to pick with me, I guess, and I think he really missed Shannon.
Oirion shuddered at the thought of the demon's touch and the pain. He could not even say the words to explain more. Trying to make it a joke was the best he could do, using humor to make it easier. But nothing about it was easy, and he struggled to hide his emotions about it. He pressed his hands to his eyes, attempting to wipe away the memory of it.
A bit annoyed, was he?
Theo asked.
Gallus shattered him,
Jamie added with a concerned look to his partner.
Really?
Theo said, interested.
Raised anyone from the dead lately?
Oirion,
Shannon said, taking a very careful sip.
Now that is interesting.
Theo looked at Gallus very intently a moment, then turned to his friend.
How was death, Oirion?
He asked in a cheerful manner, but he expected no answer and moved on at once.
So we have a true pontiff again. One of you is partner?
I, don't have one,
Gallus said.
I can't be pontiff.
Theo looked at him, lowering his glass of wine.
You don't have one. So the fires have not relit in the great cathedral. That means Jerome doesn't know you have been chosen.
He nodded seriously.
That's good, for all of us. I would think having a true pontiff is a secret that should be kept until it's really needed. I am certain that if you have been so chosen, and that all you need is a partner, then heaven will provide you one. Other things must have to happen first. I would not falter over that detail. For if you are chosen, it's already taken care of. And the angels know your partner, so he is chosen as well. It is just a trick of time now.
Theo took a drink.
It must be that what was needed to bring forth the Emperor has been set into place as well.
He mused over his own thoughts.
How did you make that illusion so complete?
Shannon asked. Theo grinned.
You like that? It's based on the illusions used to hide doors in Old Pert. Bordick worked it out on a small scale to play pranks and hide doors on servants and such. We figured out how to make it large enough for this. It's my fortress,
he said with grand mystery to his voice and a swing of his arm to show it off. He laughed and leaned back.
Your fortress?
Jamie asked.
Anyway, it is cold outside and you all look like hell. Come, I'll show you to rooms. Shannon, why don't you stay a moment? I need to talk to you a bit. The rest of you, this way. Bring your wine. It'll help with the chill.
Leaving Shannon in the office, he took them down the hallway and along a corridor that had doors along it that opened to a high rampart, several stories up and above the outer walls. From there, any magi or magic-aided archer could see for a great long way and be free to act. The view was stunning. It felt as if they were almost in a castle in the clouds. The rooms he gave each of them were across from the high rampart. They were far from small or simple, each one with a great half-octagon section that stood out from the wall, offering 5 tall windows that looked out at the city and below, to an extensive garden of raised beds and walkways. To a trained eye it would be seen that the paths, even the raised beds themselves, were part of a great magic. Every line, every open space, every pathway was all tied into the overall magics of the fortress, and thus into Theo. Even the shape of the rooms themselves and the patterns of stone that were laid in the floors added to the flow of energy of the place, and Theo had been careful to honor each layout, even those he didn't understand. He had hired several master dwarves for stonework and had not been disappointed. As they figured out the patterns, Theo had watched as new magics and flows of power had been recreated. The rooms along this corridor had been some of the first to prove the value of that care. They each came with shield magics that were fed from the core stone below. He had set them up for honored guests and those he needed close by when war came. The newly arrived company filled all but 2 of the rooms along the hall here. In curtained corners of each room, they had a bath of streaming water to bathe, new clothes laid out across the foot of the bed, and a meal set on a table.
Please,
Theo said to Eldwar, whom he let in first. The man looked at him, a bit in shock.
Are you certain the Lord?
He started. Theo waved him in.
Please, bathe, eat, rest. I am quite certain it is all right.
Eldwar entered with some trepidation. Theo scowled as he shut the door and looked to Oirion.
I do not like him,
Theo said under his breath.
He is broken.
I don't like him either,
Oirion grunted. The next door was for Gallus and opened to a room nearly exact, only with a deep green color theme, not the rusty gold of the room before.
Your Grace.
Theo bowed his head. Gallus smiled and bowed his head back.
Thank you, Your Highness,
Gallus said and went in shedding his clothes, even as Theo shut the door.
Highness?
Jaime asked Oirion under his breath.
Just Theo. Please,
Theo said to Jaime.
He's Tyrone Lords,
Grim whispered to Jaime.
For you, Master Grim.
Theo opened the next door down the long corridor. He gave him a long look as he entered the room, then nodded.
I'm sure we have met, just not in this realm. We should talk later. I suspect you and I shall be friends.
Thank you.
Grim bowed to him and entered with almost military precision, but a hint of uneasy humility.
You're the...
Oirion looked at Theo, a bit confused. Theo shrugged as they walked the wide stone hall.
A trick of birth. I'm not any more Tyrone Lords than you are von Valrine, so don't look at me like I just swallowed a child.
Jaime grinned at Orion's scowl.
You never said anything in all that time?
You never said anything either, Oirion,
Theo pointed out.
I recall you sternly scolding Dave for suggesting you were a prince. I'm a priest, not a prince. Isn't that what you said?
He copied the scowl and tone as best he could. Jaime chuckled under his breath at the skill of the impersonation.
It doesn't matter,
Oirion said.
Exactly,
Theo said as he opened the next door.
Jaime, unless you two want to share a room.
No,
Jaime said.
Oirion prefers not to. Besides, he is a bed hog.
Oirion scowled at him, but Jaime just smiled and nodded.
Just asking. Oirion will have the next door down and my room is all the way to the end of this hall, up the stairs and the big double doors. I'm not there often, but if I am, you're welcome. Shannon I will put just right of me. It will offer him the best shielding options and fewer windows to deal with. I'm glad you're not dead.
Thank you.
Jaime bowed his head and entered the room. Theo took Oirion to the next room, but entered as he opened the door, catching Oirion in a hug. It took Oirion a moment, but he returned it, feeling honestly that he had a friend who loved him as he was, for the things he had done, and all the things he had not done, despite all his flaws. He had a friend who didn't need deals, bonds, or debts to force the friendship. Theo let him go and crossed to the wine cabinet to get a fresh bottle.
How do you feel, Oirion?
He asked with an odd, quiet seriousness that Oirion wasn't sure what to think about. Oirion sank into a chair, watching his lost friend. Theo had definitely grown, gained the body of a warrior, and something more. He had the same dangerous grace that Shannon wore so well.
How do you mean?
Oirion asked.
You died, right?
Theo walked over with the bottle of wine. He swirled it and waved a hand over it.
It should breathe a bit, but it'll be good anyway.
He poured the wine into their glasses and sat.
You died, right?
He asked again.
Yes, sort of, I guess,
Oirion said, faltering a little.
It's not sort of, it's a yes or no answer, Oirion,
Theo said.
Did Gallus, or did Gallus not, raise you from the dead?
I didn't leave this realm, if that's what you're asking. I was right there, sort of watching.
So, yes, you died.
Theo said.
I was there, Theo. Sort of like an advanced trance.
Ha ha ha.
Theo laughed softly and shook his head.
What do you think death is? So, yes, you died. Your body was dead. Your soul lingered. That is very normal when dealing with souls that are bound to another. And I say bound as in any strong bond, not necessarily one of magic. Love can do that. Anger, rage, fear. That's why battlefields are so often haunted. Souls get caught and can't escape. They linger.
Oirion shifted a little and took a sip of the strong dark wine.
Okay, so I guess I died. I still don't know what you were asking exactly.
Theo scowled a little and swirled his wine.
Once upon a time I wanted nothing more than to hide who and what I was from you. I'm still a little nervous that you find out the wrong way.
I know you're a sorcerer, Theo. I accepted that some time ago, and I guess you're Theradon Lords as well.
Yes, well, I am. But I have a few other magics to my name as well. One of them is that I'm a born necromancer.
He held up a hand.
Before you say anything, just know I was born with it. I didn't ask for it and have never used it in the way people tend to think of. I do not make zombies or anything of the sort. I find them rather revolting.
You're a necromancer?
Oirion asked, not quite sure he understood. He ruffled his hair, troubled and trying to think past his headache and his happiness at seeing a friend he had all but lost not so long ago.
How is that different than being a sorcerer? Maybe Jamie could tell me, but I always thought it just defined what you did with the magic. Sort of like being a white wizard or a black wizard. Same power source, just different choices. Sorcerers make lights and necromancers make zombies.
It is very similar, but different. It can be gained with enough sacrifice, but you have to be a sorcerer to begin with. It allows you to sort of cross realms in a way that normal men cannot. I can sort of...
He gestured vaguely.
Go where the dead go and return unaltered for it. I can sort of walk with demons and do as demons do in realms beyond.
So you can go to heaven or to hell like I might go from one room to another?
Sort of. That's the basics. My mother went to great lengths to force that ability to waken in me. I was still very young when she had her allies tear into my soul to force it to manifest.
Okay,
Oirion said, not really understanding and all too aware of how uneasy Theo was. Theo had no idea how much Oirion had changed over the last decade.
What are you getting at?
He didn't want to think about it. He wanted to talk of softer topics and sip wine and just be in the company of a friend.
Death changes all men. What happened to you, though, doesn't feel like death exactly. There is something very strange going on, and I think maybe for your sake I need to know what. You're my friend, Oirion, and I ask only so I can help protect you.
Oirion took a drink of the wine.
Shannon's people made me forget everything until very recently. I'm not sure what I recall is all real or just nightmares tangling with flickers of memory. I can't tell you anything, really.
I'm not talking about 10 years ago, Oirion. I'm talking about last week. Something very serious has shifted in you, and I can see it. I just don't understand what I'm seeing. I do see, however, that Shannon is being torn apart. No, torn apart isn't right, but affected by. I just need to know what happened. I do not know what it is I am looking at, but it is a source of pain for you, and I want to help.
Oirion took another drink and felt the wine sink into him, warm and deep. He started to relax, but felt magic brush against him. He looked up sharply at Theo, but Theo didn't look away.
It's just to help you find words,
Theo said of the magic.
I'm your friend, Oirion. I just want to help, and I know you struggle with finding ways to talk about things. You can break the spell at any moment, and you have to feel that as well.
Oirion did feel that. It was gentle, easy, like a sweet flavor of a candy with no aftertaste. It was the touch of a friend and nothing more.
I'll let it take hold, Theo, if you swear to never do it again,
Oirion said.
Unless you ask me to.
Theo agreed.
I swear to that.
Oirion relaxed and let the magic Theo had put in the wine slowly sink in. His mind seemed to settle. Fears and doubts melted away, and something inside him slowed and calmed in a way he could not recall ever having felt. Had he never been at peace? Never in his entire life? He tried to remember.
Oirion,
Theo's voice brought him back to the room.
What happened?
For a moment, Oirion had no idea what Theo was asking. Then he remembered what they had been talking about.
There has been a bond between Shannon and myself as long as I can recall, ever since early childhood. I can recall its touch, his aid when I was desperate and alone. He has built walls, shields, and devoted great care to block and then to sever that bond.
Oirion hadn't even thought about it, but once he did, he knew it was true. He knew that touch from every time he had wept in fear or suicidal turmoil. He looked back to Theo.
In Bracken, he and I used it more than once when we were fighting together several times, in the river, on the ship. It was so smooth, so right, I didn't even notice. On the ship, that was his soul that shouted that banishment, not mine.
He shook his head.
I was in the demon's grip.
Oirion was a little surprised. He had no emotion except for sadness, of a sort he had never felt before.
That same demon, the one banished on the ship, attacked us just shy of my family's estate. Shannon felt Pert would protect me on my own lands, and I suppose the demon did as well, so the attack came before we got there. When we were on the ship, Shannon was exhausted. He was in pain, and that puts everything and everyone in danger. I gave him energy he needed. That is what told his maker about the depth of the bond, I suppose. Then last week the demon used me to get to Shannon. I have never felt so utterly helpless and horrified. I cannot even put the pain to words.
Oirion didn't focus too much at how calm and still he was inside. He knew if he did, the magic would shatter under the power of his emotions. He wanted to stay this way, to be so calm, so at ease in his own body and mind.
Gallus shattered him. Shannon was ready to lose it. Madness was one breath away, and I gave him everything to stop it. I acted without thought or concern, just fully committed to the act, and it killed me.
He took a slow sip of the wine to not rush the words to follow.
The bond was open. Gallus drew me back, but I saw them when I was dead. I felt them both, and Jamie was shattered, utterly alone and in pain. But Shannon, he cannot die. He fights to stay sane as it is. He refused to admit he had allowed such a weakness as to care for anyone, let alone anything near to such as a bond. To say he was frantic, desperate to not fall to his own power, and grief beyond recovery, is weak compared to what he felt. I could not leave him. He'd have gone insane.
Oirion said it, and then it hit him, the deep reality of that. There was so much to face, accept, and know in that simple truth. The spell shattered, and he was left shaking and feeling a bit ill. He looked to Theo, horrified at the truth.
What do I do?
He whispered. He felt as if he had just stepped out of a dream that somehow Theo had been allowed to witness. He wasn't sure how, but he knew that if anyone could help, it would be Theo. Theo set aside his glass and leaned forward on his knees and studied his friend carefully.
Thank you for trusting me enough to tell me that. I don't know what to tell you yet. I do not mean to brag, but if you are going to get help from anyone, it's me.
He smiled faintly.
For now, take a bath and try to pretend you have no idea how deep this goes. It will make Shannon very nervous and uncertain of how to behave, and right now that is one thing we do not need. He keeps a very structured life for a reason. Let's not shatter it just yet. Try to just be you, and if ever in doubt, say something rude.
How, Theo? How can this be? His being a vampire is the lesser of the truths of what he is. How can I, as a priest, be bound to him at all?
I have no idea, but I will figure it out.
Theo promised as he rose.
Bathe, eat, and get some sleep. The effects of the wine will hit you soon, and you might well get the best sleep you have ever had. Take advantage of that.
Shannon sat in the chamber that Tyrone had taken them to. He did not want to even try to stand. He was too weak and shaky. His energy was nearly gone, but the sip of elixir that the necromancer had given him was helping more than he wanted to admit. He sipped the fluid slowly. It sank into him at once, leaving nothing to even pretend to need to swallow. Cooling energy spread into his fibers and eased the pain, allowing his own tightly woven rune magics to put themselves back together. He leaned his head back and tried to open himself to allow every bit of the energy in. Theo had given him time to sip it all and rest a bit before he, the King of Owens, returned. Theo shut the door and bolted it, driving a shield spell into place as the bolt struck the plate. Further relief came to Shannon as the storm and the magics of all those around him vanished.
So we have a new pontiff,
Theo said, taking the shot glass from Shannon, who did not move even to lift his head.
So it seems,
Shannon replied softly.
Revealed to save your soul from further torment, no less. There has to be some sort of balance in that. I just don't see anything beyond irony at the moment. How do you feel about him?
I knew he was important, but not exactly how. He is a priest of high power, Theo. How do you think he makes me feel?
He will wear your robes.
Shannon almost laughed.
The robes he will wear were never mine, and never meant to be mine. Emperor and pontiff is far too great a burden and far too great a power for any one man, even if he has a partner to help him with it. That sort of power is why the pontiff must have a partner to begin with. It would have taken Armand himself to make me pontiff. I expected to never hold either office.
Perhaps,
Theo said, pouring a very dark red wine into a glass for Shannon. He held it in his hands a moment, ran his finger around the rim, and drew a quick design on the side of the glass before he brought it to Shannon. Shannon took it, sitting up a little.
Neither throne?
Theo asked.
No, I had the barrier to deal with, and doubted I would live through it. I never expected, and still do not expect, to hold either throne. Norwood is enough. What did you do?
Shannon asked of the magic on the drink he held.
Nothing I have not already done for you,
Theo said as he sat.
Also nothing I would allow any other to see me do. Sip it slowly, don't get a head rush.
Shannon took a sip and could feel the power in the drink. Theo had fused it with his own energy. Shannon could taste the power of many emotions, and the raw, deep power of a necromancer spun into every molecule of the wine. It was better than taking a tonic from a trained catalyst. Shannon truly had to sip it slowly, to not get a rush from it. Theo was far from the cowering man Shannon had met 11 years before. This man who offered such a gift was truly a powerful master of many magics.
Purtons are not known for their power of adaptation, Theo,
Shannon said, trying to make it seem as if what he held was little more than a glass of wine, and not the tonic that translated to both relief and pleasure.
Yet, you sit here, King of Owens, far from the whisper of a man you were not so long ago.
Self-acceptance is a mighty release of power. I am merely manifesting myself in a way I have not been able to before. I suppose it has to do with keeping better company than I had as a child.
Theo laughed and took a swig of his wine.
You look horrible, Shannon. Your shields are a mess, your energy is sparking and scattered, and most of you is nothing but shadow. You have not taken very good care of yourself. Both angry and upset, you seem far more mortal than the Shannon I knew just a few years ago. You're falling apart.
Shannon almost found humor in that and nodded.
It's Orion's fault.
Theo laughed a little.
The drink helping?
He asked.
You know it is. If you can see me so well, you can see how much it is helping. Dare I ask how you got it?
House cleaning,
Theo said. He took a sip of his wine and leaned forward on his knees, the glass dangling from his fingertips.
My mother left a lot of energy that had to be gathered up. It is easier for me to gather it and store it in lodestones, and later into tinctures for healing of various sorts than to pull in priests who are unprepared mentally or spiritually for such a task. I would have to go back and do it behind them anyway to make certain it was clear. I figured sooner or later a use would come up. I was thinking especially of you and your elites when I made that batch,
he explained, to let the man know that it truly was a clean source that was better used than cast away. Shannon needed to not be worried about it. Theo laughed a little as he leaned back.
For you, I added a little of my own emotion, stress, and concerns of the last few weeks. I guessed it might help make it easier for you to absorb if I added an energy you had already touched before. I dare say I taste better than what my mother left in the air.
Shannon didn't really know what to say. He didn't care to talk about it, but he knew that what Theo had done was a massive boon, and something few souls could offer him so easily and so well. He allowed the energy to sink in, to spread through him, and to begin to calm his inner self and his shields.
You wanted to talk to me,
Shannon said as he reached the bottom of the glass.
Did I say that?
Theo asked.
I suppose I did. Yes, I have many conversations I'd like to have with you, but they can wait for a day when your shields are settled, and you are up to a conversation.
He rose to his feet, then sat back down.
Actually, there is one thing I would like to talk to you about tonight, if you're up for it.
Perhaps I would rather have a conversation than to sit and think of the place I find myself in at the moment, or how I got here.
Theo folded his hands and decided how to begin.
A bit ago, I was met in my sanctuary by someone whom I believe was Armand. He offered me a soul to guard, as a darkness was drawing near to it and he feared it to be taken. I agreed, and for a while it stayed as an egg. Then it, well, hatched, I suppose is the word, into a child who calls itself Child. I am not certain if it is a boy or a girl, or either really. But when asked, Child told me basically that, well, that he was with a woman who is made of stone. She was turned so when a gate failed, that she is not alone and that she is hunted by the demonic horde of Jerome as well. She is not alone,
he repeated.
An army is with her. Child gathers shattered soul stones and tosses them in the air, turning them to butterflies with a flash of memory of the moment of the failed gate. It is far from pleasant. Ishtell came to me and told me it was true that I should seek them out, but there is much of it I don't understand. Like, how is it that I can have their souls in my sanctuary and not be drained to nothing, or that Child is there at all? I am at a loss with it, and while I do not understand it, I go there and Child is there, playing with fairies and butterflies, sleeping and healing. He says to him, I am a god, as I am master of my heaven, and heaven is nothing more than the place of healing and rest between lives of the souls of the believers. Any comments?
You have been busy,
Shannon said.
You become a god, harbour souls of lost armies, and invite demons into your chambers to sip on your soul, become a king, and take on hell. You're an odd man, Tyrone Lords. Again, you give me hope, and that scares me.
That's not the comment I was looking for.
Shannon set the glass on the side table and rubbed at his left hand, and the scar hidden under his glove.
I don't know, Theo. I will have to think about it a bit, but at least it gives me something to ponder, besides my own troubles.
About that, can I just ask what the hell is going on between you and Oirion? I know you used him to banish the demon on the ship, but I can feel him in you and I can see you on him. You didn't use a lure on him. Did you?
No,
Shannon said, almost offended.
Shannon, I am the only living necromancer I know of, at least with any real power. I keep gremlins as pets, remember. I am far from unaware of what you are, and more than that, I don't care. I'm your friend, and I'd help if I can.
Shannon took a moment before he answered.
Honestly, Theo, I do not know exactly. I would think it a bond, but that cannot be. I am a demon, a vampire, and a ghoul, and he is a priest. I do not understand it, and it bothers me a great deal. I do not know how to stop him from getting to me, and I do not know how to save him from me. The best I could do was to make a deal that neither of us hurt the other.
That's it? That seems an awfully simple deal.
Well,
Shannon half smiled.
There were more words to it, but that was the basic idea. I was not in a real good mood, and I am still recovering from our trip to Bracken. I am not ready to deal with him again.
You know Oirion is a powerful man. There is more to him than he knows.
Oh, I am aware, Theo. Trust me. You have no idea what it was like for me to have him open up and hit me with his last breath and every bit of soul energy he had. Gods, had he been in full form, he might have shattered me.
Shannon paused.
Now that's an idea,
he mused.
He could destroy me, and that would most certainly kill Jerome.
Or,
Theo said,
you'd both be sucked into a vortex of power and caught up by Jerome's demons. Before you suggest such things, you best learn what this bond between you two is and how it works. I might be able to go after you, but not both of you, and not against all the forces of hell at once,
he said very seriously.
Enough such talk.
Theo rose and offered his hand to the man in the chair.
Let me take you to your chambers, my lord. You two have a bath and a bed waiting for you.
Shannon looked at the hand a moment, then took the gesture. Theo held the hand that took his as a massive motion of trust, guiding him as he might a child, but also through that contact Theo offered shields of his own, so that Shannon might walk the hall without the storms beyond the walls, casting energy at him. He took Shannon down the hall past the others, and next to his own bedchambers. This chamber was as fine as any, and heavy dark drapes covered the great windows. At the door, Theo raised up another shield to offer refuge to the King of Norwood and left Shannon at the bedside.
Rest, Shannon,
Theo said.
Let the energy sink into you and we will talk tomorrow.
End of Chapter 40. Continue with Chapter 41, Unknowns. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 41, Unknowns. Theo had wanted nothing more than to talk to Shannon, and now that the man was here, he had so many more questions than he had to begin with that he feared he might never sleep. He had seen the change in Oirion the moment he had seen his eyes, but then, when the spell of truth had settled on him, everything had shifted, right down to his energy pathways. It was almost as if an entirely different man was sitting there. To Theo's magics, it felt as if a ghost sat within Oirion, a ghost, and yet not. A past life, perhaps. Normally, the magic worked almost the opposite. Instead of calming a person, it exposed true emotions. Men might admit to hatred they didn't even know they had, or love, or honor, or respect, but whatever emotions that were revealed were honest and raw. What happened to Oirion was very different, and not as a man who was being torn apart in his choices. At some deep level, Oirion was at peace with whatever was going on between himself, Jamie, and Shannon.
Who the hell is he?
Theo demanded, frustrated. To be so at peace, Oirion had to understand, had to know what was happening. It made no sense. Only an angel would have such insight.
The ring.
He reminded himself, remembering the words that the king of Ulam-Ar had said as he gave Oirion the lavender ring. It was one of their greatest treasures and offered insight. Maybe somehow the ring guided Oirion in his actions as nothing else might. Could it be that simple? Was there any other option? He settled his mind to believe the ring was behind it and that it was in line with Orion's soul, and so in the end, it would all work out. Theo could figure out the bond watching them work together. He was far more wise and educated, not to mention powerful, than when they had traveled together before. This time he would study them instead of hiding from them. Theo turned, ready to resume the hunt for his mother, when he felt the magic swirl up. It was dark, powerful, and should not have breached his shields. He didn't even swear, but raced for the stairs and the long climb up from the depth of his fortress, toward whatever unwelcome power had trespassed into his territory. Jamie woke in an absolute panic. Never in his life had he had a nightmare like the one that had gripped him. He thrashed his way out of the tangle of bedding and hit the floor, trying to suck in air. He thought his cores and head hurt before, but the pain he had been in after the briefest brush with Shannon was nothing to what he felt now. Grabbing his head, he fought not to collapse into sobbing. He needed light. He needed air. He needed cool water, and he needed help. He still felt as if the nightmare was reaching up for him and trying to pull him back into it, as if the source of it was a very real demon who now had his fingers in Jamie's soul. Trying to crawl toward the door, he had no strength and was shaking. He needed Orion's help and reached out desperately. Before he could even fully reach, Oirion was there with a hand on his back. Oirion was yelling for him, his voice far away and as if in another world. Jamie tried to grab onto his partner, tried to focus on him, but he seemed to not be able to even see him. Not since the bonding had happened had he been completely unable to reach Oirion or utterly blocked from him. He had never in his life been so afraid. He felt unable to move, making panic build even deeper with the terrifying thought that this was part of the dream and that he was not even awake at all. Shannon must have not freed him fully. Something was very wrong. It felt as if ice-cold power was picking his blood apart and eating up elements within it, and with it, bits of his soul. He wanted to scream, and was suddenly all too aware that this feeling was exactly what the blood mark had left in Broston. Jamie was hit hard all at once and snapped out of his dream. He gasped for air and was able to focus on Oirion. Oirion looked white as a ghost, old and frail. He was shaking and utterly drained, as if he had been sucked of all his life. Jamie gulped in air, gripping at Orion's hand as if for his salvation, terrified to look away from his eyes. They weren't alone. Grim was there, and so were both Theo and Shannon. Theo was just jerking open the curtains, and Grim stood like a guard near the door, while Shannon stood back behind Oirion. Oirion pulled Jamie to his feet and made him move to a chair.
What the hell was that?
Jamie finally choked out just as Gallus ran in. Jamie looked from Oirion to Shannon. Somehow he knew it involved Shannon, and all the anger and hurt at what was happening to both him and Oirion was aimed at the tall Perton.
What the hell was that?
He demanded of the man.
What did you do?
I did nothing,
Shannon said,
except snatch you back from a very dark place.
Oh, dear God,
Gallus breathed.
What in heaven's name was that?
It's the Almond Stalker,
Grim said softly.
For whatever reason, it thought you were of the Almond line. I hit you with a purge of a sort, and Shannon jerked you back, even as it let go.
Why in the hell would it think I was an almond?
Jamie looked to Shannon.
What did you do?
I do not know,
Shannon said with a slight scowl to his brow.
Are you certain it was an almond?
He started to ask Grim, then turned and bolted from the room. Theo didn't even pause, but took off after the Perton. Oirion and Gallus stayed with Jamie while Grim hesitated, then left as well. Shannon led the way and hit the door to Eldwar's room and nearly snapped it off its hinges. Jamie's father was standing in the middle of the room in nothing but sweat. He looked lost and disorientated. He stumbled a step and fell to his knees with a gasp. Shannon caught him and grabbed his face, looking into his glazed-over eyes. Eldwar gasped in pain, began to grind his teeth, and tried to find Shannon with his hands, but he couldn't seem to see him at all. Theo stepped up next to Shannon and Eldwar. He knew the darkness now that it was close, and this one he was going to destroy. He rapidly whispered a spell. Though the magic was powerful, anywhere else in the world it might have failed. But here, within this fortress, Theo had the power he needed. He threw up his hands and unleashed his might. For a moment the stalker, which was half in Eldwar and half above him, was revealed. It swirled as dark mist. As the magic took hold, the trails of darkness became the robes they had once been, and the soul within had one moment to reform, as Theo jerked his arms down. He had never worked this magic, but he had long thought about it, and, as he had hoped, the stalker lifted up, and with a cry only Theo heard, the soul escaped. Eldwar was freed. He gasped and collapsed. Shannon did not let go, but pulled the man into his lap and arms, holding him in a tight grip as if winds of hell might rip him away. Eldwar whimpered and sobbed for air, but Shannon did not release him. Theo spoke rapidly, waving his fingers in the air, drawing up complex magics that not even a master sorcerer or rune keeper had any hope of following. The stalker was dealt with, but the touch and tags it had laid on Eldwar had to be dealt with. With a shout, Theo released the next level of the spell. There was a popping of air pressure, and Eldwar sagged in relief. Shannon relaxed his hold. Theo took hold of Jamie's father and pulled him up. Theo helped the man to the bed and laid him down, pulling a blanket over him. Eldwar just lay there trembling and trying to breathe.
You stay in this room until I can get you protection,
Theo told Eldwar. Eldwar nodded and covered his face with his hands, sobbing. Theo grabbed Shannon under the arm and pulled him up, helping him out of the room. He took Shannon to his office and made him sit before he went to get him more of the tincture. Shannon leaned on his knees, shaking and looking ill. The others entered the room. Jamie looked little better than Shannon.
What were you thinking?
Jamie demanded of Shannon.
You'd risk yourself for that man. He is worthy of death, not of your protection for any reason. He is rotten trash from the streets of Kill-Abben. It's bad enough you drag his filth with us, and now you risk exposing yourself for him.
I have to agree,
Gallus said softly.
You're barely holding together, and you risked a great deal for that man.
I could have handled it, Shannon,
Theo said, handing down a cup.
He is vermin,
Jaime shouted.
What in God's name were you thinking? He is not worth your concern.
But you are.
Shannon snapped at Jaime.
What are you talking about? He is my greatest abuser.
He is your father.
Shannon pushed away the drink Theo offered.
This is my empire, and no one tries to steal my kings from me. Not even the worthless, insane ones. He is mine, and he is the best buffer between you and the evil of Jerome. Do you have any idea what would happen to you if he realized what bloodlines you are?
I'm no bloodline,
Jaime yelled, almost in tears.
You are the bloodline of both Golorant and Cain Jamarashel. You are the line of kings, and if you are taken, you will, at best, be part of the next summoner's ring. At worst, you get first-hand knowledge of what I endured. God only knows what depth of powers of blood your mother gave you. You have no idea how badly you need him alive. Let them attack him, not you. I do not risk myself thoughtlessly.
Drink it,
Theo ordered Shannon, pushing the drink at him. Shannon took it. Jaime stood silent, shaken and upset. He turned and left the room after a moment of not being able to even think of what to say. Shannon took a sip of the tonic.
Well, I didn't see that one,
Oirion said.
Excuse me.
He left them to go find Jaime.
Shannon,
Gallus said softly.
What can I do to help?
Go be with Eldwar. Your presence alone will help protect him,
Theo said.
Stay away from me.
Shannon looked over with a heavy sadness.
I'm sorry, Gallus. It is the truth. The best you can do to help me is to not be a burden on my reserves. You exhaust me.
Gallus nodded mutely. He put his hands over his heart.
I will do what you ask as best I can. Only because you ask it, not because I wish it.
He bowed his head and left. Theo brought over the bottle and sat across from Shannon. He set the bottle on the low table, watching his friend.
Did you see what I saw?
Theo asked softly. Shannon met his gaze.
There is more to Eldwar than it would seem.
He's...
Theo tried to explain what he had seen.
Been attacked at a level that is... Something tore into his soul. The pain he has to be in is
comparable to my own.
Shannon asked softly, finishing Theo's thought.
I don't understand. He clearly is still a great healer, but how can he be with that level of damage and pain? How and what would attack at such a level and then leave his cause intact?
Shannon nodded.
I saw it too.
He bowed his head.
I'm not sure I can forgive him what he did to Jaime, but...
He wiped his eyes and bowed his head.
I begin to think the fact he wasn't drugged to hell is because he managed to do what I could not.
Shannon looked up.
He held his ground, maybe even killed his attacker.
I'll work up shields for him. Drink, Shannon, you need it.
Shannon refilled his glass and held it, trying not to sip too fast. He looked up at Theo.
Do I need to ask what you saw about Jaime?
Do I need to ask?
Theo questioned, with a hint of a smile.
You two got a little closer than maybe you should have.
Shannon grunted.
We may have tested each other, but it wasn't more than that. I expect he hurt me worse than I did him.
Shannon?
Theo rose to get his own drink.
If your mere touch on him at that level makes the Stalker think he is a von Armand, why do they not see it on Oirion, whom you clearly have gotten way too close to? You realize that means your soul still holds that key. Armand still is in you.
He turned back from pouring.
You still are a von Armand. You have to be.
Shannon nodded.
Oirion doesn't show it, because the von Valrine is strong enough to hide the rest, and I have spent his entire life trying to hide my touch on him. Their bond has to be broken. The closer Oirion and I get, the more dangerous it will be for Jaime. How do I do that, and make them understand I do not do it to hurt them, but to protect them?
I have no idea, Shannon. All I do know is bonds are the transfer of energy, and they can be broken and remade. Ishtell himself made that clear. Whatever else, no matter how it seems, the angels are very aware of you. You are not alone.
Ha.
Shannon laughed and almost started to cry.
No, I'm not alone. I have Oirion despite our best efforts, and I have a crazy necromancer who keeps coming to my rescue.
I won't argue with you, but Shannon, my friend, I think I know what Ishtell is up to, and he is doing his best to make this better for you. Armand is not the only angel, and he is not the only one who fights for Pert. I think we too often forget that.
I wish at times I believed it all a lie. I wish I could just say it all a trick of magic. It would hurt less. They looked away when I needed them, and now...
He held his arms out.
I'm not even alive. I'm a lump of hellfire and volcanic ash.
He shook his head.
Until they change that, I have nothing more to say to them, and cannot trust them to aid me, or to comfort me, or to be there when Pert needs them. As all my support in creation, I have a foul-tempered hunter and a gremlin-keeping sorcerer who talks with angels as if he is a god of old. For now, that is all I will look to for aid of any sort.
Theo nodded.
Well, you most certainly have my aid, and Oirion will never abandon you.
End of Chapter 41. Continue with Chapter 42, Conversations. Emperors and Exiles. Chapter 42, Conversations. Jaime paced the room before the fireplace. He knew Oirion was there long before he spoke or acknowledged the man. Under stress, it always amazed him where his mind went, and this time he let it just go. He could not imagine that his father was in any line of kings, let alone two. He hated his father and felt justified in that.
I keep asking why,
Jaime said as he came to a stop, looking at the fire, his back to Oirion.
Shannon is convinced the bodies in the rings are all of the line of kings, even if faintly. Why? There are far easier targets with far greater gains, so it must be the bloodline. Why? Why?
He tugged on a bit of his wild blonde hair.
Could it be that they just want to eliminate the line of kings, and so secure the chance there would be no true emperor, ever?
He turned from the fire and looked at his partner.
There are easier ways. The sort of magic we are talking about, they could simply break into the wells. Why this method? And why attack me that way?
Jaime continued.
When, if Shannon is right, I have two lines in me. Why not try to take me for a ring?
Because it's different motives and different powers at work,
Oirion suggested. Jaime bit his lip at the mere thought.
What if that's true? What if we have a second enemy, not just Jerome?
If that is true, are they working with Jerome or against him? And who is it that is behind the rings? His men cleaned it up, but I'm not so sure it's him behind them,
Oirion had to admit. Jaime moved to sit in a chair near to Oirion and stared at the fire with a scowl.
Gallus has no partner and you have two. Just chance, you think?
He looked over with a sad expression. He shook his head and let it fall back against the chair and sighed heavily.
You know I am grateful.
For what?
I was horrid to you, Oirion, yet you just let it go. How? How does a man forgive such wrongs?
You're my partner, Jaime. We both had unpleasantness as children and we just dealt differently, that's all. I think the abbot knew that. He understood both our lives and motives well enough to know we needed each other and on a certain level understood each other.
No.
Jaime laughed softly.
I need you, but you don't need me.
Oirion didn't know what to say, so he said nothing.
If I was a demon-wielding evil man, why would I want the bloodlines of Pert in a single blood source?
Jaime's thoughts went back to the problem at hand.
To open the wells,
Oirion said as he turned from his own thoughts back to Jaime.
I see no other reason.
Jaime got up and went to the wine cabinet and stared at the 24 bottles. He closed the door and turned back to his partner.
If Jerome had wanted to do that, he could have done it much easier thousands of years ago. Instead, he sends stalkers and mercenaries to butcher out the lines.
Or infect the lines with his blood,
Oirion muttered.
If,
Jaime said, his eyes deep in thought.
If, in the deal with the demons, his bloodline was safe from demonic attack.
What? He rapes the female heirs to protect the line of kings?
Oirion asked skeptically.
That seems very unlikely, Jay.
Maybe not to protect them, but to control them, to safeguard that power for himself and against whoever the other is. Or maybe it's the other way around.
Jaime scowled and slunk down in his chair to think about it. Oirion got up and made them tea in the hearth. He watched the flames as the water heated and let his own mind wander.
Jay,
he asked,
What's the difference between a sorcerer and a necromancer, practically speaking?
Jamie came out of his own thoughts.
Sorcery comes from a silent core in the soul. It draws energy a certain way, giving a different energy into motion and word. A necromancer has a silent core, but also has a sort of trap door into other realms, and so can pass into them and be able to survive. It's like being able to breathe underwater. They can resurrect the dead into something like ghouls. Not ghouls, but something close. They are sort of the same, sorcery and necromancy, but not. And it's not the same as what Gallus did. That is an entirely different magic. There aren't a lot of books or knowledge about necromancers. It's always been rare and more so now. Why?
Theo is a necromancer and he's worried about me?
Jamie laughed.
Oirion, I'm your partner and I'm worried about you. The fact you say that so calmly about someone you call friend makes me wonder just who the hell you are.
He shook his head and leaned forward. Oirion got up with the tea and poured cups for them both, glad that Jamie had chosen against drinking wine. Both of them had been doing that far more than was wise, and it seemed a positive shift, all things considered. Jamie took the cup of tea with a thoughtful look.
You think maybe that Shannon could be healed, and that he will be Gallus's partner in the end? That Armand still wants him on that throne?
I have no idea, Jay,
Oirion said, sitting down.
All I know is that there's a lot of rare magic swirling around us, and more so with every step we take. I have to trust that Gallus was telling the truth about Armand, and just keep moving.
Well, he is the true pontiff.
Jamie seemed to find peace in that, and just leaned back to sip his tea. They sat lost in their own thoughts until both headed to bed.
How bad is it?
Gallus asked Oirion as he joined him on the high wall. Oirion stood on the battlement that looked away to the east, and at the dark storm that was building on the horizon and growing ever closer. It rolled back on itself again and again, building higher, even as it crept across Forley towards them. The thunder within it could just be felt, and the air had grown heavy and warm.
It's bad,
Oirion said as he watched it.
I have seen such storms, and they always leave warps behind. Some small and noticed only by the scholars of the world, but sometimes they are not so small. Or nice. I just never thought I would see it in over Valreen. I certainly never thought to be part of the source of it.
How are you feeling?
Gallus asked, changing the subject, as he took another step closer to the wall edge. The height bothered him, but clearly did not bother Oirion.
I've felt worse,
Oirion admitted after a moment.
I must admit, though, I don't feel well.
He drew his cloak tighter about him, as if chilled. He had a faint sweat on his temples, but seemed not to notice at all.
It feels as if something has gone very wrong. I tell myself the angels have plans and they put us together for a reason, but I feel something is about to go very off course.
As if his words made his point, lightning cracked down from the sky and struck the hills only miles away. The thunder that boomed was felt even by the stones of the fortress. Light flared up over the hillside in a magic wash of power.
Oh, dear God,
Gallus breathed as he was hit by the wind off the lightning. It felt filled with 1,000,000 sparks of light. The power that had been in that bolt was more than any lightning might even hope to be.
That was an attack,
Oirion said. It was only a moment before Theo ran up to the wall, joining them where they stood watching the storm. He pulled out an orb of clear stone and lifted it. He smoothed his hand over it, and within he saw 2 men running horses to their deaths, the wind and storm wild about them. It seemed as if the very air was trying to pull them off their horses and suck the breath from the lungs of their mounts. Even as they watched, another lightning bolt struck down from the sky. In the orb they saw one of the men throw up his hand and cast up a shield that in turn sent out another wash of power as before, deflecting the bolt away from them. But the lightning was too much, the shield didn't hold well enough, and the horses staggered. One of them crashed hard, rolling with the man on it. The other wheeled around, leaping down to his comrade's aid. Both Theo and Oirion saw it at the same moment as wind blew the man's hair out of his face, and he caught the other up in his arms as another bolt struck down.
Dave,
Oirion gasped. His look went out to the hills miles below and away. Theo cast the stone aside, making it vanish. He stepped up onto the battlement wall, shouting in words neither Oirion nor Gallus could hear. Theo waved his arms in intricate designs, then slammed down the butt of a staff that appeared in his hand just in time. Claws on top snapped open, and the stone held within flared red.
"Get them!"
Theo roared. Shannon joined them on the wall as another bolt struck down. He was white-faced and looked quite ill.
"Do nothing, Shannon,"
Theo ordered, his eyes locked out onto the hill beyond.
"Do not let them know you are here."
Below, several horsemen tore down the steep switchback road as fast as they dared. The men on the wall watched helplessly as another bolt struck down, but this time it met Theo's magic and scattered away, deflected back toward the sky. The red lightning crackled upward and set off 100 smaller hairs of lightning within the ever-building cloud storm.
"What's going on?"
Grim asked as he joined them on the wall.
"There is someone out there,"
Gallus said.
"Dave,"
Oirion said, recalling the man he had known as friend. Memory flooded him, conversations, events, and the deep knowledge that this man was another true friend. Shannon's knees almost gave out as another massive bolt struck down, only to be deflected upward again by Theo. Shannon grabbed Orion's arm and the wall to catch himself from dropping.
"I have it under control,"
Theo said, not moving from his stance at all.
"Jerome's building a gate."
Shannon choked out as he struggled to get back to his feet.
"I have to get David."
"Do nothing,"
Theo demanded firmly.
"I will not let him get—"
Theo took a step forward and was simply gone. There was a massive boom out beyond the hill, pushing the storm back a moment before it collapsed forward, rushing down to where the two men beyond were struggling to maintain shields. South, just on the rim of the storm, lightning whirled in a ring, and then with a snap so loud it made the men on the wall flinch, it vanished. Shannon nearly fell again, but somehow Oirion kept him on his feet.
"He knows,"
Shannon said.
"Jerome knows who David is."
He looked to Oirion.
"He must not have him, no matter what."
"I know,"
Oirion said.
"So does Theo. He will do what he must."
Below, the horsemen reached the foot of the ramp and tore out toward the stranded men at a full gallop. They didn't pause even when another attack hit beyond. They went over the rise of a hill and out of sight only for a moment before they were headed back. One of them held Dave's blonde comrade, with Dave riding close behind. Theo could be seen on one of the horses, his staff still in hand, his cloak snapping back and flashing in the wind. Lightning tried to reach for them, but did not quite make it, fizzling out against the red light of Theo's staff. Another attack came just as they hit the bottom of the ramp. Fire washed down around them, but Theo's staff held it off of them. The grass about them was set on fire, but the horses did not pause in their race upward. Part of Orion's mind was very impressed with the skill of the horsemen and the horses, for so trusting their riders to not even falter in their direction. Shannon let go of Oirion, heading down off the wall to get to the yard below. Oirion and the others followed him. They had barely gotten there when the horses tore in. Wind slammed into the fortress as Theo swung down from his horse, with his staff vanishing as he did so. He pointed to a tall tower, and a beacon on top flared up with a white light that faded to blue. Theo caught hold of Dave as he tried to dismount. The sailor didn't make it. He would have hit the ground, but Theo was there. The king's men took hold of him and aided him down to his feet.
"Varadon lords, I need to see the king,"
Dave groaned before he passed out.
"Get them both up into chambers, and get them healers,"
Theo ordered his men.
"Jerome is not going to let this one go. This might not be exactly the war we planned, but it is here nonetheless."
He looked to Shannon, who had managed to regain some of his self-mastery.
"Does he know you're here?"
"Not yet, but he will."
"Then rest until you're ready to fight or escape."
"I will not leave without David."
"I expected not. Let's get inside before the rain."
He stopped as the sky opened up and rain poured down one moment before the wind picked back up and made it a torrent of lashing water. Jamie watched with a hint of curiosity as Dave entered the room. This man had to be someone quite important to have both Theo and Shannon react that way. The man was well-built and well-dressed. He looked quite pert, but he had too much blonde in his hair at his age to be pure. He wore several rings in his ears, each with a different and very beautiful gem hung from it. They had given him a dry robe of dark green, a heavy but soft fabric, and he looked quite regal. He had black eyes, and the strain he had been under showed at a glance. Jamie knew the injuries were more within and hidden. He was shocked at the lack of care the man had gotten. True, it had been less than an hour of work, but he should be doing much better. He had to be in a lot of pain. At the same time, Jamie knew he himself was in no condition to do a healing. His cores were still in a tangled mess and were feeling torn and tender.
Is that the best your healers can do for him?
Jamie demanded without thinking at all.
I did not plan a war today,
Theo said.
Most of my healers are not here.
Where is Eldwar?
Jamie demanded.
Get him in here. He can heal him and I can make sure he does it right.
Theo motioned to a guard at the door, and Jamie sank back to his chair. Dave saw Oirion and smiled. Oirion approached, giving him a great strong but careful embrace. Dave returned it with the affection of a brother. Jamie watched, but said nothing.
It's good to see you, Oirion,
Dave said.
How are you feeling?
Oirion asked, letting him go.
Battered and starved. I haven't eaten in 3 days, except a cup of tea before I came up.
He nodded to Shannon as he took a seat.
You insisted on coming up here and not talking to us in your chambers,
Theo said.
Why? What the hell are you doing to get Jerome on your heels?
Dave drew a deep breath and let it out slowly.
There are few people that I might risk my life for, and fewer that I might risk my soul for. But it was Tavia. I had to help her. In all the hells we went through, I never saw fear on her. So when I did, I had to act. I have no love of elves anyway, so I stepped in and she managed to escape the elves, but ran right into Jerome. I think he snatched her up just because the elves want her so badly. I had to choose to help her or Travis, and I chose Travis. We followed the ship to Ulaanbaatar, and I was going to try to get her back, but things went badly.
He drew a slow, deep breath and focused on his story.
Somehow they knew, and I'm not sure if they were after me or Travis, but I could feel them closing in. I couldn't get back to the ship, so we slipped the city. Every time we tried to get anywhere, his men were there. I'm still not sure if they were after me at that point, but then they cornered us, and I had to fight.
He pushed up the sleeve to show a set of scars across the outside of his arm.
A demon snagged my arm.
He looked up to Shannon.
I grabbed Travis and ran. I tried for Norwood, and I think we would have made it. But several days ago, something happened, and the whole northern kingdoms were set off like a wasp nest, and we had a run-in or two, a few fights, and I just prayed I could make it to Theo. I didn't know what else to do.
He has Tavia?
Shannon asked softly in the silence that followed. Dave nodded once.
The other man is Travis?
Oirion asked, recalling Tavia's son, who was but a child with them in Bracken. Dave nodded again. The guard brought in Eldwar, who looked angry, but sober.
Heal him.
Shannon pointed at Dave. Eldwar glared at Shannon until the man made as if to stand up. Eldwar moved to Dave, looked at him a moment, then reached out. Jamie watched closely, as did all the others. It took a while for visible evidence, but when it began, they could see the bruises fade away and the cut mend. Even the scar on Dave's arm melted into faint white lines that showed more the lack of tattoo than as a scar itself. Eldwar suddenly jerked his hand away from Dave and looked at him shocked. He took a step back from him.
What?
Oirion demanded. Eldwar looked from Dave to Oirion and back.
He's got her blood in him.
Who her?
Jamie asked.
Your mother's!
He shouted at Jamie. He grabbed Dave's arm. He let him go and grabbed Jamie's arm as if to test it. He looked to them horrified.
How is that possible?
He demanded of anyone who could answer.
Sisters,
Shannon said.
Twin sisters.
Eldwar stared at him.
She never spoke of any sisters.
Shannon looked from Dave to Jamie and actually smiled a little as he suddenly understood something.
Every generation, there is a set of elven triplet sisters born. They are kept as virgin priestesses. There are prophecies that warn the sons of the three will be generals in the fall of the elven race. The sons of the three are seen as destroyers of all the elves hold on to. I suppose that makes it clear. Pert and the elves will be at war soon, and I will have no choice but to destroy them.
So he and I are cousins?
Dave asked, pointing to Jamie.
So it would seem,
Shannon said.
What's the chance of that?
Oirion asked.
And who are you?
Dave asked Jamie.
I'm Jamie, Orion's partner.
We thought you were dead,
Dave said.
Long story.
Oirion shrugged.
So we have 2 of the 3 then. Huh. I had heard rumors they had escaped. I wonder where the 3rd sister went. You think it chanced 2 of them ended up with the line of kings as husbands?
Theo asked, no one in particular.
It would seem that the angels are still at play and bringing together the needed powers to overthrow the darkness.
Gallus said happily.
I have just one little question that has not been answered yet.
He looked around at them all.
Why did we pick a war with Jerome at this moment for a man dressed like a pirate? No offense. Just trying to understand.
Dave looked at the man who had asked with a little bit of an odd expression, but no one said anything.
He is my heir,
Shannon said to Gallus after the silence hung on.
Adopted?
Gallus asked with an odd scowl.
How?
Grim asked. He stood back near the wall and had not even been noticed until then.
Long story, but David is heir to my house.
Dave leaned forward a little on one knee.
About that, Uncle. I think you and I need to talk soon.
This has been lovely, and I do want to see Travis, but I have an army marching on my walls. So, my friends.
Theo rose.
I must go attend to my old teacher and his bad temper. Excuse me.
He stopped and looked at Eldwar a moment as if to add something, but simply headed for the door.
I can help.
Dave started to get up.
Sit.
Both Oirion and Shannon said at the same time.
The worse off he thinks you are, the better, and if he thinks you not here at all, the better yet.
Oirion said. Dave sat back in the chair with a scowl.
They are right,
Theo said.
I have been preparing, and as long as Jerome himself does not walk up and summon a dragon, I have enough men and power here to give him a good fight.
Theo assured him, with his hand on the door. He smiled a little and left.
Let us go and heal the other,
Gallus said.
Come, Eldwar, you have work to do.
I am not a dog on a leash,
Eldwar snapped.
I have done more in a few moments than an entire house of healing. I figure I deserve some reward for that, or at least a decent bottle of wine and a hot bath.
Oirion rose to his feet and walked to the angry Pertin. Eldwar did not back down, but stood there with fire in his eyes. Oirion reached out, laying his hand on the man's shoulder. Eldwar tried to flinch it off, but Oirion gripped hard enough to make the man wince. He leaned in close and spoke very softly to him, so only the healer could hear his words.
You might fear Shannon for what he can make you see,
Oirion told him.
But you also know you will survive his attacks, and you do not fear the pain he can inflict. I, on the other hand, will snap every bone in your body and leave you bleeding on the floor of a necromancer's fortress. I will start with your collarbone.
He gripped harder, threatening the very thing.
Healer or not, at some point you will be unable to keep up, and no one will care. This is not a tavern crowd. We do not care in the least for a drunkard with a hint of power. You do what you're told, or I will make sure you have no power left to be asked to use. Do you understand?
You do not intimidate me,
Eldwar began. Oirion used a jerk of magic, and within his grasp the bones he held shattered into a dozen splinters.
Ah!
Eldwar gasped and grabbed his shoulder, but as he did, Oirion struck him in the thigh with his knee and shattered that bone as well. Eldwar hit the floor, gasping and grabbing his leg.
Are you insane?
Eldwar demanded, already beginning his own healing.
I wouldn't test him,
Jamie said softly.
I can keep you on your knees all day,
Oirion said.
I do not ask you to heal me. In fact, I'd rather you not touch me at all. But when you are asked by the King of Norwood to do something, you do it. When you are told to do something by Bishop James, you do it. When you are told to do something by any man in this room, you do it. You are alive for one reason only, and it is not because we care about you. Get up and go heal the boy.
Eldwar got to his feet with hatred in his eyes, but he did not say anything more. Jamie followed him to be certain it was done right. Dave got up to follow, to make certain if it was done poorly, he could pick up where Oirion left off. Gallus left with them to make sure the healer wasn't beaten to death. Once the men left the room, Oirion sagged and nearly fell. He caught his breath and dropped into the nearest chair.
That was a little extreme,
Shannon said. Oirion laughed wearily.
Ha ha.
He laid his head back in the chair.
Really? Coming from you, that's funny, Shannon.
I could have dealt with him.
I'm aware of that. I'm also aware he is a healer and you are strained as it is. Maybe his blood on your hands is a bad idea. It cost me less to break a few bones than to deal with you with that sort of strain on you.
I do not need you to become a thug, Oirion.
Isn't that what I have always been? A thug for the church? What's the difference? Thug for Jerome, thug for you. You'll both send me to hell in the end.
I have no plan to send you to hell.
I didn't say you would do it on purpose, but I'm not as stupid as I look, old man. I'm tagged into your war, and I'm in the middle of a tug-of-war, and it will kill me. If I don't end up in hell, it will be at the hand of Armand himself, not you. I chose my fate the moment I had mercy on a demon.
He waved it off, his eyes closed, his body tired, and his soul even more so. Shannon rubbed at his left wrist and winced in pain.
Jerome is in the army,
he said softly after a moment.
He will soon know I am here.
Oirion opened his eyes. Shannon leaned forward on his knees and held his left hand out. The black fabric hid it well, but a drop of blood gathered and fell off the silk of his sleeve. It shimmered in the air, but burned away to black mist before it hit the floor. Shannon lifted his gaze to Oirion.
I've sent for the elites. This war is about to get really ugly real fast.
You're not going to run?
I wish I could. It's wiser to stay within this fortress and fight than run right now, at least until my army arrives. All I can hope for is that due to the recent events, my energy has shifted enough he won't know I remain here until I strike.
That's it then. We make a stand with Owens.
Theo is king of Owens by blood, by line, by angels, and by honor. If I am going to fight beside anyone, it would be him. He will back me up in hell if need be. Of that I have no doubt. To take and keep me, they will have to take and keep him as well.
Is Theo that powerful?
Be it the warp, or the courage to accept his own power, or something else, yes. Theo is that powerful.
You should go see Travis before you make a target of yourself,
Oirion said.
He loved you.
Shannon got up and left Oirion in the chamber. Grim walked over and knelt before Oirion.
I think I have an idea that will help with the pain. Let me go talk to Jamie and see what I can do.
He patted Orion's knee and left. Oirion laid his head back and listened to the thunder through the great thick stone walls of Theo's fortress. Again, he was set before a war with no hope, but maybe something would tip the odds as the last war when he stood with Shannon, Theo, and Dave. He wished Ivan was there with a quick laugh and a friendly slap on the back to lighten the darkness in his heart. End of Chapter 42. Continue with Chapter 43, Depth of Light.